Soul Diamond Samadhi. Good man, when the mind is not being aroused or not conceiving anything, it will be independent of everything, not lingering over all the formations, samskara, of subject or object relative to the body, speech, and mind. The mind will be constantly void and calm, without any projections. It is like the empty space, motionless and non-abiding, non-arising and non-doing, free from either this or that. One thus attains the I, essence of the void of mind, and the body nature of the void of dharmas. Thus the five aggregates of being in the 6 sense bases will be void and calm. The Vajra Samadhi Sutra, from 685 CE. According to Robert Bushwell, the Vajra Samadhi Sutra is thought to be an apocryphal scripture written by a Korean monk around 685 CE. Hagiographic accounts claim a supernatural origin for the text. When a Silla king sent an envoy to China in order to find medicine for his sick queen, the party was taken to bottom of the sea by a dragon king who entrusted the text to them, saying the text should be arranged by the unknown monk Taian and commented on by Wan Hyo. So it's interesting reading this chapter of Samadhi and then having just read Liber OKBISh and how he cautions against accepting, like basically resist Samadhi. And it's ironic how just looking at the numerology of it gives many like threads, and it's just interesting. It's got the balanced sort of equation of 121. So I said Samadhi itself has 2 values, whether spelled with Samek 60 or Shin 300 when using Hebrew values. Thus it can be either 121, which is obviously 11 times 11, or 361, 19 times 19, which again I've talked about as being the circle and the point. Knowing that 11 is the number of Doth, the world of the shells, and again, Hey, Gimel Gimel, or egg, and so essentially the egg amplified or multiplied, implying like the world of the shells, and 121 that of occult, at least with the C's being 3 for Gimel, the hidden or dark realm, which the archetypal dweller on the threshold, of which Satan, also 121, is Lord. Satan being again the reflector, the paradox, the trickster, etc. And I think 121 is also Aleph spelled out with the extra haze, the 2 haze making 111, 121. 11 cubed is symbolic of the folding of the gravitational matrix of the space-time continuum. Doth, essentially cubed or reflected by itself, a type of wormhole, or mirror world, or upside down world, wonderland, pretty much the same archetypal realm. In the psychosomatic sense, this is the union and energetic interaction between subject and object. 361 as the point in the circle is the solar number par excellence and the power of the universe. Again, also 361 in Hebrew is Adonai Ha-Aretz, which is, again, Lord of Earth, which is finite yet boundless as well. 19 is also the number of the tarot card of the sun. And just as Crowley explains the unfolding of the monad into the tree of life, this also represents the tree in its 3 major planes, the supernal triad as 3, the Ruach 6, not counting Doth, and Malkuth 1, or etheric, astral, and mental and material planes. Again, the 3 concentration or contemplations, and there's just the 3 comes up in many different ways in Buddhism and all that. The material Malkuth as the ego, I, 10, is the mind combined of all the forces in a solitary sphere. So again, 1 through 4 is 10. which is like the elements, and that's why it's the sphere of the elements. One of my own noteworthy attainments occurred in summer of 2013. I was at a music festival in intense heat and was overcome at one point by a jolting experience that I can only explain as a circular pillar of O, or like zero, or like a ring, rise through me and out the top of my head, expanding outward infinitely, but with a knowledge that this related to the Ma ion and the 13-fold star diamond of manifestation, or the perfect ion. This had a lasting effect which eventually tapered off, but was one unique experience which caused me to later ground out and integrate and understand as an opening of the subtle centers or higher chakras. The halo is a common archetype relating to this idea, as is the solar cycle of 12 zodiacal signs or hours, with the central serpent bearer or activated kundalini. The 121 of Satan is the zodiac wrapping around itself, the Ouroboros of the quantum container, which is the Holy Grail, or Philosopher's Stone of the Eye, Yod, of Malkuth, Malkuth being 111. So the 121 of Satan is the zodiac wrapping around itself, the Ouroboros of the quantum container, which is the Holy Grail, or Philosopher's Stone of the Eye, or Yod, of Malkuth, or in Malkuth. And Malkuth is essentially just spelled out with a teth, though, for T. It's just showing that topsy-turvy nature of the Fool, but that Yod essentially added to it. In 121, not necessarily reflected, obviously, because you can't reflect it, but inverted. S212 is essentially Baphomet, another form, I guess, but more alchemically rectified form of Satan. Together they make 333. But the I, AN15, the O, the ring essentially, is the opened Anya which illumines the tower, Pe, 16, with the stellar light, Zadi, 17, not from above, but from within. Note also that the sun, and so again it makes me think of just this symbolism in the ancient secret, which I only just realized it, but the ancient secret is 439, and then the other book I'm reading, Persephone, is 560. And so that 560 having the extra 5 from 555 and 439 being 5 less than 444, together make again the 999. So that's just weird because I really didn't even know that until just yesterday. But the ancient secret talking about this lens and the light and the essentially trying to use the light of the sun or other possible stellar things, especially if, as Tracy Twyman says later on in this thing that I'll read, Regnum in Potentia, that there could have been a lot more like stellar effects in the past. But anyway, note also that the sum of 121 and 361 is 482, which again is many things. Here I'll go into it, but it's also the crystal lens. And so the crystal lens, I ended up realizing just by looking at the categories of what it corresponds with, the angle of the crystal lens is 666. And again, the angle of the crystal lens being based on the sun and timing, essentially, calendrics, and it all essentially led to this technological understanding of all this stuff. But at the same time, I think it's being veiled and occulted, forgotten in some ways, but also purposely. So note also that the sum of 121 and 361 is 42. So which Grant notes in the ninth arch is the value of Libanoth, the actual stone and its function. Aspracrulia, meaning looking glass or scrying mirror. This obviously relates to the black egg of Ma-ion, as well as the rhombus, diamond, or magic wheel. And there's a lot to this whole rhombus idea and its relations, but again, it comes up in Carl Jung's whole thing about this quaternary, or really essentially, like I said, Adamus and Qua being 107. Quad is really perfected with that 4 in 111, and 111 being Malkuth. Again, it's that, even though 111 is only 3 ones, Malkuth being the daughter, it implies this hidden dimension, essentially, or this, like, potential. And so, yeah, this diamond, it does have to do with this daughter formula, which my friend Soror722 ended up really helping me to pursue all of this, really. But I saw this connection between the egg and the diamond, 107, and these codes, and I was like, okay, I gotta figure this out. But now I really see, again, how this is kind of like how even with 77 it is mighty, which again, 77 is Oz, which is like strength, and then you add egg. The mighty egg is mentioned in the Mahabharata. The mighty egg is essentially, again, the egg of Hamsa and Brahma, and essentially the XYZ, or gotta reset that, bubbles, the bubbles motif of Brahma, as well as Azathoth, really, and H.P. Lovecraft, which I've mentioned all of this. It's just that it all gets more and more like honed in, and eventually I'll read about how I think Tracy Twyman mentions the ichthys, and I hadn't calculated it, but then I realized ichthys is also 107. And so this fish and the magnetism, and essentially it's the mind, but Adamus, which is, in this book I had ended up getting, well, actually there's 2 of them, but Soul of Lodestone, the background of magnetical science, and Soul of Amber, the background of electrical science. And I only heard of these because I had found this other book, Communication Through the Ages, From Sign Language to Television, by Alfred Still. And on the back it's got like references to these 2 books. And then later I ended up also finding he has a book on like essentially like occultism, or not just occultism, but the supernatural and all the different theories and phenomena and all that, and how essentially it did lead into science, but it's called Borderlands of Science. So in these books, the Soul of Amber and Soul of Lodestone, essentially Lodestone was the like original term for magnets, and I'll get more into this in my future posts or readings of the Kabbalistic hard drive and all that, and the holographic monad, because again, while I'm on the topic of 482 and the diamond somewhat still, holographic is 482, and so I ended up finding holographic digital imaging is essentially what I've been like trying to show that could essentially be, this could be like be used for with the proper data, like in the categories. I don't know, it's hard to explain, but the more I've added to it, the more I can see how these things fit essentially according to categories. And then some of these texts that talk about these things, like it really explain it, and Samkhya being just highly influential to all like my thinking lately regarding especially this whole thing about the torus hypercube in a sense, and Malkuth, how it applies to Malkuth. I think there is essentially like it's very difficult to explain, but I'm trying to work out these theories. Like there's a sort of, I don't want to just say hierarchy, but a situation, almost like a mechanical contraption in a way. I don't want to say that though, because it's more than that, but anyway, this Soul of Lodestone and Amber amber essentially is obviously where they like started recognizing the principle of electricity and applied with magnetism. You get electromagnetism, but it's just funny how spot on the English is using again Hebrew amber and then since lodestone is already 303 is lodestone, but then amber and lodestone, amber and lodestones is 666, which again the what is it, electric, and then there's all sorts of other ways of arriving at that. It's just funny how spot on it is again with the categories. But again, Adamus as 107, and again it says that was the original word for magnets, and it's significant how it connects with again just what Jung ends up talking about. But Adamus, magnets with a tau, is also 666. So essentially there is some magnetic quality to this, and it's not just necessarily a solar number as is easily, that's the easy understanding in the simple explanation, but again with like basic alchemical theory and whatever you want to go into religiously or whatever, the fact that the sun and the moon and the earth have this sort of connection, again 301, 365. Not that 365 is necessarily Earth, but although there is various connections there geometrically or whatever, but 301 is also the moon, Selene in Greek, and then also just fire, and so it's in 365 being the dragon, the fire dragon, and it just makes me think of essentially time, the spiral of time, which I did want to go more into this idea when I get to it, of just this, maybe I already did, right here, 103. So as Crowley has shown, when used logically and consistently, mathematics can help as a tool of the initiate to separate the astral light from the sticky magic web of things. And though it is highly useful for breaking down and analyzing information and energy patterns, it always leads back to itself, the Aleph 0 point. And that's again this tricky situation where things, sometimes when they are spot on, it's like it's a paradox. It's just like, okay, well, what does that do? What does that prove? But this perfection in Samadhi and Ma'ayan formula, like there's other ways I've looked at this, how it sits breaks down, obviously, but it's like essentially that's what I was trying to say, diamond perfection Samadhi, or however you want to consider it. But I also had found a hollow 103 pillar, or 103 minus 6, or 666 minus 103 is a hollow pillar. And I said 103 is the warding of the O, or the cipher, or egg, Ophiuchus with the egg of the universe. So essentially it's like the serpent and the egg in a sense, essentially the Orphic egg. But Mabin, as Kenneth Grant says, as 103, which is really Abin with the, or I don't know, Ma Bin, it's like the crowned babe in the egg, or the crowned babe with the egg. But 103 is this recurring number in the ninth arch, which, let me pull up another thing. So the ninth arch, I haven't really, I've mentioned it, I've went through it, I've used it as reference, and I think I've read the introduction. But it's something that you kind of have to just slowly get like familiar with, I guess, on your own terms. Same with the wisdom of Silba. But I always use it as this like sort of reference thing for the numbers especially, and I'm always surprised at how much more there is to offer based on like how little I knew the first few times I ever looked at it, and I keep looking back to learn more, and more is revealed as I'm able to like perceive it, I guess. And this whole mythos of the egg and like a chod and the egg, a cod, if you prefer. It's like really from the very beginning, which I'm not going to get too much into the very beginning, but at least once it gets to, see, it mentions 102 being OKBISH, and OKBISH, if I remember correctly. So yeah, OKBISH with O being Vav and the S being Samet can also be 103. So what it says about essentially the web, and because 13, since web is 13, it makes me think of a hole, like a hole in the web, or the center of the web, 13 being indicative of the center of the axle already. Essentially it's like a hole in the axle. And so I get where this idea of this point 103 or whatever, there's this whole thing about point 103 coming from this old book, I guess, or book series, or 3 books, called Götzen gegen Thule, Idols Against Thule, or Gods or Godlets Against Thule. And it mentions in this chapter point 103 essentially being an entrance to this underground sort of like base. And obviously it's fiction, but apparently some people took it somewhat serious. I don't know. They took a lot of things like they went crazy with a lot of things, obviously. And I'm not interested in this whole stuff for all the retarded like Nazi bullshit. I think they kind of, I don't know, that doesn't really achieve much. If anything, it like they regressed everything. But there's Joscelyn Godwin's books, which I was trying to read about more about this. Arktos, which Kenneth Grant mentions Arktos, and he even mentions the Mani Sola, this thing about Mani Solas in, I think, verse 262, which 262 comes up in another way that's kind of interesting. I'll try to remember. But, so he says, and saw spider clawing edges, and appears sludge-veiled baleful eye above the parapet. So that already makes me think the spider is OKBISH, the whole web thing about 13. And it's just interesting. The seer sees OKBISH above the parapet of the Limehouse Wharf, quay, or causeway. All very vague, but the insect is evidently dripping with slime. The oracle is Mani Sola. Mani Solas, from Godwin's Arktos, page 65, are circles of pure light that materialize the Thulian current. They are machines having their analogs in certain forms of UFO. It's also Wirakuta, where things are so sacred that all is reversed. Everything should be upside down and backward. Meyerhoff quoting the shaman of R.M. Silva in Peyote Hunt. A reference to the astral light and the reason why operations relevant to it are transacted in reverse. So again, it's just this reversal factor that essentially it's this, there's something to do with this holographic field. You could call it the diamond Buddha field. The ceaselessly shifting nature of the astral plane endows it with a treacherous appearance. Terrestrials tend to ascribe this characteristic to demonic agency, which gives rise to superstitions such as citing the Lord's Prayer backwards in order to invoke the devil. And so Tracy Twyman and Nicholas DeVere wrote the Dragon Legacy, which happens to be 404. And so, I don't know, this all just wraps around. It's just weird how, because they talk about witchcraft, they talk about this whole thing about the vortex, essentially, the blood, which DM, blood comes to mind, and 404 is just the blood with the vortex, I guess. And so, which is also 13 and 31, 404 is 103 plus 301, and I don't know, there's just something to this whole thing. But so anyway, there's a lot to this idea of like point 103, despite it being a fictional thing. I don't know where they came up with this idea of 103, but essentially it makes me think of the black sun itself. Because again, 13 being the hub of the web or the wheel, which again, it comes up so much in this book, The Lord of the World, and 13 also just being like the witch cult number, and 1 through 13 being 91 is witch cult. It's just weird how spot on some of this stuff is, but what else is 103? I think witches is 103. So again, the coven, it makes me think of the coven of 13, the wheel, the round table in a sense. There's a lot to that. Basil being the king, and Tammuz being the child king in a sense. Like it's just weird how repetitive 103. Again, the Mabon. So I was gonna pull that up just to show. How, at least back in 13, he mentions like this whole complex of 31, 103, 301, 301 being also again fire, and Osh, even though technically he's referring to 370. Selene, the moon, and also Pekar, which again is a bone, this sort of thing that predates, has something to do with Padmasambhava, and how he sort of used his whole the magic thundernail, if you will, the Furba. But anyway, this 103 also is 4 less instead of 4 more than 4 more than 107, making 111. And so in a sense, it just makes me, when I say it's like almost like the black sun, it's like this magnetic anti-force, again being the antimatter, black sun concept of a sort of a negative force or anti-force is what I'm seeing, this hollow, empty force. But the squealing bat, the mewing gold, the shrilling, dying whippoorwill leave nothing of the sword except its blade. And so again, the sword being like makes me think of the word, because 103 is lexi, the Greek word for word. So essentially it's this, being the fact that it's 93 with the yod, it does have connotations of being this lost word. The bat, the gull, the whippoorwill, creatures of ill omen, unless death is understood, and again death being 13, to be as night is today with its recurring dawn. So again, there's that inversion symbolism. In this sense, it is easy to understand the oracle Mabon, the crowned babe, as applicable also to the verse number of which the sword, Zain, is the symbol. The mystery of the Aeon of Zain is further hinted at in AL chapter 2 verse 37, the work of the wand and the work of the sword, the spells of Obeah, and by analogy of Ku, comprise the vibrations of mantras energized by the Ophidian current, while the S word or word of the serpent, fire snake, is a manifestation of Obi, Python, Typhon, and her brood of 7 stars. And so that also brings to mind, because I was looking just this morning, 103 is also a number, or like a number for a word in Greek denoting essentially the Big Dipper, which is again Ursa Major, Arktos, but basically the wagon as Amaxa, and AMA Chi A, or Alpha Mu Alpha Chi Alpha. So that's the Big Dipper or the wagon, essentially like the chariot. So I'm sure there's more to 103. It's also a Bix, this like sort of magical stone that's also, I think, in Lord Dunsany's Book of Wonder, if I remember correctly. It could be something else, but Kenneth Grant refers to that. So essentially it refers to this sort of, like, I don't want to say interdimensional, but magnetic sort of like antimatter force. And again, let's check 301 because it's just the reflection of that. And a word. The word was not heard, or it was not uttered. The oracle yields two formulae of Aosic. So Aosic and Aosic. 301 is also Bokrug, a hideous idol. In a tale by Lovecraft, Bokrug is said to have been worshipped throughout the land of Nar. So again, this sort of other world. This chapter addresses some examples of Thulian ideology from modern Germany, France, and Chile, in order to show something of the murky and seamy fabric into which the polar and Aryan archetypes are being woven in the post-war period. Unlike the Thule society itself, which is dead and gone, the myth of a surviving Black Order is very much alive in that twilight zone between fact and fiction, the most fertile territory for the nurturing of mythological images and their installation in the collective imagination. And so I think it's funny how so many of these major authors are so quick to dismiss all, it's all black and white in many respects, I guess. How, I don't know, because what comes to mind is this formula, which again is associated with point 103. Point 103 is 322, which is the notorious number of the skull and bones. And so going back to that 404 being the Dragon Legacy, Tracy Twyman actually is 344. 344 plus 322 is 666. It just so happens Sacrificial is 344 as well, 322. But then Masonic Victim, and again going back to just this age-old thing, Masonic Victim 322, Sacrificial Masonic Victim is 666. And I'm not saying there's necessarily any relationship, although it is kind of strange, because again, human ritual sacrifice, all these things about the killing of the king are essentially also embedded in that, but it's just the fact that it's also their component parts, because Tracy Twyman also talks about the 13-day week of the Aztecs with a Gimel for C, but the 13-day week, 13-day week is a thing in witchcraft as well. 13-day witchcraft weeks, or in witchcraft, 13-day week in witchcraft is 666. And so again, I've talked about that, I think in post 57, if I remember, or 58, about this Aztec calendar and the satanic calendar, essentially. I don't know, it's just it's funny how they dismiss this Black Order when there's definitely probably various iterations of such a thing. But anyway, the admirable work of Walter Kaftan Minkel, Subterranean Worlds, from 1989, gives much information on the myth of underground Nazi survival. So again, underground, I didn't want to keep pulling this up, but underground is 598, which is funny because there's all sorts of things just in that cell of a number. But underground cell, or cell with a Gimel for C. But then Nazi is 68, so underground Nazi is 68. And so I'm just saying, I've seen all these things and how they correspond, and there's other data. There's more than just these simple things. You can actually use it in a sense for holographic digital imaging. Anyway, as it appears in crank periodicals and tabloid newspapers, as well as in more credible sources. However, being more interested in the philosophical aspects, I turn in this chapter to a few ambitious and encyclopedic words, which place the myth in a context of comparative religion and universal history. Thus, we will close the cycle that opened in the chapter 3 with Bailey's wise antediluvians descending from the Arctic Circle. Foremost among these recent books is Wilhelm Landig's Götzen gegen Thule, published in Hanover in 1971 by the same house, Hans Pfeiffer Verlag, as had issued Bronder's Bevor Hitler kam. The title translates awkwardly enough as Godlets against Thule, referring to Thule's perpetual battle with the petty divinities of the other races of mankind. Landig subtitles his novel a fiction full of facts, ein Roman voller Wirklichkeiten, and tells the reader at the outset that it contains authentic information on secret military technology and on the multi-leveled conflict of symbols that even now is taking place. In the course of the book, he mentions Evola, Wirth, Gobenau, Tilak, Horbiger, Wegener, and Otto Rahn, enabling the enterprising reader to go and explore Landig's sources at first hand. And see, I was thinking this would be an older book, but while the digressions within the framing adventure story are sufficient to furnish a grounding in most of the themes that we have been examining. Goetzen tells the story of two German airmen with the allegorical names of Reck, brave warrior, and Reimer, rhymer or poet, who find themselves sent near the end of World War II to a secret base that has been prepared in the remotest regions of Arctic Canada. The existence of this polar base, Point 103, is unknown not only to the Western governments but even to most German authorities. It is a large underground complex with all the benefits of a technology superior to anything yet operating in Europe. Supplies are fetched mainly from the United States, where sympathizers in influential positions have been looking after Thulean interests, confident that they represent a force of opposition to certain forces in the Reich government, identified by the number 666. Other people evidently share this concern, for a motley international group is described as attending a great conference in the temple-like assembly room of Point 103. A Tibetan Lama, Japanese, Chinese, and American officers, Indians, a black Ethiopian, Arabs, Persians, a Brazilian officer, a Venezuelan, a Siamese, and a full-blooded Mexican Indian. All have donned their national costumes for the occasion, and many of them make speeches identifying their national ideals with those of Thule. To transport all these envoys to the Arctic in early 1945 might have presented insuperable problems, were it not for the advanced technology whose reality Landig has vouched. Travel to and from the base is by the V-7, a vertical takeoff aircraft shaped like a sphere with a glass dome, surrounded by a rotating ring of turbine blades. We gather, and there is every reason outside the novel to believe this, that a very few prototypes of this V-7 have been built in German and Czech factories, but not put into production or war service. One of the purposes of the hero's later mission, when they are sent to Prague in the very face of the Allied advance, is to prevent this technology from falling into Russian or American hands. But after the capitulation, Point 103 declares itself independent and undefeated, and substitutes for the German markings on its plane its own symbol of the black sun, a disk that is not exactly black, but the very darkest red, like congealed blood. Reimer and Reck are rescued from an airplane crash in the Arctic wastes by Gutmann, good man, an officer of the Waffen-SS, who thereafter becomes their guide and philosophical instructor. He is a summary of the Thulean philosophy adapted from Gutmann's many discourses. The light of Thule comes not from the east, but from the north. In tradition is Uranian, being derived from Uranos, lord of the cosmic world order and of the primordial paradise of the Aryan race, situated at the North Pole. It was Uranos' usurping son Saturn who brought upon this originally happy and unified humanity the dubious gift of the egoic state. The temptations consequent upon this change in the human constitution led to the loss of primeval unity, and eventually the destruction of Saturn's realm, Atlantis. Thereupon, the warm climate of the secret island of the Hyperboreans was suddenly replaced by bitter winter. The primordial races of the Arctic and the Nordic Atlantis both lost their homes and were forced to migrate southwards. Wherever they settled in Europe, Persia, India, and elsewhere, they tried to make their lost paradise, and in their myths and legends cherished the memory of it. While Uranus and Saturn appear to have personified forces or events whose influence is limited to this earth, the Thulian pantheon was actually headed by a father god, a spirit of the universe beyond time and space. Beneath this unmanifested one is God's Son, through which the Father is revealed. But far from being a personal deity, the Son is none other than the laws of the cosmos, and the natural order itself. Since in ancient times this was experienced notably in the course of the sun and the eternal return of the year, the Son of God took on the lineaments of a solar divinity and became the Son of God. The pun works in German too. The Hyperborean solar Apollo of the Greeks, Lord of the cosmic order, is just one example. Another is Mithras, who represents the sun as marking off the great cosmic years through the precession of the equinoxes. Thus he is shown slaying the bull to mark the end of the age of Taurus, in the central icon of the Thulians' underground temple. Landig prefers not to add the Johannine identification of Christ with the Logos, the Word that structured the cosmos at the beginning, but obviously that could be assimilated to this traditional theology. So again, the Word, the wagon, the Amaxa, and Tammuz all come to mind, Mabon. We will have much to say on Mithras in Chapter 12. Given this universalist belief, Landig's Thulians are far from being narrow racial suprematists. They are aware of an esoteric world center or headquarters of the ethically positive forces. It is the true Ultima Thule, not just of the Aryan peoples, but of the whole world. Only a few know of its location, but it is not far, in global terms, from the polar base of point 103. Other groups are in communication with it through telepathy. The ancient Egyptians knew of it as the Northern Mountain, On. The Tibetans call it Re-Rap Hulampo. The Supreme Center manifests through phenomena called Mani-Solas, which have been held since the earliest times in religious awe. An entirely different kind of UFO from the German disk planes, the Mani-Solas are biomachines. They live, reproduce, and die through a 7-part life cycle. They begin as circles of pure light, then crystallize into a metallic form with a high zirconium content. This is the female form, mater or materialized. It then becomes a masculine phallic element which brings it to the condition of androgenic equilibrium. Thereupon, a regeneration process begins, and the nucleus of a new Mani-Sola grows in its womb. For the sake of UFO buffs, I translate the continuation of this account. The regenerated part is expelled by the remaining mother nucleus as a new energetic circle of light, corresponding to a birthing technique. This new circle enters on the same 7 developmental stages, while the expelling maternal element rolls into itself a ball and then explodes. The metallic remains contain particles of copper. The optical impressions that eyewitnesses of these Mani-Solas have had up to now are basically quite uniform. In the daytime they display an extremely bright gold or silver luminescence, sometimes with traces of rose-colored smoke, and they often condense into grayish-white trails. At night the discs shine in glowing or glossy colors, showing on occasion long flames at the edges and red and blue sparks, which can grow so strong as to wreathe them in fire. Most remarkable is their power of reaction against pursuers, like that of a rational creature, far exceeding any possible electronic self-steering or radio control. As the novel continues, the Germans are sent on a mission halfway around the world, charged with establishing contact with individuals and groups whose ideals are in tune with those of the Thulians. They pass through France, Spain, Syria, Iraq, Kuwait, Iran, Pakistan, India, and Tibet. Early in their journey, they meet near Montségur, a French collaborateur named Bélis, from Bélisan, sun god of the Gauls. His allegiance is to the Cathar tradition of his region, identified with the guardianship of the Holy Grail. Belize is one of those few who have preserved the Cathar heresy despite centuries of Catholic persecution, and he recognized the Germans as spiritual brothers. It is he who gives them the above explanation of the Mani Solas life cycle. Everywhere the Mani Solas are mentioned as having been seen in the sky, and recognized as a manifestation of the white power, and a harbinger of the new Aquarian age. Each people has its own mythology associated with them. To the Cathars of the Middle Ages, the Mani Solas were connected with the Grail, which seems to have been of the same immediate nature. It was a material object, says Gutman, which not only symbolized the physical, physiological, and spiritual potencies, but must have possessed them in consequence of its special construction. He adds that the disk of the Mani were in Provenance and Languedoc the signatures of the highest love, Minet. Thus, Landig enrolls the Cathars in the cult of love of the medieval troubadours on the side of the white light, supported by flying saucers which seem to be creatures of another order of existence, nonetheless dedicated to the ideals of unity and love. Landig's Thulians, and I think it's funny because the white light is 111 with all the sort of crystalline, like lensing connections there, but Thulian is also 111. So that 111 being essentially like Aleph, coming from Kether, the white light, it makes me think of just that pole idea. And also how love is 111. Landig's Thulians, as is only to be expected, have their shadow, and it is Israel. Their rivalry goes back far into prehistoric times to an interregnum during which the Nordic Atlanteans were enslaved by black magicians of Semitic origin. Compare Fabre d'Olivet on the temporary enslavement of the Boreal race by the blacks, and Spencer's enslavement of the Aryans by the Turanians. The Jewish tendency to migrate to places north and west of Israel embodies a nostalgia, a folk memory of this time of their dominance, and a desire once more to rule from the north. Thus says the SS officer Gutman, whose fund of odd information is seemingly inexhaustible. To a wise old Sephardic Jew in Toledo, Reimer complains that Israel has worshipped Gotzen, godlets. You put the world on the two pillars of your cult so as to rule it like a household. We do not build, but we place ourselves under the harmonious laws of the cosmos, and are thereby lords of it. Yet, as Gutman adds, we are not enemies, just each bound to the laws of our blood. The atmosphere becomes more occult as Gutman reveals the nature of the battle between Israel and Thule. The Ark of the Covenant, apparently, was and is an astral accumulator designed for magical operations. The Hebrew magicians steal and conceal the force field of the Aryans. They capture in their Ark of the Covenant the fertilizing elements of the Aryan tradition, whose bearers were the original races of the Arctic North and the Atlantean North with their later mixed variations, and filter the energy streams of the Aryan mission through the Hebraic pole, so as to pervert it and make it work for them. The same ark, or the same type, is used by the American Shriners, whose headquarters in Chicago controls all the Masonic lodges devoted to one world government. Roosevelt and Churchill belong to this brotherhood, and have always been working for its aims. In their ark or shrine, the Shriners keep the magic personified by Yahweh as the energy center of a partly racial, partly cosmopolitan active substance, which is effective in both directions. There is no telling exactly what Landig means by this, but some readers will make associations with ideas in the even more popular occult literature on lost arks and similar topics. As the new symbol of this usurpation of Thulian energies, Landig's characters mention with contempt the flag of the United Nations, which shows a map of the Earth centered on the North Pole, in the Israelite colors of blue and white. When the Thulians find themselves in Tibet, another dimensions of world conspiracy begin to reveal themselves. There they meet their long-separated companion Rek and another German, Junker, aristocrat, who tells them of the plan for a yellow world empire. The yellow peoples, he says, are awaiting the coming of a new great Khan out of the underground realm, Agartha. A little later, the companions hear a more authentic version of the story by a Tibetan Lama, the Nyan Ki Padma Dabyang. The source of material energies of the left hand, which have their seat in Shambhala, is the upper earth city of power and might, which is ruled by a great king of fear. But it is the same seat of Shambhala that a part of the Western secret brotherhoods and lodges regards as their point of origin, from which come the promises and warnings of a Lord of the world. This, Shambhala, is a searchlight of our will. Then there is the second source, Agartha, the inner underworld realm of contemplation and its energies. There too is a Lord and King of the world who promises his domination. At the proper moment, this center will lead good men against the evil ones, and it is firmly connected with Brayutma, that is, God. And that is the king to serve, the one who will set up our empire and rule over the others. When you said before, Lama for the West, that a treaty was broken, that was no break, but the fault of the men in your Reich who joined themselves with the energies of Shambhala, of pure force, and in their secret way worked against the other men of your Reich. And behind these energies which manifest themselves in Shambhala stands the Caucasian, Stalin Dugashvili. He knew everything. He knew the men of the circle in your Reich, and he played his own cards with them as if they were their own. Stalin Dugashvili had the support of the Lord of Fear and Power against your Reich. Gutman objects to this, saying that he thought it was the Tibetans in London who had been feeding Germany secret information all through the war. Yes, says the Lama, we have helped you, and we have also destroyed you. The right hand of Agartha helped you, until that group of men gave themselves into the hands of Shambhala. The left-hand source is good, so long as it is combined with the right hand. He who serves the left alone is lost. And he adds that Tibet has lost years of patient work through the defection of the Reich, that Stalin is now working against Tibet too, and that the shadows are gathering over it. Yet the secret realm lives still in the Asian wastes. Its throne is the roof of the world, and here it will come to life in visible manifestation when the promised time is fulfilled. And it is near, my white lamas for the West, it is near. Once again we hear the theme of the attempted revival of the polar tradition in the early 20th century, and of its subsequent perversion. Landeg's thesis, in short, is that Hitler's meteoric rise to power was the result of Thulian assistance, but that when he went wrong, he and all of Germany were left in the lurch, as befitted, to use Landeg's terms, the devotees of the materialistic, power-hungry Shambhala, marked by the beast whose number is 666. Finally, Landeg gives a third point of view, putting it into the mouth of a Gyud Lama, a magician monk who is not a Mongol but a native of Hind. He takes no part, he says, in the rivalries within Tibetan Buddhism, or in the string-pulling by the Dalai Lama on the one hand, and the Hutuktu and Urga on the other. He is not interested in a great world empire, for everything to him is Maya, illusion, except the eternal Atma Brahman and the peace of Buddha. Yet, he allows, the West is also seeking the Devayana, the way of the gods. Your light comes from the midnight mountain, whence you come and whither you must return. And because that is your vocation, you can partake neither of Buddha's peace nor of the storms of Asia's steeps. The Germans, held courteously but against their will, eventually succeeded in slipping away from Tibet, always hoping to rejoin the Arctic center. Point 103. So, I'm still surprised that this is saying point 103 is Arctic, because I was fully thinking it was Antarctic, but their fate is to be captured in India by the British, and because of their lack of papers and of a convincing story of where they have been, they languish long in a prisoner of war camp. When they are eventually repatriated to Germany and Austria, they find a world ruined and demoralized. Point 103 seems to have forgotten them. They ruefully admit during a reunion in Salzburg that if it still exists, it has probably had to isolate itself completely from the world of today. It is the Thulians, it seems, who have become the new Ahasuerus, traditional name of the wandering Jew. All that remains to them is to constitute a Fourth Reich in exile, patiently waiting for the age of Pisces to reach its inevitable end. And as the fish age passes, so St. Peter's religious tyranny in Rome will crumble, and the black magic of the Shriners and the Jewish arts will lose its potency. Then, says Landig, the blue and gold banner of the Aryans will fly again, and the black sun of their Negredo will turn to silver. Götzen gegen Thule is in one sense a massive work of revisionism, or, to put it plainly, of whitewashing the Nazis. Juncker claims, quite coolly, for example, that the pictures of heaps of bodies supposedly taken in the concentration camps were actually the stripped victims of the Allied air raids on Munich, piled up and photographed for propaganda purposes. In another sense, Götzen is the philosophy of Evola's Rivolta contra il mondo moderno, adapted for the novel-reading public, educating them in the myths of Arctic Thule and in its politics, and decorated with other powerful myths of our time, such as those that link the UFOs, man-made or otherwise, the underground kingdom, the Cathars and Albigenses, the Holy Grail, Nazi survival, Himalayan masters, and international conspiracy, both political and occult. Chasing the Black Order. The discovery of a North Canadian hideout of Nazi survivors reappears in a French book of uncertain credentials, Le Renversement ou la boucan contre l'ordre noir, The Reversal or La Boucane Against the Black Order, 1984, by R.P. Reverend Père Martin. Because this work is better known than Landig's and has been summarized and discussed in several books, we need not treat it at such length. Presenting itself in every regard as factual and thoroughly anti-Nazi in its sentiments, Martin's book tells of the discovery in 1971 that a group of ex-Nazis is working behind the scenes towards world domination. This Black Order, originally the sobriquet of the SS, is developing its own advanced technologies, especially aircraft and methods of seismological and meteorological control, that will soon give it complete global power. It has a worldwide network of bases from which it destabilizes Western nations through terrorism, the encouragement of vice, and racism. Above all, it works with the right-wing governments of Central and South America towards the eventual federation of that continent under its rule. Le Renversement is structured around a voyage from Hudson Bay to Cape Horn as the Black Order's ship, the Sankt Pauli, is surreptitiously tracked and eventually robbed of its treasure, just as it is nearing its unknown base called Asgard. Martin comments, if the Arctic location of the mythological Asgard refers directly to the polar origin of the primordial tradition evoked by René Guénon, the Sankt Pauli, in heading for the Antarctic, would soon indicate that a true reversal of the poles had taken place, stricto sensu. Martin's book presents the issue as an unambiguous contest between the forces of evil, represented by the Black Order, and those of good, represented by a Christian warrior elite, founded by General de Gaulle, which was the subject of his preceding book, Le Livre des Compagnons Secrets, the Book of the Secret Companions, 1982. The ideals of the latter, simply called the Order, seem to owe as much to Lord Baden-Powell as to the General. Cleanliness in thought, word, and deed, simple piety, patriotism, and fairness in fighting, and the brotherhood of all races and classes. Its spiritual masters are René Guénon and Teilhard de Chardin, bugbear of the traditionalists. Its intellectual ones, Pierre Denoyer de Segonzac, one of de Gaulle's generals, and Mao Zedong. Far from being obsessed with racial purity, this order includes the story's hero, Napoleon La Boucane, who is the son of a French-Canadian father and a Cherokee Indian mother, and the captain of the expedition, a mulatto from Guadeloupe. In comparing Martin's book with Landing's, it is perhaps disconcerting to realize that, however different their roots, the ex-Nazis of Point 103 cherish exactly the same moral ideals as those of the Gaullist order. One happens to be pagan, the other Gallican Christian, but they share a common revulsion for the reign of quantity, as exemplified by the United States and its European vassals. For leaders without philosophy and without vision, serving only the interests of party politics and money-making. Serrano glorifies the Führer. An extreme case of the reversal of all accepted views is that of Miguel Serrano, born 1917, who was Chile's ambassador to India from 1953 to 62, Yugoslavia 62 to 64, and Austria 64 to 70. And member of various international commissions. His postings enabled him to meet many distinguished people, including Hermann Hesse and Carl Gustav Jung, on whom he wrote in his book C.G. Jung and Hermann Hesse, A Record of Two Friendships. 6 other books of Serrano's published in English treat of yoga and tantra, mystical love, and his own travels as a seeker of wisdom in India, South America, and the Antarctic. Serrano is a major figure, which makes it all the more important to know what really lies behind his published and poetic work. This is to be found in his 600-page philosophical summa entitled Adolf Hitler, El Ultimo Avatar, Adolf Hitler, the Last or Ultimate Avatar, 1984, which is dedicated to the glory of the Führer, Adolf Hitler. El Ultimo Avatar is probably the fullest modern statement of the Thulian philosophy in any language. We are to understand the title quite literally. Serrano means that Hitler is the 10th avatar of Vishnu, the Kalki avatar, who has incarnated to bring about the end of the Kali Yuga and usher in a new age. In the terminology of Buddhism, Hitler is a Tulku or a Bodhisattva, who, having previously emancipated himself from bondage to the circles of this world, has taken on voluntary birth for the sake of mankind. Therefore, he is beyond criticism. I write "is" because Serrano is a believer in the Hitler survival myth. He thinks that the Führer left Berlin in 1945, probably in one of the German flying saucer planes, to assume an invisible existence in the subterranean realm of the South Pole, from which, now that the exoteric war is over, he continues to direct the esoteric war. But to understand the necessity for such an avatar, it is necessary to go back in time to the beings who arrived on Earth from outside the galaxy and founded the first Hyperborea. There has been an enormous conspiracy to conceal their origins, says Serrano. The last documents were destroyed along with the Alexandrian library. There is also a conspiracy to misrepresent them as extraterrestrials coming in spaceships or UFOs. True, if it were to see them, they would appear as disks of light, but we have lost the senses that would enable us to perceive them properly. Their center on Earth, the first Hyperborea, was immaterial, not limited to geographic zones, and outside the circle of circles. That is, the realm ruled by the Demiurge who was and is the lord of this planet. An inferior kind of godlet, this Demiurge had managed to create human beings of a sort, low robotic types of whom we find remnants in Neanderthal man. The Demiurge's plan for his creatures was that on death they would take the Pitriana, the way of the ancestors, and return to Earth again and again. For the Hyperboreans, on the other hand, this kind of involuntary reincarnation, trapped in the Demiurge's circles, was abhorrent. At death they take the Devayana, the way of the gods, returning to the world only if they choose, as Tulkus or Bodhisattvas. These Hyperboreans commanded the power of Vril and possessed the third eye. They did not reproduce sexually, but through plasmic emanation from their own bodies, while through their veins coursed the light of the black sun. It was their great adventure to incarnate for the purpose of combating the mechanical universe of the Demiurge. As the divine beings entered into this holy war, a second Hyperborea was made, at first invisible, later as a circular continent around the North Pole. This was the place of the Golden Age or Satya Yuga, ruled by Saturn, the god who devours time, and his consort Rhea. Generously, the Hyperboreans began training the planet's lower races to help bring about their semi-animal state. They gave to the black, yellow, and red races a particle of immortality and began to spiritualize the earth. Then came the catastrophe. As Genesis 6:4 puts it, the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. The Hyperboreans made the mistake of mingling their blood in intercourse with the demiurgish creatures, and in this sin of racial mixture, paradise was lost. The physical cause was the fall of a moon or comet, as a result of which the North and South Poles changed position, and Hyperborea became invisible again. Before the cataclysm, some Hyperboreans had already taken refuge at the South Pole. Others were driven southwards by the Ice Age. We know them historically as the fine and artistic Cro-Magnon man, whose sudden appearance in Europe is a puzzle to anthropologists. One group of exiles found a great civilization in the Gobi Desert, then a fertile place. Henceforth, the world became the battleground between the Demiurge and the Hyperboreans, the latter always in danger of diluting their blood. There is nothing more mysterious than blood. Paracelsus considered it a condensation of light. I believe that the Aryan Hyperborean blood is that, but not the light of the golden sun, not of a galactic sun, but of the light of the black sun, of the green ray. We have already met the black sun as the symbol of Landed's point 103, and later in this book we will perhaps reach some understanding of the nature of the green ray. Serrano practiced yoga, and he devotes much of his book to esoteric anatomy based on the chakras, to which he assimilates the Nordic runes. An unnamed master tells him that at a certain point of yoga one leaves one's body, goes through the mystical death, past the golden sun to the black sun, and sees a new light, the green ray. Then one knows that one lives in the astral body. This appears to be the key to his extragalactic mythology. His Hyperboreans do not belong anywhere in the physical universe, but in a parallel state of being which they can occupy simultaneously with earthly consciousness, so as to carry on their combat in two or more worlds. However, this kind of transcendence is limited to those whose blood preserves the memory of the ancient white Hyperborean race. And so again, it doesn't necessarily even mean white Caucasian people. It makes me think of what René Guénon called as the Hamsas, because again, the Hamsas with Shin sits at 6. The casteless caste. Serrano praises the Brahmins of India for preserving their blood, and thus the memory of the time before the destruction of the Gobi civilization. He cites the theories of Tilak on the Arctic home of the Brahmins. One hardly need add that the same purposes are ascribed to the Aryan principles of the Nazis. In a way, one could appreciate Serrano's vista of hiero-history as an epic on the scale of J.R.R. Tolkien's The Silmarillion, or the Book of Genesis, or The Secret Doctrine, believing or disbelieving as one chose, but admiring the scope and the coherence of the whole. However, a detached reading is just not possible in this instance, which becomes more than obvious as we continue. The Demiurge, who is Jehovah or Yahweh, is anything but tolerant of the meddlings of the Hyperboreans, and from the beginning he has waged merciless war on them. His main tool in this resistance is the Jewish people, an anti-race responsible for the great conspiracy to which Serrano constantly refers. The Jews, we are told, are behind all the institutions of this world, ecclesiastical, political, hermetic, exoteric, and esoteric. Serrano hates Christianity, as he hates Freemasonry, seeing both as elements of the Jewish conspiracy. Hitler himself was betrayed by the aristocratic Christian and Masonic generals, so as to lose the most just war of this dark age, the only one which might have redeemed the planet, breaking the circle of circles. The Thule Society, in this perspective, was a revival of the Hyperborean ideals via Germanic myth in the science of runes. It may have had some element of English ancestry going back to John Dee, on whose researches Serrano writes some interesting pages. Likewise, it belonged to the same golden thread as the Templars. These knights, he says, had discovered the Hyperborean tradition for themselves and broken with their Judeo-Christian origins, an event celebrated by their rupture from the Priory of Sion. Some of them, like Hitler, fled the ruin of their order and probably came to America in 1307, the date when their fleet disappeared from La Rochelle. I notice, parenthetically, that the 600th anniversary of this exodus was marked by Lorenz von Liebenfeld's foundation of the Ordo Novi Templi in 1907, and by the command of Jacques de Molay received in Paris early in 1908 to found a new order of the temple with René Guénon as chief. Nearer the Thulians' own time, there was evidently a link with the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, but Serrano says that it was perverted by the degeneracy of Aleister Crowley and the Jewish Bergsons. Moria Bergson, sister of the philosopher Henry, was the wife of, that should be S.L. MacGregor Mathers, Samuel Liddell MacGregor Mathers, and channel for his rituals. So the Thule Society was succeeded by the SS, the shock troops of an effort to reverse the direction of human devolution. During the earliest part of Hitler's campaigns, according to Serrano, his intention had simply been to reconquer the ancient territories of the Aryans or Hyperboreans. Rudolf Hess's flight to England in 1941 was the last stage of this effort, intended through renewed contacts with the Golden Age to unite Germany with her Aryan cousins, the British, and encourage them also to purify their race. But after the apparent failure of this mission, Hitler took up his avatar to destiny of total war on all fronts against the international Jewry and the Demiurge, attacking them in their most powerful creation, the Communist Soviet Union. As for Hitler's attacks on Jewry within his own created frontiers, Serrano denies the myth of the 6 million, and writes that the German is heroic but never cruel. Cruelty, he says, is typical of races of mixed blood. Unknown to almost everybody, Hitler's major energies during the World War went into experiments of magical realism, which included the construction of flying saucers, dematerialization, submarine exploration of the Arctic, discreet contact with Tibet, and the pursuit of advanced science in the Antarctic or Arctic fastnesses. Then, with the fall of Berlin, he escaped through an underground passage that Albert Speer had designed, connecting the bunker with Tempelhof Airfield, and entered another world. Serrano now joins hands with the Hollow Earthers, whom we will meet again in Chapter 13. Had the German submarines discovered at the North Pole or in John Dee's Greenland the exact point through which one penetrates, as through a black funnel, going to connect with the other pole, emerging in that paradisal land and sea that are no longer here, yet exist. An impregnable paradise from which one can continue the war and win it. For when this war is lost, the other is won. The Golden Age, Ultima Thule, Hyperborea, the other side of things, so easy and so difficult to attain. The inner earth, the other earth, the counter earth, the astral earth, and real quick, because that stands out to me, astral is also the reverse of 103, to which one passes, as it were, with a click, a bilocation, or trilocation of space. It is one thing to read such stuff in that peculiar corner of literature that unifies UFO and Hollow Earth enthusiasts with Nazi revisionists. For example, the publications of Ernst Zundel, UFOs, Last Secret of the Third Reich, and Secret Nazi Polar Expeditions. It is quite another thing, and a more disturbing one, to find the identical mixture spilling from a man in full command of the esoteric field and familiar with the corridors of worldly power. Serrano's latest book is called Nacional Socialismo, Única Solución para los Pueblos de América del Sur, National Socialism, the only solution for the peoples of South America. It gives one the uneasy feeling that Père Martin may have been onto something in his analysis of neo-Nazi activity in the countries concerned. Marching with the Dead, the case of Jean Parvulesco. And since he doesn't really talk about 103 the rest of this, I'm not going to read it, but you can read it. But it does all go to show, like, make me think that this 103 and the pole reversal, the fact that I thought it was Antarctica, but I know that it does reference it as Antarctica somewhere. I forgot where, but I guess when I read this, it gave me the impression it was Antarctica. But either way, it makes me think of magnetism and like 103 being essentially like the black sun. And again, the word and the verse where it says something about leaving nothing but the blade, but it makes me think of essentially the word in the Divani sense as being sort of just like empty in a way. I don't know. It's hard to explain. But yeah, this diamond rhombus. I wanted to go into that 103 thing because I don't know. I see it as just this hole in the web, or this hole in space-time in a sense. But anyway, and so I said, quoting from Jung's Ion, Kircher's system shows certain affinities with our series of quaternions. Thus, the second monad is a duality consisting of opposites, corresponding to the angelic world that was split by Lucifer's fall. Another significant analogy is that Kircher conceives his schema as a cycle set in motion by God as the prime cause, the unfolding out of itself, brought back to God again through the activity of human understanding, so that the end returns once more to the beginning. This, too, is an analogy of our formula. The alchemists were fond of picturing their opus as a circulatory process, as a circular distillation, or as the Ouroboros, the snake biting its own tail, and they made innumerable pictures of this process. Just as the central idea of the Lapis Philosophorum plainly signifies the self, so the opus, with its countless symbols, illustrates the process of individuation, the step-by-step development of the self from an unconscious state to a conscious one. And again, self being the 1 in the 100, 100 being 10 times 10, and self with a shin is 341, the Liber HHH, which has its sort of magnetic relations. That is why the lapis as prima materia stands at the beginning of the process as well as at the end. According to Michael Meyer, the gold, another synonym for the self, comes from the opus circulatorium of the sun. This circle is the line that runs back upon itself, like the serpent that with its head bites its own tail, wherein that eternal painter and potter, God, may be discerned. In this circle, nature has related the four qualities to one another and drawn, as it were, an equilateral square, since contraries are bound together by contraries and enemies by enemies, with the same everlasting bonds. Meyer compares this squaring of the circle to the Homo quadratus, the four-square man, who remains himself, come weal, come woe. He calls it the golden house, the twice bisected circle, the four-cornered phalanx, the rampart, the city wall, the four-sided line of battle. This circle is a magic circle consisting of the union of opposites, immune to all injury. Independently of Western tradition, the same idea of the circular opus can be found in Chinese alchemy. When the light is made to move in a circle, all the energies of heaven and earth, of the light and the dark, are crystallized, says the text of the Golden Flower. Ion, chapter 14, Carl Jung. Here are some quotes from Ion. The lapis, the philosopher's stone, consists of the 4 elements or has to be put together from them. Morienus, from Tractatus Aureus, Ion, page 236 through 237. And as a man is made up of 4 elements, so also is the stone. And so it is dug out of man, and thou art its ore. Page 168. It is called ultimo et squadra circuli, the square in the circle, or the circle in the square. It is an age-old symbol that goes right back to the prehistory of man. It is all over the earth, and it either expresses the deity or the self. Conversations with Carl Jung and reactions from Ernest Jones. Carl Jung on the symbol of the diamond. Professor Jung: as a matter of fact, it does have something to do with consciousness. Could you give more details about it? Participant: the transparent stone refers to the diamond. It is refined earth, the epitome of refined earth. The earth is dark, gloomy, non-transparent, and starts to become transparent in the stone. Although the stone is earth, hardest earth, it assumes the character of transparent water. We speak of a diamond of the first water because of its transparency. The philosopher's stone is also vitrum aureum, the golden glass, or vitrium malleabile, the malleable glass. In the book of Revelation it says that the streets of the New Jerusalem were like golden glass. Revelation 21:21. And this makes me also think, just because I really didn't know how it would sort of fit, but plural for stones, abnim, is 103 in Hebrew. Aben, abanim. Professor Jung: so it is the same idea as in alchemy, that the earth had been transformed into a transparent, water-like, yet hard and imperishable, incorruptible structure. Therefore, the philosopher's stone is the expression of the highest perfection of the earthly body. And therefore, you also find the idea that the lapis philosophorum is man himself, that is, his corpus glorificatum, his body at the resurrection. This immortal body is the subtle body that had left the physical body and is beyond corruption. The diamond, the hardest mineral, is synonymous with the lapis philosophorum, so the mighty diamond. This is ancient metaphysics, old speculation in symbolic form. What does this mean psychologically? It was mentioned that the diaphanitis and the stoniness, the inelasticity, could have to do with the nature of consciousness. You can find this connection in the old texts of alchemy. The idea, that is, that the stone is the product of a mental operation, the equivalent, so to speak, of enlightenment. Therefore, the stone says in a Hermetic text, I create the light that is greater than all other lights in the world. So what is actually meant is a phenomenon of consciousness, a product of human effort, and at the same time a donum gratiae, a gift of God's grace. It is always stressed that it is impossible to do it on one's own. It can only be given per gratiam Dei. But man still has to make the effort to make this structure. It originally was a head, that is, a consciousness that was in the head. It is symbolized as the head of Osiris that was washed ashore from the sea and venerated by the women of Byblos. This severed head, the so-called round element, is the epitome of perfection. A consciousness has crystallized that is imperturbable, a detached consciousness, characterized by wholeness, represented by roundness. Participant: in the legend of Perseus, too, we find this idea in the severed head of the Gorgon. Here, roundness is linked to the mortification of the mother. Professor Jung: yes, quite right. In the stars you find the constellation of Perseus with the Gorgon's head above the sign of Taurus. The great Gorgon's head is the horrible face entwined by snakes. It is the face of the past in front of which we are petrified. The fear it provokes can be traced back to the fear of the devouring mother, the horror of this. For this face can turn you into dead earth again. This danger was averted by Perseus by cutting the Gorgon's throat with a fiery sword, a diamond sword. This would mean that the danger is averted by the intervention of consciousness, of thinking, because it was an act of consciousness that detached him from that horror. When the flood of blackness is later inundating him again, he can free himself from it because he can cut the head off the horrible mother. You find a similar standpoint in the philosophy of the Upanishads. Also, I just want to say that Devi Mahavidya is also one of three, the great mother wisdom or goddess of great wisdom. You find a similar standpoint in the philosophy of the Upanishads. The knowledge about Atman liberates from the law of the earth. So the head is that round thing originally hidden in matter, that Zosimos called the Omega element. That's why the ancient philosophers called themselves children of the golden head. This was the opposite of the caput mortuum or caput corvi, which is the sediment that precipitates, or the opposite of nigredo. This caput aureum, however, is the end product of the process. It is also round, it is the wholeness, and it is a transparent stone. Carl Jung, Children's Dreams, Seminar, pages 221 through 223. Regnum in Potentia, Part 1, Saturn's Kingdom Transformed into the Golden Age, by Tracy Twyman, March 16, 2011. As I join the world in watching with awe the revolutions unfolding throughout the Middle East and the spirited revolt that seems to be spreading across the West, I can't help but think that we are really witnessing the dawning of a new era. The revolution that is spreading is spearheaded largely by the disenfranchised youth of the world. Educated and hardworking but unable to obtain a job, feed themselves or raise a family, and with no future prospects whatsoever, the present generation has no choice but to fight for survival. Moreover, the elder generation of ruling class, grown fat on the blood of their subjects and dependent on their servants for everything, have laid upon this generation an enormous, unpayable debt burden that has been built up over the last several generations, and demanded that the youth of today now pay the full price for their sins, the laziness, selfishness, and neglect practiced by their forefathers. Not surprisingly, the answer to this call has been a resounding hell no. The elite, who weren't expecting such an insolent reaction, are now attempting to bomb, shoot, and bludgeon their young slaves into submission. It won't work. We have reached the nadir of a historically repeating cycle. This is a moment born of destiny. Whitney Houston sang, "I believe the children are the future," but throughout history the prevailing attitude has been that the sacrifice of the future of children and the children of the future is the predominant source of sustenance for the present population. Indeed, as I point out in my book, money grows on the tree of knowledge. Our own civilization has been built around the concept of stealing the wealth of the future, in order to manufacture artificial wealth to be enjoyed by the ruling class adults in the present. In this book, I demonstrate that this is analogous to the story in Greek mythology of Kronos eating his own children, to eliminate rivals and assure the continuance of his rule. Saturn with his scythe leaning on a cane. In alchemical studies, this myth is used as a metaphor for the production of gold from lead. In the book, I demonstrate how the entire economy is built around alchemical processes, and that the central mystery of alchemy is child sacrifice. The alchemical process is a metaphorical formula of transformation that can be applied to all manner of different things. This includes the turning of the ages, the evolution of man, both physically and spiritually, through the passage of lengthy eons of time. In that book, I talked about the concept that the Greeks and Romans had of the Golden Age. Their poets wrote of a four-step cycle of eons that life on Earth went through repeatedly. Each age was named after a metal, and each was considered a devolution from the previous era. Some Roman writers said that the races which ruled each era were actually made of these metals. Sometimes these are said to be different races of men, although the accounts make it clear that the early races were not ordinary men, but gods, and the later races were the hybrid children of gods mating with humans. The race of the heroic era from which Hercules, Jason, and Odysseus came was such a hybrid race. Sometimes a fifth age was added, that of stone, said to be the present age. The men of the present age were said to have been produced when the heroes of the Greek deluge myth, Deucalion and Pyrrha, washed up in their ark on Mount Parnassus. Allegedly, they pulled a cloth over their heads to blindfold them, and then threw stones behind their backs, which magically turned into human children, our ancestors. Ours is said to be a devolved version of the race of heroes, the divine DNA of our forefathers watered down with too much human blood. Deucalion and Pyrrha creating the stone race after the flood. However, what they all seem to agree on is that first was the Golden Age, in which allegedly the earth was peopled by gods. In Kronos, Saturn was chief among them. But strangely, although he was lord of the earth, this was seen not as a time of autocratic rule, but peaceful anarchy. Saturn was thought of as the lord of unrule, and during this epoch his subjects wanted for nothing. There was no money, nobody had to work for a living, and all things were held in common. It was a paradise in which everyone was free to do as they wished because there was no lack, and therefore no need for involuntary compulsion through violent force, or so it is implied. Illustration from Goltzius based on Ovid's description of the Golden Age. Because of this, Saturn was associated with the Liberty Cap, also known as the Phrygian Cap, a soft red floppy hat like Santa Claus wears, without the fuzzy cotton ball at the end. In the Roman Empire, the Liberty Cap was worn by slaves who had been set free, either temporarily or permanently. When the Romans celebrated his festival at the end of the year, Saturnalia, no work was done, public drunkenness was encouraged, rules against gambling and prostitution were temporarily suspended, and slaves were given furloughs from their duties, let to run about as free men, with the red cap of liberty on their heads. A temporary sovereign was elected to represent the Lord of Misrule, who would eat and drink like a king until New Year's Day. He would give out gifts to children and receive many gifts himself. In the earliest times in which this festival was observed, this king would reign ritually for a year, then be sacrificed at the end of the next year's Saturnalia. In Plutarch's Lives, we read, "The Saturnalia was a feast celebrated on the 14th of the calends of January betide the sacrifices in honor of Saturn, who upon his retiring into Italy introduced there the happiness of the Golden Age. Servants were at this time indulged in mirth and freedom in memory of the equality which prevailed in that age. Presents were sent from one friend to another, and no war was to be proclaimed or offender executed. It is uncertain when this festival was instituted. Many aspects of these rites have survived into modern times. There are obvious parallels with our Christmas and New Year's celebrations, as I discussed in Money Grows on the Tree of Knowledge. The character of Saturn, or the Lord of Misrule, is obviously now played by Santa Claus. During the season, children stay home from school and most people take significant time off work. They drink, overeat, and kill each other, stampeding in competition for the opportunity to purchase toys, and not always given to children. As I discuss in that book, the alchemically designed economy is built to be dependent upon this annual display of excess consumption to fuel the financing machine for the coming year. Saturn riding in his chariot. The New Year's celebrations with their drunken orgies definitely stem from Saturnalian origins as well. This is proven by the symbolism used in modern times to depict New Year's time, with Father Time representing the old year and the New Year's babe representing the coming annum. We make New Year's resolutions and think, should auld acquaintance be forgot, just as our ancestors used this time to wash their hands of their past sins by laying them instead on the heads of a sacrificial victim. This role was played by Kronos and Dionysus in ancient times, with the latter being referred to as the child in the harvest basket, the basket in which the sun god was said to make his annual voyage through the heavens. This is also the traditional time at which the birth of Kronos, patricidal son Zeus, was celebrated, born at midwinter when the sun entered the house of Capricorn, the goat, according to Robert Graves. Santa Claus riding a goat, representative of Capricorn, the sign that rules the time of Saturnalia, with a child in a basket tucked under his arm. But there are other examples as well of the continuing celebration of Saturnalia. There is Childermas on December 26th, discussed in a previous article of mine on which the massacre of the innocents is observed. A story linked by European alchemists, specifically with the Greek story of Kronos eating his children. Then there is the Feast of the Epiphany on January 6th, and the related celebration of Mardi Gras, which begins with that feast. This is the day on which the festival of the manifestation of Christ to the Gentiles is celebrated, and is traditionally the day on which the three magi came to the bedside of the baby Jesus bearing gifts. On this day it is customary to bake Epiphany cakes, or king cakes, as they are called in New Orleans, into which a tiny bean or token has been buried, representing the Christ child. Often it is an actual plastic baby. Sometimes the cake itself is also made out of marzipan and formed into the shape of a baby. Each guest at an Epiphany party will get their own cake, but only one of them, chosen at random, will contain the baby token. Whichever guest gets the baby served to them is the king of the party, and will be treated to special party favors. They literally shout, "I've got the baby," to everyone in the room when the token is discovered. A marzipan Epiphany cake in the shape of a baby. The downside, however, to being chosen is that the king has to clean up the mess at the end, or is responsible for hosting the party next year. The parallels to King Saturn eating his children in the practice at Saturnalia of a temporary king being chosen for sacrifice are obvious. So too are the connections between Saturnalia and Carnival, which is celebrated in New Orleans from January 6th until Ash Wednesday in March, when we begin to celebrate Christ's sacrifice on the cross. These traditions all date back to the 18th century, but it is said that the sacrificial king of the Roman Saturnalia was chosen in a similar fashion. The implication hidden in the rite is that the king chosen by lot is the one who eats the baby, just as Saturn did, but in so doing he seals the fate of his own doom. The fact that in Europe a sabot, a device used in firearms, was used for the token in the cake, makes the implied threat even more obvious. Mardi Gras king cake with plastic baby token. Another similar modern-day celebration is that of Vasilopita, on New Year's Day in the Balkans in Eastern Europe. The word literally means king pie, although the holiday has in modern times been associated with Saint Basil, whose feast day is celebrated on that date also. There are many different versions of his story, but they all involve distributing cakes amongst the townspeople in which coins of various values were hidden at random. Basil means king in Old French and Greek, so the choosing of this saint to represent this day in this ritual cannot be a coincidence. The date is celebrated much like the Feast of the Epiphany, with a coin being the traditional token in the cake. The details of the rite are rather interesting. A single cake is used, cut into slices, with one of them containing the cake. The cutting of the cake takes place at midnight on New Year's Eve and involves everyone in the household. The sign of the cross is etched onto the top, and then slices are given out to everyone, the eldest receiving theirs first. It is also traditional to slice a piece to sacrifice to the Kalakantzaroi. They are described as having hairy bodies, hooves for feet, and sporting enormous erect penises, like traditional satyrs in Greek mythology. The name is said to mean beautiful centaur, named after the legendary creatures described as horses from the waist down, but with the heads of men. The Kalakantzaroi were believed to live underground at the center of the earth, at the bottom of the world tree in Greek tradition. This is described as being a pole that holds the heaven apart from earth. These demons are said to be constantly trying to saw down the trunk of the tree so that it will collapse. But just as they are about to succeed each year, tradition states that on Christmas Day the sun stops moving temporarily. The Kalakantzaroi are released from their underground prison and come to the surface to torment human beings, which they do until the 6th of January. Then, on the feast day of the Epiphany, the sun is said to start moving again, and the demons become trapped underground once more. Then they find that all their work sawing the world tree has been undone, and they must start over again. The world tree where the Kalakantzaroi do their evil deeds. So here we have a few interesting connections. For one thing, this information confirms my speculation in an earlier article that the tradition of leaving cookies for Santa Claus might be reminiscent of an older folk tradition in which food sacrifices were laid out to satisfy the Saturnian child-eating entity represented by Santa Claus, in hopes that he doesn't eat the children instead. Indeed, the concept of a token representing a baby as being hidden inside of a cake specifically brings to mind the subterfuge of Rhea, Kronos' wife, who substituted a stone for the baby Zeus, when Kronos came to devour him as a newborn infant. Secondly, we have a connection between these bizarre Saturnian rituals at Christmas and the concept of global cataclysm, specifically the destruction of the Earth's present polar configuration. I will get into this in more detail later on. An ancient celebration of the Saturnalia. The alchemist Fulcanelli wrote in The Mystery of the Cathedrals about the connections between the Epiphany Day rituals and the symbolism of alchemy. The child in the cake stands for the gold hidden within the lead, represented by Saturn, which must be divulged and refined through the alchemical process, like a soul being extracted from a human body. He writes, "As for the common subject of the work, some call it magnesia lunarii, or lunari. Others, who are more sincere, call it lead of the wise, vegetable Saturn. Philalethes, Basil Valentine, and the Cosmopolite say son or child of Saturn. Therefore, brothers, if you pay attention to what I have said about the Epiphany cake, galette de roi, you will no longer have any doubt about the subject which you must choose. Its common name will be clearly known to you. You will then be in possession of this chaos of the wise, in which all hidden secrets exist in potential, as Philalethes asserts, and with the skilled artist he will not hesitate to actualize, open, that is to say, decompose, this matter. Try to separate the pure part of it, or its metallic soul as the sacred expression has it, and you will have this Kermes, the Hermes, the mercury dye which has within it the mystic gold, just as St. Christopher carries Jesus and the ram carries its own fleece. You will understand why the golden fleece is hung on the oak, like the gall in the Kermes, and you will be able to say without violating the truth that the old hermetic oak acts as mother to the secret mercury. By comparing legends and symbols, light will dawn in your mind, and you will know the close affinity which unites the oak to the ram, Saint Christopher to the child king, the good shepherd to the lamb, the Christian counterpart of Hermes Creophorus, the ram-bearer, etc. Later on, Fulcanelli describes an image inside a cathedral involving a dragon which he says is, in code, depicted as using its flaming breath to cook a child inside of an Athanor. This child is said to be a king, and the son of the dragon himself, through the rape of a human female, a princess, he says. This monstrous beast, with the grace of some great lizard, used to embrace the Athanor, leaving in its flames the triply crowned little king, who is the son of its violent acts on the dead adulteress. Only the face of the mineral child appears as it undergoes the baths of fire, mentioned by Nicholas Flamel. It is here swathed and tied up like the figure of the little bather, still found today in Epiphany cakes. Fulcanelli says that the child Mercury, the philosopher's stone, shut up in the prison of the Athanor, is like the baby imprisoned within the Epiphany cake. Even the very pastry of the cake obeys the laws of traditional symbology. This pastry is flaky, and our little bather is shut up in it like a bookmarker. This is an interesting confirmation of the matter represented by the Epiphany cake. Sendivogius tells us that the prepared mercury has the aspect and form of a stony mass, crumbly and flaky. If you look at it closely, he says, you will notice that it is all flaky. Indeed, the crystalline layers which form this substance lie one above the other like the leaves of a book. He then goes on to say, the popular expression to take the cake means to be fortunate. The one who is fortunate enough to find the bean in the cake has no further need for anything. He will never lack money. He will be doubly king by science and by fortune. Drawing depicting the Feast of the Epiphany with cake ritual. So the message is that the fortunate one is the one who eats the baby, because he gets to be king. But his luck is soon to run out. Because, as we know, at the very earliest roots of this ritual, it is the king who pays the price at next year's Saturnalia rite. This is the central mystery upon which all our social institutions are based. This pattern can be found within society in numerous ways, and can even be measured over the course of vast eons of time. As I stated in Money Grows on the Tree of Knowledge, there is a moral dilemma implied in the story of Kronos and Saturn. Saturn is associated with liberty and a golden age of peaceful anarchy. Yet we know that in order to maintain this form of rule, he killed his own children to prevent them from growing up to overtake him. The only reason the golden age was so golden was because Saturn's children were paying the price of the sacrifice. But this is par for the course. Kronos himself had overthrown his father Uranos, castrated him and imprisoned him in the depths of the earth. Kronos, too, had narrowly escaped death as a child, since his father had also tried to kill all of his children at birth for the same reason. In some versions of the myth, Uranos tried to keep them from being born by imprisoning them within the mother's womb. Since their mother was Gaia, Earth, this meant that they were shut up in Tartarus, the lowest chamber of the underworld, called the prison of the sons of Earth. This is also where the Titans were jailed by Zeus after he overthrew them. Here is the meaning of this myth. Kronos, Father Time, had lived and ruled, or unruled, for untold eons in a timeless realm before the coming of Zeus. In this realm there could be no begetting of offspring, or else there would also be death. Thus the birth of children had to be prevented, either by confining them within the womb, as Uranos did, or by swallowing them at birth, as Kronos did, attempting to negate their existence by confining them to another womb of sorts, his gullet. This is exactly what the story of the Garden of Eden indicates. Adam and Eve live in happy, timeless ignorance. They are the children of a God who remains to them invisible, and they are still shut up inside the womb, or within their father's gullet. There they live as parasites, forming a symbiotic relationship with their host, who provides them with all the sustenance they need. Which I guess they wouldn't then be parasites, but oh well. Then one day a foreign fruit is introduced to them from outside. They are told by their father, the unseen God, not to eat it. But they do anyway, and it initiates in them an awakening to the reality of what they are involved in. Their eyes are opened. They wake up from the dream and realize that they are slowly being digested. At that moment, they are vomited out into the cold, cruel outside world, forced to work for their daily bread, fighting for survival. With their birth, or perhaps their second birth, the passage of time is finally allowed to begin. As we read of the passages of the various ages, from golden to silver, then to bronze, iron, and some say stone, we understand that the transition from one eon to the next is always marked by a revolution of a similar sort, in which the disenfranchised son of the king, the rightful inheritor to the throne, escapes death and overtakes his tyrant father. If the father is a divine god-king, as in the oldest myths, he doesn't really die, but instead falls into a death-like sleep, and is imprisoned in the center of the earth. There he waits to be avenged and reincarnated in a new king, reigning over a new age. Another depiction of the Golden Age. What these myths of the Golden Age, Garden of Eden, and other primordial paradises really point to is the concept of a cosmic center, a kingdom that doesn't really exist except in the other world, in Potentia. But it is said to be at the heart of our own existence, and its essence can be felt everywhere. It is a place where there is no time as we know it. Rather, all points of time exist simultaneously, and all space as well. This is why the people who live there are said to never grow old. Presently, in our own time, we perceive it as fallen, like Eden, Atlantis, or the sunken Rillia of H.P. Lovecraft's stories. But the legends state that there will come a time in the future when a new age will dawn, and the hidden, sunken kingdom will rise again. The old king reborn to rule again, instantly transforming our own mundane world into the timeless paradise formerly relegated to the other world. This is exactly how the relationship between Osiris and Horus was viewed by the Egyptians. There was never a time when Osiris was really alive, ruling his kingdom on earth. From the earliest times he was thought to be in the center of the earth, in his tomb at the center of the world mountain. His son Horus ruled on the surface as his reincarnation. But it was the existence of the undead Osiris in the underworld that gave Horus's throne its legitimacy. This is also how the realm of the Fisher King is described in the Grail romances, who, like Uranos, has been castrated and now rules over a kingdom out of time. He can never die, but isn't really alive. Only the food from the Grail keeps him alive in this in-between state. His wound will never heal, but continually festers and grows worse whenever Saturn is ascendant in the heavens. We also find hints in the romances that the food of the Grail, which keeps the king alive and the rest of his subjects in perpetual youth, is in fact the flesh and blood of children. That this is what the elixir of life is made from is hinted at also in the alchemical texts of Europe, and in many myths from throughout the world. I explore these ideas at length in Money Grows on the Tree of Knowledge. This is the fruit of the tree of life that the gods of Genesis sought to prevent man from obtaining, lest we live forever. In Wolfram von Eschenbach's Parzival, the knight Gawain is sent on a mission by a hermit who looks young, although he is 75 years old. The mission is to find the sword that John the Baptist was beheaded with, which he will need to enter the lands of the Fisher King. The sword belongs to a pagan king named Gurgeran,
who promises Gawain that he can have it if he will rescue the king's son from a giant who has kidnapped him. Gawain kills the giant, but the boy is strangled to death in the process. Then, in a strange rite, Gurduran chops his son's body into pieces and distributes them to his subjects to eat. Gawain then receives the sword and is led to the Grail banquet at the Fisher King's court, where 12 knights who were hundreds of years old, reminiscent of the 12 Olympian gods, sit around a banquet hall, all looking youthful except for their gray hair. The Golden Age, with Saturn or Kronos shown flying overhead in his chariot, eating a baby. The reason why the hidden kingdom always exists, but never really, except in potentia, is because it is the place where time began. Yet, if there is no time, how can there be a beginning? Therefore, through paradox and logical fallacy, it negates its own existence. Such is the case where the land of Nod, the wilderness land where Cain was exiled to, and where he built his kingdom. His descendants share the same names as those of his brother Seth, having for a single letter indicating their non-being. The chronology of their birth is slightly different than that of Seth's descendants because time has no meaning where they are. Cain, like Saturn, lived in perpetual fear of being killed by one of his descendants in revenge, as it had been prophesied according to tales recounted in Louis Ginsburg's book Legends of the Jews. Thus, in Genesis, Cain cries out to God in lamentation that he must forever remain in hiding, a fugitive and a vagabond, because whosoever findeth me shall slay me. This eventually transpired when he was killed by his descendant Lamech in a hunting accident, since Cain's horns, given to him by God supposedly as a protective mark to keep him safe from murder, caused him to be mistaken for an animal and shot. Yet another dirty trick from Jehovah. Then, having killed his own ancestor while hunting in the wilderness of the timelessness of Nod, Lamech and all of Cain's descendants ceased to be, or to have ever been. From that moment on, the Bible acknowledges them no more. This is exactly how Edith Hamilton summarizes Homer's description of the underworld of the dead. Hades, in his epic The Odyssey, according to her classic book Mythology, Timeless Tales of Gods and Heroes, where she wrote, "In Homer, the underworld is vague, a shadowy place inhabited by shadows. Nothing is real there. The ghost's existence, if it can be called that, is like a miserable dream. But the underworld is just part of this nebulous realm of the gods, which is clearly separate from our own world, and yet accessible from certain parts of our world, and in some ways strangely entangled with it. The larger divine realm came to be termed Olympus by the Greeks, but the exact meaning of this term is hard to specify. As Edith Hamilton explains, the 12 great Olympians were supreme among the gods who succeeded the Titans. They were called the Olympians because Olympus was their home. What Olympus was, however, is not easy to say. There is no doubt that at first it was held to be a mountaintop and generally identified with Greece's highest mountain, Mount Olympus in Thessaly, in the northeast of Greece. But even in the earliest Greek poem, the Iliad, this idea is beginning to give way to the idea of an Olympus in some mysterious region far above all the mountains of the earth. In one passage of the Iliad, Zeus talks to the gods from the topmost peak of many-ridged Olympus, clearly a mountain. Even so, it is not heaven. Homer makes Poseidon say that he rules the sea, Hades the dead, Zeus the heavens, but Olympus is common to all three. These are details common to just about any description of the popular motif of the world mountain, found in almost every culture around the globe. It is the location of the world tree, and the pole that holds the heavens aloft from the earth. The depths of the mountain's caverns and the roots of the tree reach down into the lowest level of existence, while the top of the mountain and the top of the tree reaches the highest level of heaven in existence. Summarizing this entire body of legends from around the world, Julius Evola wrote in The Mystery of the Grail, "These are first and foremost symbols of centrality, the center, the pole, the region in the middle of the earth, the central stone or the foundation, the magnet. Then symbols of stability, the island surrounded by the waters, the rock, the unshakable stone. Finally, symbols of inviolability and inaccessibility, the invisible or not to be found castle or land, a wild mountain peak, a subterranean region. Moreover, the land of light, the land of the living, the Holy Land. Yet again, all the variations of the golden symbolism, which on the one hand includes all the notions of solarity, light, regality, immortality, and incorruptibility, while on the other hand it has always had some relationship with the primordial tradition, and with the age characterized by gold. Other symbols point to life in the higher sense of the word, e.g. the perennial food, the tree of life, to a transcendent knowledge, to an invincible power. Everything appears variously mixed in the fantastic, symbolic, or poetic representations that in the various traditions have foreshadowed this constant theme of the invisible regnum and of the supreme center of the world, in itself or in its emanations and reproductions. The Grail Castle as the hidden kingdom at the center of the universe. But according to several different researchers specializing in several different fields long before and long after the Titanic Golden Age was conquered by Zeus, and the cosmic pole renamed Olympus, the ancients thought of the magical realm of World Mountain as being associated with Saturn. As Joscelyn Godwin writes in Arktos, the Polar Myth, ancient Iranian astronomers identified the pole as Saturn's womb, and so did the Neoplatonists of Greece. Julius Evola concurs, writing of the kingdom at the pole, that, moreover, according to a classical tradition, after having been the lord of this earth, the king of the Golden Age, Kronos, Saturn, was dethroned and castrated, that is, deprived of the power to beget, to give life to a new stock. He still lives, though asleep, in a region located in the far north, close to the Arctic Sea, which was also called the Cronid Sea. Castle of the Grail by Ferdinand Knapp. Here we touch upon what is perhaps the most mind-blowing concept hinted at in this whole collection of myths that we are presently examining. Saturn's kingdom, because it's timeless, is still there, enclosed within a prison of timelessness, surrounded by space-time. His death-like sleep is in fact the prison itself, for as Plutarch writes, his slumber had been artfully produced in order to chain him, and round about him were many demons for his guards and servants. His dreams are the shackles which bind him. Like the blissfully ignorant children of the Garden of Eden, he is bound in a hypnotic state by his own illusions. He has switched places with those he devoured. Plutarch writes about Saturn's hidden kingdom of dreams, which he describes as being on an island in his Morals. I find it worthy of lengthy quotation. The barbarians fable that Saturn is imprisoned by Jupiter, whilst his son lies by his side, as though keeping guard over those islands in the sea, which they call the Sea of Saturn. That seacoast of the mainland Greeks are settled on, around a bay not smaller than the Maeotis, the entrance of which lies almost in a straight line opposite the entrance to the Caspian Sea. Those Greeks call and consider themselves continental people, but islanders all such as inhabit this land of ours, inasmuch as it is surrounded on all sides by the sea, and they believe that with the peoples of Saturn were united later those who wandered about with Hercules, and being left behind there they rekindled into strength and numbers the Greek element. Then, on the point of extinction and sinking into the barbarian language, manners, and laws, whence Hercules has the first honors there, and Saturn the second. Plutarch then goes on to describe a strange sacrificial rite in which the servants of Saturn are sent out on perilous voyages to this island, where they serve him for a period of 13 years, after which they have the choice of staying in his realm or returning home. However, it is unclear in what capacity they serve, since Saturn's is a realm of abundance without toil and trouble. It seems to be more of a philosophical academy, akin to the philosophic kingdom of Sir Francis Bacon's New Atlantis. Interestingly, in that book, Bacon used an illustration of Saturn unveiling the naked Lady Venus in her secret tomb in the Venus Bird, a mythical mountain almost identical in description to Saturn's island. This is a hermetic symbol of the unveiling of the secrets of nature through alchemy, and it is said that whoever unveils Venus is cursed to remain a prisoner in her underworld kingdom forever within the caverns of her enchanted mountain at the center of the earth, where she rests in a death-like sleep, vivit non vivit, just like Saturn. Illustration from the New Atlantis. On Saturn's island, the god teaches them by communicating through apparitions and dreams. That's also how he keeps them on the island. He keeps them in a state of enchantment, just as Venus is said to do to the young men who visit her secret realm, as Plutarch describes it. But when the star of Saturn, which we call the informer, but they nocturnal, comes into the sign of the bull every 30 years, they, having got ready a long while beforehand all things required for the sacrifice in the games, they send out people appointed by lot in the same number of ships, furnished with provisions and stores necessary for persons intending to cross so vast a sea by dint of rowing, as well as to live a long time in a foreign land. When they have put to sea, they meet unnaturally with different fates. But those who escape from the sea first of all touch at the foremost isles, which are inhabited by Greeks also, and see the sun setting for less than 1 hour for 30 days in succession. And this interval is night, attended with slight darkness and a twilight glimmering out of the west. Having spent 90 days there, treating with honor and hospitality, being both considered and entitled holy, thenceforward they voyage with their help of the winds. No other people inhabit the islands save themselves and those that had been sent out before. It is, indeed, allowed to such as have served 13 years in waiting upon the god to return home, but the greatest part prefer to remain there, partly out of habit, partly because they have all things in abundance without toil and trouble, as they pass their time in sacrifices and hymn singing, or in studying legends and philosophy of some sort. For wonderful are both the island and the mildness of the climate, whilst the deity himself has been an obstacle to some when contemplating departure, by manifesting himself to them as familiars and friends, not by way of dreams or by tokens, but conversing with them in a visible form, with many apparitions and speeches of genii. For Saturn himself is imprisoned in a vast cavern, sleeping upon a rock overlaid with gold. For his sleep has been contrived by Jupiter for his chaining, whilst birds fly down from the rock, which are ordained to carry ambrosia to him, whilst the island is overspread with fragrance, diffused from the rock as from a fountain. Those genii wait upon and nurse Saturn, who had been his companions at the time when truly he used to reign over both gods and men. And they, being endowed with prophecy, foretell on their own account many things, but important matters, and such as concern the highest things. They go down in the cavern and report as the dreams of Saturn. For whatsoever things Jupiter is devising for the future, Saturn dreams what they are about, and that which is kingly and divine. The stranger having been carried there, as he told us, and waiting upon the god at his leisure, he gained acquaintance with astrology and geometry as far as it is possible to advance, whilst he took up natural science for his department of philosophy. This is the invisible college that the Rosicrucians wrote about. It is the Scholomance of Dracula, which, the story goes, 13 specially chosen students would attend each year to learn magic from the master himself. But only one would graduate and be permitted to ride the dragon. This is the same as the devil's school that witches attend when they go to the Sabbath, when they ride the broomstick or the goat, just as Jason rode the golden ram to safety. So too did Muhammad ride the woman horse Barak on the night journey to the furthest mosque, after falling asleep on the magical pillow stone that fell from heaven, which was the foundation stone of the world and which became the cornerstone of the Kaaba, the Holy Cube. So too did Jacob glimpse the ladder to heaven in a dream, after sleeping on the stone of Bethel, the house of God, the royal betel or thunderstone that was also said to have fallen to earth from heaven. This is the same as the alchemical magnet of the wise, the metaphorical lodestone that guides initiates to the sacred island where the other world is located. Or rather, perhaps we should consider that the magnet attracts to the initiate the transcendental location he seeks to find. It brings the hidden kingdom to him, transforming the designated space that he happens to be standing into the sacred space of the other world, where Saturn lies, dreaming, according to Julius Evola in The Mystery of the Grail. We have seen that of all the places in which the tests of the Grail's nights occur, the island and the castle seem to be in the forefront. The journey to such places should essentially be regarded sub specie interioritatis, that is, in terms of a shift of consciousness to a world that is usually precluded to human beings. And, in its polar character, this kingdom is immobile. It does not get closer to various points in the flow of history. Rather, it is the flow of history to which men and kingdoms get more or less close. Depiction of the invisible college as a contained vehicle. What we really have here is the concept of the sorcerer's magic circle, which is drawn on the floor in chalk when conjuring spirits. Of this, there are two types. One is meant to contain demons within it, so that you can safely conjure one and talk to him without the possibility of him getting loose or harming you. Supposedly, the demons cannot step outside of a properly prepared magic circle. In this way, it can be thought of as a bottle for holding a genie, much like the Ark of the Covenant was a container for the Spirit of God. The word ark means container, and is the root of a family of words in several different languages that mean coffin, prison, boat, and secret. This is what Saturn's island or prison/tomb really is. The other type can be thought of more as a traveling vessel. The magician places himself within the circle, and then he can safely travel to unseen astral realms without harming his mortal body. The universe around him is transformed, but he retains his own little bit of his home reality within the circle. In this sense, it is similar to a magic carpet. This, I think, is what Noah's Ark really was. It was a hermetically sealed vessel made of magic that allowed Noah and the other passengers to be raised up into a higher dimension so that while the world transformed around them, dissolving into the prima materia of chaos, the primeval ocean, they stayed safe within. When they exited the ark, they were literally in a whole new world. This is how the hero in all of the global cataclysm myths from throughout the world makes it through the trial. In the oldest version of the tale, from Mesopotamia, the flood hero, Utnapishtim, was told of the impending deluge from spirits who spoke to him through the walls of his house. They then instructed him on how to turn his own house into a vessel in the shape of a perfect cube. Similarly, the kingdom of God, or New Jerusalem in St. John's Revelation, is a flying city in the form of a perfect cube. This must certainly be connected to the cubic stone of the alchemists, Utnapishtim in his ark. In Mystery of the Cathedrals, Fulcanelli takes the last chapter to talk about alchemical concepts of the apocalypse. He speaks of the destruction and regeneration of the world as though it were an alchemical transformation, in which humanity must die, be dissolved into chaos like the philosophic Mercury, and be reborn. This discussion is sparked by his analysis in that chapter of a strange monument called the Cyclic Cross of Hendaye, which in a church courtyard in Basque, France, Fulcanelli writes in Mystery of the Cathedrals that, whatever its age, the Hendaye cross shows by the decoration of its pedestal that it is the strangest monument of primitive millenarism. The rarest symbolical translation of Chiliasm which I have ever met. It is known that this doctrine, first accepted and then refuted by Origen, St. Denis of Alexandria, and St. Jerome, although it had not been condemned by the Church, was part of the esoteric tradition of the ancient Hermetic philosophy. By rearranging the oddly spaced letters of the message on the cross's stand, O crux ave spes unica, Hail, O cross, the only hope, he obtained the following hidden message. Il est écrit que la vie se réfugie en un seul espace. It is written that life takes refuge in a single space. The meaning of this, says Fulcanelli, is that a country exists where death cannot reach man at the terrible time of the double cataclysm. As for the geographical location of this promised land from which the elite will take part in the return of the Golden Age, it is up to us to find it. For the elite, the children of Elias, will be saved according to the word of Scripture, because their profound faith, their untiring perseverance and effort, will have earned for them the right to be promoted to the rank of disciples of the Christ-light. They will bear his sign and will receive from him the mission of renewing, for regenerated humanity, the chain of tradition of the humanity which has disappeared. Depiction of the flood from the Metamorphoses of Ovid. So, Fulcanelli believed that we really are heading towards an apocalyptic event, and that messages predicting it are embedded in this monument. Moreover, he thought that alchemists and other elite would be able to decode the symbols left behind by the initiates of the past, to figure out a special country or space where they will be safe from the cataclysm. In the next installment of this series, we will talk about the possible connections between Saturn's hidden kingdom and the catastrophic Earth changes in the distant past, as well as the future. We will get into concepts of how the calendar may have been different during the Golden Age, and how it may change again in the future due to dramatic alterations in Earth's magnetic field. We will talk about Saturn as the magnet of the wise and the idea of a black sun at the center of the Earth that was thought to be responsible for generating this mysterious force. Later on in this essay series, we will examine the type of governance represented by Saturn. We will examine the historic role that this figure was believed to have played as one of the early conquerors and civilizers of the Italian peninsula. We will also talk about stories of the alleged lost kingdom of Atlantis and the possible connections with Saturn's Golden Age kingdom. We will consider the conceptual relationship between our world and the hidden world to see if we can shed any light on why our social institutions operate the way they do. The place which seems the most solid is perhaps the most unstable. We have a tendency to forget that we live on a volcano, at the center of great forces of strength. All is accomplished in accordance with well-determined cycles. A navigator guides the arch, in the flood. We do not subscribe to the conventional and erroneous astrology. The stars in themselves exert no influence. They are but reference points in space. Chiron, aka Pierre Plantard, from the magazine Circuit, 1959.
Regnum in Potentia, Part 2, Fishing for Men, by Tracy Twyman, April 5th, 2011. Up to now, it has been assumed that all our cognition must conform to the objects. But let us once try whether we do not get farther with the problems of metaphysics by assuming that the objects must conform to our cognition. Immanuel Kant, Critique of Pure Reason. We are an empire now, and when we act, we create our own reality. And while you're studying that reality, judiciously as you will, we'll act again, creating other new realities. which you can study too. And that's how things will sort out. We're history's actors, and you, all of you, will be left to just study what we do. Anonymous Senior Aide to President George W. Bush, as quoted by Ron Suskind in the New York Times, October 17, 2004. In the Grail story, the hero Parzival comes upon the Grail Castle by accident. He is on a quest for something else entirely, or so he thinks, although that object varies according to the version of the tale in question. However, at some point in his adventures, he comes across an old man fishing in a boat. He asks the man where he might find lodging for the night, and is pointed to a nearby castle with a tall tower. Only later does he discover that the man he spoke to was the lord of the castle and the king of the surrounding lands. This is the Grail King, the rich fisher, who lives on the food provided magically by the Grail, and rules by virtue of the power that it gives him. But his kingdom is sick, as he himself is sick, from a wound inflicted during battle with another king, to whom he is related biologically. Both the king and his kingdom are kept in a death-like dream state by the power of the Grail. But they suffer constantly because the king cannot be healed from his wound, called the dolorous stroke. The wound gets more painful when Saturn is ascendant in the heavens, and is said to be in the thigh, a phrase thought by many mythographers to be a euphemism for castration. The dolorous stroke. If this is so, it might link him to Uranus, the god king who was castrated and dethroned by his son Kronos, or Saturn. However, there are also many figures in mythology, including the Greek blacksmith god Hephaestus, and the biblical patriarch Jacob, who became incurably wounded in the thigh at some point during their lives. The potential connection with Uranus, though, is interesting, since this god, whom the Chaldeans called Oannes, was depicted by them as a man who was half fish. But none of the details of a holy myth are ever present by accident. There is a reason why Parzival is led to the Grail Castle by a man in a fishing boat who turns out to be the king. That's because it was really Parzival he was fishing for. Jesus told his apostles, speaking of their training as miracle workers and evangels, that he would teach them to be fishers of men. What is the real meaning of this phrase, and why is Christianity associated with the symbol of the fish? It is commonly said that this Christian symbol, the ichthys symbol, is the sign of Jonah, which Jesus said was the only sign that his disciples would be given to rest upon their faith. Jonah, you will recall, was the prophet swallowed whole by a whale in the Old Testament. The whale is associated by Kabbalists with the sea monster Leviathan, who in Jewish legends states is destined to be cut up and served for dinner to the righteous in a Eucharistic rite at the end of time, after the final judgment, as a way of exacting revenge for the swallowing of Jonah, the Christian ichthys fish symbol. But really, the idea of fishing for men alludes to the concept of setting a trap, baiting someone and luring them in, where they will be captured, killed, and consumed. When the Fisher King is sitting out on his boat, waiting for someone like Parzival to come by so that he can encourage him to go to the Grail Castle, he is playing the role of the Psychopompus. This is a label applied to Hermes, the trickster god, who is both the initiator for adepts of alchemy. So too is he the guide of souls traveling to the other world. Christ the Fisher King. In these ways, there is no contradiction. Initiation always involves being lured with false promises. The mysteries one seeks when one joins a mystical fraternity are never those which were initially sought after by the candidate. Indeed, the initiate may not have known he was on a quest for enlightenment, He is going about his business one day and something piques his interest. He pulls on a thread and follows it all the way to the center of the labyrinth. Most of the people who make it there are but sacrifices, meant to be eaten by the Minotaur. In ancient societies, luring the sacrificial victim, whether human or animal, to the place of death via an elaborate ruse was often a major part of the rite. The intention of the Fisher King in luring Parzival to his castle is different depending on which version of the story is being read. But one common theme is that he needs Parzival to heal him from his wound. In some versions, this can be achieved by magic if Parzival will only ask of the king a certain question, usually, "What ails thee?" The Fisher King apologizes to Parzival upon meeting him because he cannot rise to greet him. He then waits for Parzival to ask him what is wrong. When the young knight doesn't pick up on the hint right away, he is cursed by the king's court for his failure to do what was expected of him. This is the way that the Fisher King, the Lord of Unrule, exerted his subtle influence. This is what it means to rule but not rule, as the magical line of the Frankish Merovingian kings were said to have done. According to some Eastern mystics and proto-Nazi German magical orders, this describes the rule of the Lord of the Earth, an eternally sleeping being who they believed to reside in the center of the world. From there, it was thought that he manipulated events on the surface world by subtly influencing his human adepts to do what he wanted, through visions, dreams, oracles, and magic spells. The wounded Fisher King lies on his bed. The way in which Parzival was lured to the Grail Castle is similar to how Alice is enticed down the rabbit hole in Lewis Carroll's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. When she sees the white rabbit scurrying around, late for his appointment, she becomes curious about where he is going, and follows him down his hole, falling a seemingly infinite distance. Similarly, a white salamander played a role in Joseph Smith's initiation, showing him the location of a magic hole where the golden tablets of Mormonism were buried. As if it were not already clear that this world underground is in fact the underworld, Alice makes it obvious that this is Saturn's kingdom when she asks, "What if I should fall right through the center of the earth and end up on the other side, where everything is upside down?" When she finally reaches the bottom of the hole, Alice learns that in order to follow the rabbit into his lair, she must shrink in size so that she can fit through the door. This indicates the multi-dimensional nature of the underworld, which could fit into a single mustard seed, or could be larger than the entire universe. Alice accomplishes her size change by consuming a magical cake that says, "Eat me," and a bottle of magic potion that says, "Drink me." This shows that the initiatory substance, the Philosopher's Stone, the Apple of Wisdom, is in fact a living intelligence that can be consumed to create transformations in the body. Alice finds a bottle that asks her to drink it. In the story of Alice's adventures in Wonderland, the rabbit is clearly playing the role of Psychopompus, the Judas goat, who lures his prey to initiation through sacrifice via the land of the dead. The concept of fishing for men in this fashion, using subtlety and trickery, is represented in the sub-story of the Walrus and the Carpenter. That was told to Alice by Tweedledee and Tweedledum. This story seems at first take to be totally nonsensical, but it is actually a metaphor for how Alice got herself down the rabbit hole. In the story, a walrus and a carpenter, clearly an allusion to Jesus, live in a land where the sun shines at night. For food, they fish for oysters by hypnotizing them with false promises, calling them to come out from their beds beneath the ocean. When they come to the surface, they are swallowed up into the belly of the walrus, just as Alice herself had been swallowed up by Wonderland. When Alice spoke aloud the words, "Eat me and drink me," She was describing what was in fact already happening to her. The walrus and carpenter scene from the animated film Alice in Wonderland.
Why?
Because I'm following a white rabbit.
Why?
Well, I'm curious to know where he's going.
Oh, she's curious. The oysters were curious too, weren't they? Aye. And you remember what happened to them? Poor things.
Why? What did happen to the oysters?
Oh, you wouldn't be interested.
But I am.
Oh, no, you're in much too much of a hurry.
Well, perhaps I could spare a little time.
You could? Where? The Walrus and the Carpenter. Or the story of the curious oysters. The sun was shining on the sea, shining with all its might. He did his very best to make the billows smooth and bright. And this was odd because it was the middle of the night. The walrus and the carpenter were walking close at hand. The beach was wide from side to side, but much too full of sand. Mr. Walrus, said the carpenter, my brain begins to perk. We'll sweep this clear in half a year, if you don't mind the work.
Work? The time has come,
The walrus said.
to talk of other things, of shoes and ships and sealing wax and cabbages and kings, and why the sea is boiling hot and whether pigs have wings. Callooh, Calais, no work today. We're cabbages and kings.
Oysters, come and walk with us. The day is warm and bright. A pleasant walk, a pleasant talk would be a sheer delight.
Yes, and should we get hungry on the way, we'll stop and have a bite. But Mother Oyster winked her eye and shook her heavy head. She knew too well this was no time to leave her oyster bed.
The sea's nice. Take my advice and stay right here.
Mum said.
Yes, of course, but, the time has come, my little friends, to talk of other things. Of shoes and ships and sealing wax, cabbages and kings, and why the sea is boiling hot, and whether pigs have wings. Callooh, Calais, come run away, where the cabbages and the kings. Well, now, let me see. A loaf of bread is what we chiefly need.
Listen, how about some pepper and salt and vinegar, eh?
Oh, yes, a splendid idea. Very good indeed. Now, if you're ready, oysters dear, we can begin the feed.
Feed?
Oh, yes. The time has come, my little friends, to talk of food and things.
Of peppercorns and mustard seed and other seasonings. We'll mix them all together in a sauce that's fit for kings. Callooh, Calais, we'll eat today like cabbages and
I weep for you. Excuse me. I deeply sympathize. For I've enjoyed your company, much more than you realize.
Little oysters, little oysters. But answer there came none. And this was scarcely odd because they'd been eaten. Every one.
Well, the time has come.
We're cabbages and peas. The end.
That was a very sad story.
Aye. And there's a moral to it.
Oh, yes, a very good moral. If you happen to be an oyster.
Perhaps like Persephone eating the pomegranate seeds offered to her by her captor, Hades, it was Alice's consumption of these items that obliged her to remain for a spell in the underworld, a common theme also in Jewish folk tales about the underwater castle of Asmodeus, the king of demons. The earlier story she was told of the oysters being invited by the walrus and the carpenter to come to dinner with them before realizing that the dinner was them was but foreshadowing Alice's invitation to join the tea party. They are both really a coded reference to the Grail service of the Parzival legend, at which it is implied the blood and flesh of children was served. The Mad Hatter character is an alchemist. Hat makers, like alchemists, were at one time at high risk of developing permanent brain damage as a result of breathing the vapors of the liquid mercury that was used in their trade. Significantly, the Hatter's Tea Party is being held in celebration of the unbirthday of the attendees. The negation of birth is apparently held holy in the topsy-turvy world of Wonderland. Here we see the mystical concept of preventing the birth of the king's heir by swallowing the newborn as it emerges from the womb, just as King Saturn did to his children. Thus, while they remained in his belly, they had still technically never been born, but were unborn. That is what is meant by the rabbit who is perpetually late, a euphemism for being dead. The fact that the rabbit's watch is said to be 2 days slow indicates that he and the other subjects of the kingdom may never have been born to begin with. So the unbirthday cake given to Alice at the party may be a metaphor for the Epiphany cake or king cake, discussed in the previous installment of this series, which itself was a representation of King Saturn eating his own children. Alice is presented with an unbirthday cake. Returning to the story of the curious oysters, the meaning of this metaphor was not lost on the screenwriters of Alice, a modern adaptation of Lewis Carroll's classic made to air on the Sci-Fi Channel. In this film, Wonderland is a parallel universe that Alice is lured to when her fiancé is kidnapped. There, the Queen of Hearts feeds off the souls of humans, captured from our own world. They are lured into Wonderland just like Alice through the man-fishing process. The walrus and the carpenter having drinks with the curious oysters. Once there, they are imprisoned in a 24-hour make-believe casino. Here they are kept in a trance state, perpetually winning every rigged game the casino has to offer. The good feelings generated by the sensation of winning are channeled from the bodies of the prisoners through a special vent in the floor, then magically turned into potions that the queen and her court feed off of like drugs. The people of Wonderland refer to their captive humans as oysters because of the precious pearls within their souls. The walrus eating the curious oysters. The description of the Wonderland Casino prison of this Sci-Fi Channel program from 2009 represents remarkably a metaphor used by economist Max Kaiser, starting around the same time of the casino gulag to describe the global economy. In his view, everyone in the present class here on Earth is forced to speculate with their earnings on the stock and bond market in order to avoid losing wealth every time the government inflates the fiat currency by alchemically printing more money.
Two ships passing in the night. This is the end. Capitalism has won. Democracy has won. But what we have found is that it was more in terms of the collapse gap, as Dmitry Orlov speaks about. The old Soviet Union collapsed. They're moving away from oligarchy. America is collapsing now, and they're moving toward oligarchy. I think that's what people don't understand about the Russia-America dynamic, is that Russia is moving away from the oligarchical past, from the state control, command and control. America is moving toward autocracy.
There's more to all that, but it's interesting, the casino symbolism. Anyway, since like a casino, the game is rigged by the banking cartel, who can front-run the market with high-frequency trading and are insured against losses with government bailouts. They keep the gambler slaves playing by hypnotizing them with the prospect of being the 1 in a million lucky slave who gets to win the jackpot. And so I don't know if this is that video, but there's probably multiple. The people at the casino and Alice always win, or at least they feel like they do, and because of this they are oblivious to the fact that they are prisoners. Towards the end they are freed from their spell, and only when they stop playing the games do they remember the children that they have left abandoned at home. This is like the caucus race of the original Lewis Carroll story, a perfect metaphor for the modern rat race. At this event people run around in a circle competing with each other, but with no end in mind, because no one ever actually loses, and no one can ever win. Another obvious comparison to be made with the casino gulag is, of course, to the Matrix film series. The story is replete with references to Alice in Wonderland from the very beginning, with the White Rabbit playing the role of the initiator yet again, only this time waking the sleeping victim out of his dream state instead of luring him into it. The idea of human bodies being sucked of their essence by unseen monsters, their bodies used as batteries to power the machines of an unseen world, is in fact a perfect metaphor for our economy, and does correspond to many Gnostic descriptions of the universe. So why do the monarchs of the hidden realm fish for men using subtlety instead of force? Well, for one thing, initiation must be freely sought by the initiate, like the apple of wisdom proffered by the serpent in Eden. Was it the intention all along that Adam and Eve would eat the forbidden fruit, obtain the forbidden knowledge, and fall down, down, down like Alice into another world? It seems likely. The other thing is that imprisoned as he is in the center of the earth, lost eternally in a death-like slumber in the land of Nod, the land of Naught, there are not a lot of other options available to Saturn, the Lord of the Earth. Like Alice says, when one is lost, it is best to wait for someone to find you. Just as Cain proclaimed, "Whosoever findeth me shall slay me." Saturn passively awaits resurrection through the discovery of his tomb, as is the case with the sleeping occupants of the tomb of both Hermes and Christian Rosenkreuz. The tomb of Venus, according to the Rosicrucian text, The Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreuz, is just like these other sacred tombs, in the center of the earth, lit by an inner sun, etc. Guarding this tomb is a man who has been appointed his task since he accidentally stumbled on the naked body of Venus many centuries earlier. There he is, condemned to wait until someone else makes the same mistake and comes to take his place. This, like the story of Atlas, obliged to play the part of the world tree, the Earth's mythical central pillar or pole, upholding the weight of the Earth upon his back. There he must stay until someone else comes along that he can trick into taking his place, a role temporarily played by Hercules at one point. Likewise, Prometheus had to stay chained to Tartarus, having his liver eaten daily until someone else agreed to be sacrificed in his stead, a role eventually played by Chiron. On a similar note, in the New Testament it is proclaimed that God the Father will not let his children out of Hades until his firstborn, Jesus, is willingly sacrificed, and descends into hell to take their places. There the dead are eternally eaten, digested, and eaten again by Satan. In the images of hell that decorate European cathedrals, inspired largely by Dante's Divine Comedy, Satan is always seen as a monster eating the damned, and his mouth is sometimes akin to the gates of hell itself. Hell. Furthermore, in the Grail legend, Parzival takes up the crown of the Fisher King, in obtaining the kingdom's release from the spell caused by the Dolorous Stroke. Sometimes he is sent by the king to avenge his wounding by killing the rival king who hurt him. Then somehow the hero must use the very same sword or spear to cure the Fisher King's wound through sympathetic magic. In some versions, when this happens, the old man is finally able to die, and Parzival is revealed to be his nephew, who then takes his place as Grail King. Another image of the Dolorous Stroke. Another story with this theme is that of Sleeping Beauty, who waits for a prince to discover her castle and kiss her, breaking the spell caused by pricking her finger on the cursed spindle. In older versions of this story, the hidden kingdom is called the Venusberg, and there the goddess of love waits for men to stumble upon her. When they do, she entraps them with a spell and makes them serve her for centuries as sex slaves. This is exactly what the demon witch Circe did to Odysseus in Homer's Odyssey when his ship landed on the shore of her land, drawn there by a magical attractive force. He was also held under a similar spell on the island of Calypso, and at one point his crew members had to stop their ears up with wax to prevent themselves from being drawn to their deaths by the irresistible call of the sirens, or mermaids. In his book, Ion Researches into the Phenomenology of the Self, Carl Jung discussed the legendary Remora, or Echenius. This was a fish to whom a magical magnetic property was ascribed by the sailors who reported encountering them. Supposedly they exerted an invisible influence so powerful that they could stop a ship dead in its tracks. As Jung explains, the Echenius exercises an attraction on ships that could best be compared with the influence of a magnet or iron. The attraction, so the historical tradition says, emanates from the fish and brings the vessel, whether powered by sail or oarsmen, to a standstill. I mention this seemingly unimportant feature because, in the alchemical view, the attraction no longer proceeds from the fish, but from a magnet which man possesses and which exerts the attraction that was once the mysterious property of the fish. If we bear in mind the significance of the fish, it is easy to understand why a powerful attraction should emanate from this arcane center, which might aptly be compared with the magnetism of the North Pole. The Echenius fish stopping a ship with its magnetic power. Jung says the fish of legend really represents the creative power of God sought by the alchemists, which they would imbibe so as to internalize that power through digestion. Jung writes, "What is it, then, that one adept whispers into the ear of another, fearfully looking round lest any betray them, or even guess their secret? Nothing less than this, that through this teaching the one and all, the greatest in the guise of the smallest, God himself in his everlasting fires, may be caught like a fish in the deep sea. Further, that he may be drawn from the deep by a Eucharistic act of integration, called Teoqualo, God-eating by the Aztecs, and incorporated in the human body. This teaching is the secret and cunning magnet by virtue of which the remora, little in length, mighty in strength, is caught. The cunning magnet is nothing less than the magnet of the wise, or compass of the wise, the philosophic Mercury, which the alchemists said could be used to extract the philosopher's stone from the lead of cosmic chaos, just as this magical fish could be overcome and drawn from the waters of the ocean. Of this, Jung says, "The magnet of the wise, which is to draw the wonder-working fish to the surface, can, our text says, be taught. The content of this secret teaching is the real arcanum of alchemy, the discovery or production of the prima materia. The doctrine or theory is personified, or rather concretized, as Mercurius non vulgi, the philosophical Mercury. This conception is as ambiguous as the antique Hermes. Sometimes Mercurius is a substance like quicksilver, sometimes it is a philosophy." Jung went on to describe how this magnet or compass could be used to navigate the waters of chaos to the hidden kingdom at the center of the earth, which can metaphorically be found, according to some legends, through a secret entrance at the North Pole. Quoting the alchemist Philalethes, we read in Ion that, "In the pole is found the heart of Mercurius, which is the true fire wherein its Lord has its rest. He who journeys through this great and wide sea may guide his course by the sight of the North Star, which our magnet will cause to appear unto you." Then Jung seems to be blown away by his own conception that the Lord of the Earth, interred in the Earth's center, is himself the source of that magnetic field and the fire of Hades. I would emphasize, by way of recapitulation, that the internal fire is nothing other than the Deus Absconditus, or hidden God, who dwells at the North Pole and reveals himself through magnetism. His other synonym is Mercurius, whose heart is to be found at the pole, and who guides men on their perilous voyage over the sea of the world. The idea that the whole machinery of the world is driven by the infernal fire at the North Pole, that this is hell, and that hell is a system of upper powers reflected in the lower, this is a shattering thought. This reference to the pole star as a guide to navigation can also be found in alchemy, where they say that the appearance of a six-pointed star heralds the birth of the alchemical child. Jung again shares with us a quote from Philalethes that indicates the fate of this child once its location is determined, with the help of the pole star or compass of the wise. This, he says, is the Ami Minera, or Ami Minera, the prima materia of the gold, the true key of our work, without which no skill can kindle the fire of the lamp. Do you, when you see his star, follow it to the cradle, and there you shall behold the fair infant. Cast aside your defilements, honor the royal child, open your treasure, offer a gift of gold, and after death he will give you the flesh and blood, the supreme medicine in the three monarchies of the earth. If it isn't already clear to you that this is a reference to the wise men, the alchemists, eating the flesh and blood of a child, which, again, I think Tracy's, some of her interpretations are a little too much like looking for this sort of thing, but it's still interesting to read, but that's just my opinion. But Fulcanelli makes it even more obvious when addressing this same subject in Mystery of the Cathedrals. The sign has been called by the ancient authors the seal of Hermes, seal of the wise, sel des sages, sel, salt, being put instead of sel, seal, which confuses the mind of seekers. The mark and the imprint of the Almighty, his signature, also the star of the Magi, the pole star, etc. This geometric pattern remains and shows up more clearly when the gold to be dissolved is put into the mercury in order to restore it to its first state, that of young or rejuvenated gold, in other words, to infant gold. That is why Mercury, that faithful servant and seal of the earth, is called the fountain of youth. The philosophers are, therefore, speaking clearly when they teach that Mercury, as soon as the solution has been carried out, bears the child, the son of the sun, the little king or kinglet, like a real mother, since the gold is indeed reborn in her womb. The wind, which is winged and volatile Mercury, carried it in her belly, says Hermes in the Emerald Tablet. Furthermore, we find the secret version of this positive truth in the Epiphany cake, which it is the custom for families to eat at Epiphany, the famous feast marking the manifestation of the Christ child to the three Magi kings and to the Gentiles. Tradition has it that the Magi were guided to the cradle by a star, which was for them the annunciatory sign, the good news of his birth. Our cake is signed like the matter itself and contains inside it the little child commonly called the bather. It is the child Jesus carried by Ophrys, the servant or the traveler. It is the gold in its bath, the bather. It is the bean, the sabbat, the cradle or the cross of honor, and it is also the fish which swims in our philosophic water, according to the very expression of the cosmopolite. The appearance of the star from Amiens Cathedral as presented by Fulcanelli. Of note here is an electrochemical effect called even by modern chemists the beating heart of Mercury, which is produced when an iron nail touches a glob of liquid mercury. This causes the glob to pulse, and at times form the shape of a hexagram, the seal of Hermes. This effect would have been known to the alchemists of old. The beating heart of Mercury demonstrated. Jung, like many other mythographers, saw the god of the Jewish religion as synonymous with Saturn, particularly because they celebrated their Sabbath, or day of rest, on his holy day of Saturday, fitting since Saturn is the god of rest and leisure. Another connection between Judaism and Saturn is the so-called Star of David, or hexagram, which Fulcanelli says is also the hermetic seal of the great work of the alchemists, the pole star that indicates the birth of the child destined to be ritually sacrificed, like Christ, and turned into gold. The hexagram and the number 6 are both associated with Saturn in ritual magic. The same can be said of the biblical God who supposedly created the earth in 6 days. Interestingly, the planet Saturn has a storm on its north pole, as of this writing, that is creating a bizarre electromagnetic effect, taking the form of a hexagon, as seen from space. The phenomenon has yet to be explained by scientists. The hexagon at Saturn's north pole. In 2007, a fascinating film about polar interdimensional portals and child sacrifice came out entitled The Golden Compass, based on a book called Northern Lights by Philip Pullman, part of a series called His Dark Materials. In this story, which takes place in a fantasy land, a scientist named Lord Asriel, like the alchemist Warlock in the Smurfs, has discovered evidence of the existence of another dimension. This evidence involves the presence of a strange etheric substance called dust, visible at the North Pole. He believes that this substance is leaking in from the other dimension and undertakes a journey to the pole to find an entrance to this world. An important part of the story is that in the world in which it takes place, Every single person is accompanied at every moment by a familiar spirit, literally called a daemon, that takes the shape of an animal corresponding to their personality. With children, the daemon is able to shapeshift into different animal forms, until the individual's core personality has solidified. During this transition period, it is revealed that the children are vulnerable to attack from the pernicious influence of the dust. The meaning of this is unclear, but is of great concern to the evil empire that rules this fictitious world called the Mysterium. They are believed by the main character, Azrael's niece Lyra, to be behind the theft of children that has been plaguing the orphanages and underclass families of the land. Lyra sets off on a quest to solve the mystery of these disappearing children, rumored to have been captured by enemies called gobblers. To aid her in this quest, Lyra makes use of the golden compass, referred to in the film's title, which is actually called an alethiometer, a divination device for detecting truth. It looks like a large pocket watch and contains wheels with strange emblems on them, which it uses to communicate oracles in answer to questions. In reply to these queries about the kidnappings, it points to images of a baby and a pot boiling over a fire, the alethiometer. Lyra later discovers that the children are being used in experiments in which they are permanently separated from their daemons, supposedly so that they can grow up properly. In fact, it drains them of vitality and ends up killing them. In the original book, it is revealed that Lord Azrael is in fact conducting similar experiments at the North Pole. It turns out that Lyra's whole quest has been a ruse all along, devised by him. His purpose was really to lure Lyra and her friend Roger to his polar laboratory. There he separates the boy from his daemon and used the energy generated by this to power an interdimensional portal machine that he has invented. So instead of just looking for a portal, he created his own, ripping a giant hole in the atmosphere at the top of the pole. This story is rich on many levels, as are the other books in the series. The second part is called The Subtle Knife, which refers to a tool that can cut a window between dimensions, and can cut through anything else as well. This seems reminiscent of the Masonic and Arabian legends of the Shamir worm, which Hiram Abiff and or Asmodeus purportedly used to cut the stones for Solomon's temple. I think it may also be what Fulcanelli refers to in Mystery of the Cathedrals as Le Bon Saber, the good sword. It is the flaming sword shaped like a lightning bolt, which can cut a hole around paradise and created space-time, separating Adam and Eve from their home, who were trapped outside of the sacred boundary. It is the power by which the Cheshire Cat made a shortcut through the trunk of a tree and allowed Alice to go straight to the labyrinth that led to the castle of the Queen of Hearts. It is the spear of destiny which caused the wound of the Fisher King and caused the kingdom to fall into a death-like trance, trapped in a bubble of chaos. Shortcut to the castle created by the Cheshire Cat. The location of the portal in Philip Pullman's novels indicates that the author has knowledge of the 19th and 20th century stories of secret entrances to a hidden underworld at the North and South Poles, where supposedly could be found the so-called Black Sun. This is a development of the more ancient concept of the hidden sun at the center of the earth, which is said to light the tomb of the sleeping god king or goddess queen of the fallen kingdom. In the ancient world, where some viewed the earth as a flat disk, it was envisioned that the sun went to the underworld at night, where it reigned as the midnight sun, sometimes expressed in ancient artwork as a dark disk. The next morning it returned, reborn as the golden sun. As the earth moved through the cycle of the year towards the winter solstice, the sun spent more and more time underground. Thus its death and rebirth was seen as happening on this larger scale as well. and was associated with the king-killing ritual of Saturnalia discussed in Part 1 of this essay series, as well as in my book Money Grows on the Tree of Knowledge. In alchemy, this concept of the black sun or midnight sun was seen as synonymous with that of Negredo, the dead king Saturn, the chaos of the wise, or prima materia, that was the raw material for the work. As Jung wrote in Ion, Saturn, in astrology, the star of the sun, is alchemically interpreted as black. It is even called Sol Niger, and has a double nature as the arcane substance, being black outside like lead, but white inside. The black sun is pure potential energy, the pre-elemental element that the other world consists of, and of which our own world is made through reflection upon its shiny black surface. It is the blank slate or black mirror into which the magician or alchemist projects his consciousness. As it is reflected back to him, his perception of it creates the illusory reality he lives in. This is why mirrors and other reflective surfaces like lakes and baths were seen as portals to the other world, as demonstrated in Jewish folk legends of the kingdom of Lilith and Asmodeus, and also repeatedly portrayed in the films of initiate Jean Cocteau. By staring into the abyss, you can see and then experience new ways of organizing the particles of the universe to create new realities. In this way, the black sun corresponds to the power of the Lord of the Earth, who, like Saturn, is said in myths to sleep in a hidden tomb at the center of the world, influencing surface reality with his dreams. Like Alice staring at the looking glass, the creation of the wonder world we live in occurs when Saturn sees his own projected image of his desired reality staring back at him from the abyss, the dark mirror of the black sun. This is the meaning of the black orb seen in the palms of potentates the world over and from time immemorial. It is the regnum in potentia that they wield as their power, the word potential and potentate both being etymologically linked through the word potent, meaning powerful and virile. Alice traveling through the looking glass into another world. The word reality, of course, is linked to royalty in European languages. Like a magic circle, the invisible political boundaries of a kingdom or realm dictate the confines within which everyone must live in the king's version of reality. It is through manipulation of the probabilities that govern the quantum world of possibilities that the priest king manipulates reality. It is not what the king does that makes him powerful so much as what he can do. Once this potential energy becomes kinetic through action, the energy is spent, the hand is played, and the power is transferred elsewhere. Not surprisingly, as the scientific era dawned and more was known about the cosmos, mystics began to adapt their metaphysics to the new physics, and new concepts were born to explain old symbols. The black sun came to be interpreted as being a dark sphere of energy that was literally present within the center of the earth. It was thought to be the secret source of sustenance for a hidden kingdom called Agartha, no doubt linked to the kingdom of Asgard in Norse mythology. Some authors also wrote of the black sun as having influence upon the activities of the surface world, and some even thought of it as the source of the world's electromagnetic field. They believed that this subterranean kingdom could be accessed by secret entrances at the North and South Poles, or through the caverns of the Himalayas. Supposedly, certain secret societies were in contact with hidden masters from Agartha, who conspired with them on how to control the populations of the earth. Numerous science fiction authors and mystical adepts wrote about concepts like Agartha and the Black Sun from the 19th century to the mid-20th, including Jules Verne, H.G. Wells, H.P. Lovecraft, H.P. Blavatsky, and Alexandre Saint-Yves d'Alvadra. It was the latter author who wrote about the politics of the Hidden Kingdom. He purported that a political system existed called synarchy, which involves a surface world, ours, governed by a wise council of elders, the secret chiefs or Illuminati, drawn from the world's secret societies, who were themselves governed by hidden masters from the inner world below the Earth's surface. Strangely, these ideas of a black sun and an inner underground kingdom did have a direct influence on politics during World War II, as it appears that leaders on both sides believed in such notions. On the Nazi side, Himmler and perhaps even the Führer himself were converts to the concepts. To Himmler, the Grail Stone and the Black Sun were the same thing, and he purchased a castle in the German village of Wewelsburg, where he planned to build a modern Grail castle for special work with elite members of the SS, or of his SS, the Schutzstaffel, or Protection Squadron, military corps. On the floor of the lowest chamber in the building, Himmler created an inner sanctum where rituals would be performed, and on the floor he placed the symbol of the Black Sun, that was being employed by contemporary German mystical orders. A wheel, the hub of which radiated lightning bolt-shaped rays. The German orders saw the swastika as the original root symbol representing this concept, and its use may have signified to the inner hierarchy of the Reich a shorthand code for the secret source of their government's power. The Black Sun symbol at Wewelsburg Castle. The Nazi government supported all sorts of bizarre missions to search for magical artifacts, including the Holy Grail, the Spear of Destiny, and the Ark of the Covenant. Other missions purportedly included a trip to Antarctica to search for an entrance to the inner Earth, and another one to the Himalayas for the same purpose, among others. Many members of the inner hierarchy of Hitler's administration had been influenced by a secret mystical order called the Vril Society. This group believed that Germans were of the Aryan race, descended, they believed, from a superhuman species that lived at the center of the Earth. They believed that this underground race used the light of the Black Sun, the so-called Vril Force or Green Ray, as the power source for an advanced technology. The Spear of Destiny believed to have pierced the side of Christ, or the Fisher King. These mystics were into channeling and believed that they were in contact with these hidden chiefs of the inner world. Purportedly, information was passed on about how to use the energy of the Black Sun to build anti-gravity craft and time machines. Allegedly, the Germans later developed flying saucers based on this technology, called Foo Fighters by the Allied pilots who witnessed them in the war theater. Although that's disputable because the Foo Fighters were like little balls of energy that weren't like some comparative like aircraft to the planes themselves, at least from what I know. They are also said to have built a machine called the Bell that may have been meant to act as a time machine or interdimensional portal. The use of the lightning bolt-shaped sign rune as the logo for the SS, along with the Death's Head, symbol of the alchemical Negredo, may have been intended as a reference to the natural force of electromagnetism, that many mystics thought was the very real manifestation of the Black Sun's power. Insignia of the SS with Death's Head and lightning bolts, Sid runes. A documentary called Nazi UFO Secrets of World War II. That's fucking old.
These photos were taken as it flew. In the German Philip Society, the secret sign was the Black Sun. The same generator. Most of the photographs are of the Honeyboo 2.
On the side of the Allies in World War II, a Russian mystic named Nicholas Roerich was heavily influential on the U.S. administration. President Roosevelt and his Secretary of Agriculture, Henry Wallace, as well as his Treasury Secretary, Henry Morgenthau, were all members of the same Masonic lodge. Through Wallace, they all came to be persuaded by Roerich, who believed that he was in contact with the hidden masters of Agartha. He convinced Wallace to arrange government financing for a quest for the foundation stone of the world, which he believed to be in the Himalayas. Under the guise of a trip to obtain agricultural samples, the adventure was embarked upon at American taxpayer expense. The documentary Eye of the Phoenix covers the influence of Nicholas Roerich on the Roosevelt administration. And I think this is one part of like a long documentary. Yeah, volume 3. That I know is on YouTube somewhere. The whole incident later became a major embarrassment for the administration. Nonetheless, there is no reason to think that belief in such things was not still rampant in the upper echelons of the government. After the war, Nazi scientists who had worked on secret projects with purportedly Agarthan technology were smuggled into the US and recruited to work for NASA as part of a CIA operation called Project Paperclip. At this point in our study, we really must mention the work of David Talbot, who is building upon theories of Immanuel Velikovsky regarding major cosmic cataclysm in our solar system in the distant past. Talbot speculates that during the antediluvian Golden Age, when the Earth's tilt was much different, Saturn was the dominant orb in the night sky. He believes that most of the symbols said by mythographers to represent the sun are in fact depicting Saturn, and it was his chariot or boat in the night sky whose movements the priests of the ancient world were really concerned with. This is because, he says, everything back then looked much different than it does now. The Earth's magnetic field, in addition to protecting us from the damaging effects of solar radiation, also creates a boundary that prevents us from seeing what would otherwise be fantastic optical effects in the sky, caused by that very radiation. At the North and South Poles, these effects can be seen even today as colorful aurora. Talbot believes that in the past, when the magnetic field was much weaker, as it always is before and after a major shift of the poles, Saturn formed a spectacular sight in the arch of the sky, as did the other heavenly bodies. When at times their images conjoined, at times they formed what Talbot calls the polar configuration, an image that was represented by ancient man as a starburst or a cross. Talbot has made computer simulations of all the different forms these shapes might have taken in the sky as the Earth's axis continued to shift, and the magnetic field varied in intensity. He believes that these shapes formed the origins for a great many of the most common religious symbols used in the ancient world. He also used these simulations to interpret all of the earliest myths as describing the movements of this configuration in interaction with heavenly bodies, as seen from Earth by our supposedly primitive ancestors. A clip from a documentary about Saturn based on the work of David Talbot. So this could be anything. It could have been this 1997, but who knows.
This is Electric Universe Eyes, and today I wanted to read you Roman numeral 1, The Origins of Ancient Mythology, the Birth of the First Civilization.
A hair-raising fact to consider is that scientists acknowledge that the Earth's magnetic field has been getting much weaker in the last couple of 100 years, and is weakening at an exponentially increasing rate that is now advancing quite rapidly. Perhaps this explains some of the bizarre optical effects in the sky that have been seen by observers in the last couple of years. These include the image of a twin sun at dawn and dusk, sightings of which have been reported dozens of times. Also, dozens of spiral-shaped light formations have been seen over the same time period, with a dark hole in the center, making the appearance of a vortex or portal. Traditional flying saucer-type UFOs have even been recorded vanishing into these holes. In addition, images that look remarkably like the old German black sun symbol have appeared mysteriously on the radar at an Australian weather station. An image resembling the black sun from the radar of an Australian weather monitoring station. Dual suns at sunrise and sunset, which are probably just, sundogs. The spiral seen all over the world, which is like Norway spiral, the Australian spiral, etc. Talbot is part of a minority in the scientific community who hold to alternative theories involving the properties of plasma, the so-called fourth state of matter. Plasma is said, even by mainstream science, to be the true fundamental state of all matter, a real alchemical prima materia. Without going into detail beyond the scope of this essay, let us say that Talbot and his colleagues believe that plasma, which we cannot see, is creating electromagnetic energy throughout the universe that is currently going unnoticed. They think that this is the true source of the gravitational effects measured in space, which have traditionally been attributed by scientists to invisible dark matter. In this alternative viewpoint, these scientists turn on its head Einstein's theory of relativity, which is based upon a definition of gravity that Einstein himself acknowledged was flawed. Instead of matter, they say it is the electromagnetism of the hidden plasma that is bending space-time. This, then, would be a viable description of the power of the black sun, and would raise it from merely a power within the center of the Earth to a wholly universal phenomenon. It would also explain why the black sun's rays were thought by German mystics to be useful for creating anti-gravity, as well as their obsession with lightning bolts. This is also the basis of some alternative theories about what exactly powers the heat of the sun, presently thought to be nuclear explosions taking place within its core. These theories connect with modern experiments dealing with a technology derisively called cold fusion by its critics. Trend forecaster Gerald Celente recently proclaimed that this would be the basis of a new alternative energy source that could have a game-changing effect on geopolitics. Interestingly, cold fusion has always been openly compared to alchemy by both its critics and its devotees. Gerald Celente on cold fusion.
You predicted a major alternative energy breakthrough. Talk about that, Gerald.
That's the game changer, and that's the only thing that we see right now that could get us out of this severe recession. And go back to the 90s. We were in a recession. What got us out? It was the internet revolution. Our whole lives changed. Productive capacity. Products were invented, designed, manufactured, serviced, marketed. We see the same thing happening again. Before we sent this Trends Journal out, we had identified a number of alternative breakthroughs, alternative energy breakthroughs. One just happened last week, 2 weeks ago. They tested in Italy. It's what's formally called cold fusion. They're liberating a lot more energy than the energy that's taken to produce it, many times over. And but here's the holdup, Bob. The United States Patent Office is refusing to grant these people a patent because they're saying there's no such thing as cold fusion. Oh, so they should know they're the Patent Office, of course. So, but this guy, this Rossi out in Italy, is getting patents other places in the world. So we believe that whether it's cold fusion, hydrogen powered, and we list them in the Trends Journal, we're going to see a breakthrough that's going to liberate us from oil. It's going to be as big as going from the icebox to refrigeration.
Is this beyond wind, solar, biofuel, geothermal?
Exactly. It's a game changer. You think we'd be in Iraq, if their major export was broccoli? And this is going to be one of those things, as I said, it's going to be as big as the discovery of fire or the invention of the wheel. It's like going again from the icebox to refrigeration. And it's beyond wind, solar, geothermal, and biofuel, and none of the things that President Obama was speaking about during his speech. When do we see some of the effects of this cold fusion? It could be as early as this year. They're talking about coming out with a hot water heater that's going to be powered by it. And there are a number of other inventions, too, as I mentioned, that we can actually see within a year, maybe two. And so the game changer is underway.
Whoa. Well, that's something, if it is within reach, and you're saying some of it as early as this year, that's remarkable.
I know. And again, it's out there. You could go to YouTube, put it in, Rossi, ROSSI, Italy, it was January 14th, and you'll see they're doing the experiment on YouTube. So this is going to happen. It is happening, and there are others beyond cold fusion.
There's no telling what documentary this cold fusion type experiments thing she's referring to is, but Talbot has many detailed theories about how plasma may have caused electromagnetic bolts to form between heavenly bodies, with cataclysmic effects upon every planet in the solar system. He believes that this happened at least once and perhaps several times in the distant past, and that it may happen again someday as part of a cyclical cosmic pattern. His documentary film, Thunderbolts of the Gods, is a fascinating exploration of these theories. And so you can find that here too. The idea that we are living in a universe powered by an unseen source of electromagnetic energy forming an invisible web around us, governing the movements of the heavens, can only increase the paranoid feeling that this really is like the Matrix. It truly does seem like a giant machine being run for the benefit of someone either too large to see or just outside of our perception in another dimension. Perhaps we are unable to see that someone because the machine is part of its internal organs, within which we may very well be being digested slowly without ever knowing it. But what would our jail master's aim truly be for us in a clockwork such as this? But what would our jail master's aim truly be for keeping us in a clockwork such as this? That is something which we shall explore in future installments of this essay. But in the meantime, it is interesting to note that the Earth's core is believed by mainstream scientists to be made of iron, and this is thought to be the real source of Earth's electromagnetic energy. Many alchemical texts refer not to the transmutation of lead so much as that of iron. I suppose that would make the iron core the real black sun, which really is beginning to exert its powerful influence upon the surface of the Earth, in the form of magnetic pole shifts, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. Once again, let us recall that the Romans and the Indians both believed that the Kali Yuga, the last eon before the rebirth of the Golden Age, would be the Iron Age. They said it would be ruled by a warlike race made of iron, the metal thought by alchemists to correspond to Mars, the god of war. They would ravage the earth with violence before being unmercifully snuffed out by the great alchemist in the sky, anxious to throw the earth into a cosmic Athanor, so that it may be reborn again pure and new like gold. Only the elect, those who know how to cut a hole in the cosmos and build an ark made of space-time, will survive the coming cataclysm. A Grail Knight with the black sun on his shield. Regnum in Potentia, Part 3, Hero's Journey to Hell, by Tracy Twyman, October 31st, 2011. And I guess she meant former ufologist, or something to that effect. Former ufologist Peggy Kane has a message for humanity. The gods just want to rape you and eat you. This is the rather sobering conclusion she has come to after countless hours of analyzing messages from beyond this earthly plane via EVP, or electronic voice phenomenon, divination sessions. Anyone who has seen an episode of a modern ghost hunting reality show knows that EVPs are messages that can be heard on either a digital or analog tape sound recording. People will record themselves talking to disembodied spirits and then play the recording back to hear the spirits reply, usually whispered and faint, as well as distorted sounding. Peggy Kane began doing this many years ago after a long career as a UFO expert. She used it as a way to contact extraterrestrial intelligences that allegedly resided in parallel dimensions. But then she decided to go a step forward. She applied a technique known as reverse speech analysis, perfected by David John Oates. Allegedly, if you reverse a recording of someone talking, it will say something else that will reveal what the person was really thinking as he or she was speaking. If the message is congruent, they were being honest at the time, but frequently the perceived backwards message is something at variance with the initial message, and allegedly reveals the truth that the speaker wishes to remain secret. When Peggy Kane applied this technique to the ET EVPs she was recording, it painted a picture of reality that was totally different from what we perceive on the surface. It was a much more sinister view of our world, as well as the world beyond, and what happens to us when we die. UFO expert Linda Moulton Howell once posited, could it be that death is the ultimate UFO abduction experience? That is the conclusion that Peggy Kane has come to, and the intentions of our abductors are not nice at all, according to her. Peggy says that our reality is being controlled from outside forces that do not have our best interests in mind. They are using both our bodies and souls for food, amusement, and scientific experimentation. Their world is what we consider to be the astral realm from our perspective over here. But when we leave our bodies to travel over there, which she says we do frequently, then it is perceived as a physical world just like our own. There are buildings, streets, factories, stores, and money being exchanged over there just like there is here. But the universe on the other side is ruled by a bloodthirsty race of reptilians. They walk upright like humans, but that is where the similarity ends. According to Peggy, the reptilians keep humans in a third-dimensional prison by the use of some sort of artificial force field called the net. The situation is very similar to how the human slaves in the film The Matrix were kept by their robot overlords in little capsules floating in goo. There they were used as batteries and bled of their energy while they lived their lives in a computer-generated dream world. While in this artificial prison, Peggy says that we are constantly being drained of both our physical and astral energy by our hidden masters. They are constantly sucking our soul energy as well as our blood and other body fluids, and we are unaware of it. The soul energy is called loosh, allegedly, and pre-adolescent children are the best source. In order to feed off of us, Miss Kane says, the reptilians sometimes possess our bodies the way we think of demon possession. This is called being seeded, according to Peggy. They open portals or mind gates into the human psyche that allow them to whisper suggestions that result in altering the possessed person's behavior according to the parasite's wishes. This can then create whatever emotional responses the parasite wishes to feed off of. If the reptilian inside you really enjoys the emotions you give off when you are fighting with your boyfriend, then he will whisper suggestions to you that instigate these situations. They also make direct use of your astral body on the other side, according to Peggy. As soon as people die and their spirit travels to the other side, they are eaten, just like the worst sinners are depicted being eaten by the devil in Dante's Inferno. Peggy says that this is taking place even on supposedly dead planets in our own solar system. Miss Kane says that Mars is a central hub for the trafficking of astral body parts. But that's perhaps not the worst of it. According to Peggy, the reptilians make use of us sexually as well. Reptilians pull people out of their bodies at night and rape them, she says. They do it to almost everybody, both male and female. The purpose of this, she believes, is that it is another way of stealing our energy. Rape is one of the ways they feed, says Peggy. They call that alien honey. Another reason for this rape is breeding, for according to Peggy, there are no new births on the other side. The babies are allegedly often taken by the reptilians before they are born. At one point, she says, they made her pregnant and then pulled the fetus out in the middle of the night, leaving her in extreme physical pain. Some of these babies are eaten right away on the other side, and others are raised to be slaves of various sorts before being eventually eaten upon their astral death at the end. Peggy says that many of the reptilians delight in toying with psychics and channelers who attempt to contact the spiritual dimension. They play the roles of gods, guardian angels, familiar spirits, departed relatives, and whatever else the seeking person wishes to see. They set up situations where the people they contact agree to give them even more louche, along with blood sacrifices, opportunities to possess human bodies, and sexual favors. However, this activity is also thought to be dangerous by the reptilians in charge on the other side, so they try to restrict it. According to Peggy, it's illegal over there now to talk into a recorder. Peggy Kane appears to view all religions, cults, and spiritual movements as the result of such fraudulent contacts and seems to agree with my own assessment, which I have written about in several previous books, including Solomon's Treasure and Hocus Pocus, describing such institutions as spiritual pyramid schemes for the benefit of the spiritual entities at the top. The near-death experience is a ruse, says Peggy. After our bodies are raped and eaten on the other side, she says they are brought back to Earth again for another round of life. According to Miss Kane, reincarnation exists to keep us in the game. Many will recognize Peggy Kane's stories as having influenced the work of David Icke, who has posited that the world is run by multi-dimensional reptoids who can shapeshift into human form. They do this, he says, by projecting a sort of hologram over their reptilian skin. Icke believes that most of the powerful people on this earth are actually reptilians. He says that they can be traced back to certain aristocratic families that have ruled the earth and interbred with one another since the beginnings of recorded history. Icke says that they belong to secret societies that worship Satan, as well as a host of pagan deities. They are involved in the widespread kidnapping, rape, and eating of people, especially children, which are all forms of sustenance that they need. Without blood and rape, the reptoids would not have the strength to hold their humanoid form, according to Icke. This, of course, matches up in many ways with my own research. In my book, The Merovingian Mythos, I trace the origins of both the religious traditions of Europe and the royal families of Europe to the alleged bloodline of Cain, which supposedly descended directly from the serpent in the Garden of Eden. And I did just realize, like, whenever I was contemplating this in between the one I just read, how Cain is 69, which is like a form of Baphomet. And Tracy in Clock Shavings talks a lot about the similarity or the essentially equivalence of Cain and Baphomet. And when you subtract 69 from 666, and I looked in my database, it's actually the seed of the serpent. So Cain and the seed of the serpent is again 666. And so again, which I've always thought this reptilian thing is kind of retarded, but reptilian bloodline is 666. I showed how ancient legends described these original god kings as actually ruling on Earth directly, interbreeding with humans and ruling over them, until eventually the admixture of human and divine blood became so diluted that they now look like normal humans. I also wrote about the clues indicating that their serpent ancestors were trapped in a spiritual prison in the center of the earth, because of their crimes against God, among them raping and eating humans. There they await eventual release by their human hybrid descendants. I furthermore quoted the work of one Nicholas de Vere, who writes about these royal bloodlines as ultimately descending from the dragon race, from the Serpent of Eden. He claims to be a scion of one of their royal orders, the Dragon Court, and says that they have magical powers, belong to secret societies that conduct satanic rituals, since Satan is their literal ancestor, retain their magical potency by drinking blood, particularly menstrual blood, and are sexually aggressive by nature. De Vere and his now late former research partner Lawrence Gardner have been accused by David Icke of being shape-shifting reptiles themselves. All of this stuff about shape-shifting or theriomorphic reptiles from parallel dimensions has been nothing but an amusing urban legend to me for many years. But recent research into ancient mythology has caused me to reassess. Due to my discovery of certain patterns within these old myths, I am now inclined to believe that mankind has for some time been aware that his gods are feeding upon him in the other world, and have chosen to represent them in the form of blood-sucking reptiles. Joseph Campbell was known for his brilliant analysis of universal themes in world mythology, which he wrote about in his book The Hero with 1,000 Faces. What Campbell was saying was not that every single myth tells the same story, but that there is one grand story, one monomyth, of which they are all the part, transcending and unifying them all. Like the tapestry woven by Penelope in Homer's Odyssey, the story of the monomyth can never be finished, for if it were ever completed, that would mean that the sacred king, the hero of the monomyth, would have to be officially declared dead, lost in the abyss, and all hope for the redemption of the kingdom would be gone. So, just as any individual novel, short story, or film might be part of a larger series, or the characters might all occupy the same fictional world as those of others, or other related works, the stories that our ancestors passed on through the generations are all part of the same master epic. However, because it takes place in a non-local other world beyond time and space, each act of the play can have infinite variations in action and outcome, including the very identity of the characters involved and the alignment of their relationships to one another. In any given story, you may either witness the journey to the other world and the return as well, the classic hero's journey. Then again, you may only get to see the departure or the return, outside of the context of the rest of the story. Or you may only get a fragment of a story taking place within another dimension, without any backstory as to how the characters got into the other world in the first place, as in the classic fairy tale that begins once upon a time. But what does the hero's journey actually mean? It has been interpreted as a form of initiation and soul transformation, like a coming-of-age morality tale, wherein one learns a lesson about personal growth and maturity. It can certainly be that if you want to see it that way. However, I am here to offer a more sinister interpretation from the point of view of the person doing the initiating. Joseph Campbell said that the hero is always called to his adventure. He might well have considered who it is that is doing the calling and under what motivation. As I have established in earlier installments of this essay series, there is a theme in various myths of an initiator, Kronos, Venus, the Fisher King, etc., luring the main character of a story into his or her realm in the other world. It is often presented as a chance for the hero to obtain a magical power of some sort, usually represented as either an artifact, a holy cup, lance, or stone, or a sacred substance, ambrosia, soma, nectar, or the alchemical elixir. Sometimes he sets off to save a woman who has been abducted by a god or demon for sexual purposes. Sometimes in the course of his journey he also finds himself being used for sex by a goddess or demoness. The thesis I wish to put forward is that, in our most archetypal stories, from old folklore and mythology to fairy tales and even modern TV shows, films, and novels, human beings tend to tell tales of adventures into another dimension, which seems conceptually to be one and the same with the realm of the dead, the astral realm, and the dreamy realm of sleep. In each of these stories, the hero or heroine is in fact being enticed to sacrifice his or her life, including blood, flesh, and soul, to the inhabitants of the other world, be they gods, demons, vampires, giants, or whatever. Their need to feast on these things is based on the fact that they have no life in themselves, so thus they have no blood, and no souls. This is not always overtly stated in the story, but is nonetheless frequently implied. Sometimes the soul of the sacrificed is replaced by that of someone in the other world, with the implication that this sacrifice is necessary so that someone in the other world can experience life again. Sometimes it seems that a god or demon of the other world is trying to possess the body of a living human through sexual union, either to inhabit the body of the lover, or to be incarnated through the child that is conceived by the union. Sometimes, quite frequently, there is the story element involving a child that is sacrificed so that the reign of the king or queen of the other world can continue. Often the child sacrificed is the heir of the monarch, or someone else's child is sacrificed as a substitute for the monarch's son. Sometimes the hero or heroine is lured onto the adventure to rescue this child from certain death. If the hero of the story is in fact a heroine, quite often she is overtly abducted and taken to the other world, although she may be lured to a spot where she can be easily taken. This is the story of Persephone taken by Hades for his wife. Although this is referred to as the rape of Persephone, the word rape is related to rapture and meant to be taken away, for the purpose of sex or marriage. Originally, the word had nothing to do with the consent or lack thereof on the part of the female. The word later took on the meaning of illicit sexual union and generally referred to forbidden marriages between particular tribes, as the term is frequently used in the Bible. What it really referred to originally is a marriage between a mortal and a being from the other side. The purpose of the hero or heroine being abducted or lured to the other world is very sinister indeed. It really represents a person's soul or astral body being projected from their physical body. Once this is done, the soul can become food for those on the other side, while the still animate body can be used as a vehicle for those spirits wishing to incarnate into the physical realm. The reason why the hero's journey typically ends with apotheosis, the hero dying to his humanity and being reborn as an immortal, is because this is exactly what is being represented. The hero's soul has disappeared into the abyss and been replaced with that of an immortal from the other world. In my forthcoming book, The Portal Knot's Guide to the Other World, Quintessential Publications, due January 2012, I will explain the details of this new interpretation of the hero's journey and what it means for us all. So I guess she never published this book, but it makes me think that essentially her posts from here on out, kind of got more into this sort of like outlook, I guess. Which I wouldn't say that she's wrong, but I wouldn't say it's the only perspective. But when I say wrong, I mean there's a lot here, obviously, but I'm not saying I don't know. I'm not saying that there couldn't be some level of hyperdimensional truth to this, I guess, and especially in terms of what she was talking about originally with, the money aspect and just the future debt and all that in this casino gulag idea. But yeah, I think she goes some further into what she's kind of talking about with the ritual killing of the king and all that. She gets more into in her later posts, not even on this website, but her others. But yeah, I recommend listening to this Drakensberg sovereignty interview discussion thing. It's just funny how Drakensberg and blood and then BLLAD makes 666. It's just kind of funny the way things fall into place. Chapter 11 of The Ancient Secret in Search of the Holy Grail. More folk tales, the Flower of Light. It seems that folk tales may have been used originally as a means of attracting a suitable neophyte towards interest in the mysteries, before it was possible to disclose the real secrets. If so, we should expect to find that Egyptian fairy tales would provide us with clues. Unfortunately, very few such tales seem to have come down to us, but there are nevertheless two in the collection of Sir Flinders Petrie, Egyptian Tales, 2nd Series, which may perhaps contain something to our purpose. In the story of the Doomed Prince, which dates from the 18th dynasty, a childless king prayed to the gods for a son, and his barren wife bore a child. The Hathors, or Fates, decreed that the child's death would be by a crocodile, or a serpent, or a dog. He was kept safely away from these dangers until he grew up and demanded his freedom. He then acquired a pet dog, and like a Grail hero, he set out on his adventures accompanied by this dog. He came to a northern land, possibly Syria, whose chief had only one daughter. The chief had built for her a high tower with 70 windows. Only the man who could climb to her window might claim her hand. The Egyptian prince achieved this feat and married the maiden. She saved him from a serpent who came out of a hole to bite him. Then he went with his dog to a river, where a crocodile was kept bound by a mighty man, who went out at night only and retired when the sun rose. Here the papyrus breaks off, but it seems possible that the mighty man is associated with some group of stars which only appear after sunset, and that the youth is identified with the sun. Before the introduction of glass windows in Northern Europe, a window in the sense of vitrine could hardly have served as a synonym for the Grail, but such poetic terms as a bright aperture or an opening towards heaven might have been employed. In the story of Anpu and Bata, dating from the 19th dynasty, it certainly appears that a pure maiden is transformed into a loathly damsel, but there is no particular reference to a Grail. Sir Flinders Petrie sees a Syrian influence in the tale and compares it to the myth of Attis. Two brothers quarrel over the elder's wife. The younger, Bata, to prove his innocence of adultery, more probably in order to enter the Syrian priesthood, unmans himself, and therefore lives in a tower beside a holy tree. In reward for his virtue, the gods bring to him a woman who they have specially fashioned to be his companion. She is more beautiful than any woman in the land. Pharaoh hears of her and carries her off to his palace. She causes the holy tree to be cut down, and Bata dies with it. He resembles here the priest of the Nemean Grove. He is reincarnated as a bull, but once again the mysterious damsel causes him to be slain. He is then reincarnated in the form of two great Persea trees which stand like Jachin and Boaz on either side of the temple entrance. The damsel causes Pharaoh to cut down these trees, but by mistake she swallows a chip, and Bata is born as her son, and becomes the succeeding Pharaoh. It is foretold that the damsel shall die a sharp death, but for the rest her end is veiled in a mystery, and the story concludes with the accession of Bata as Pharaoh. Perhaps the sharp death is the transpiercing of the crystal by Ra's spear. As has been explained, we must picture the swan ship as very like the Ark of the Covenant, adorned and painted after the Egyptian fashion, but with the swan-like prow of the Norse vessels. It is hardly necessary to tell the story of Lohengrin, for Wagner's music has made it immortal, but a variant of the tale is of interest, the Walloon French epic of Le Chevalier au Cygne. Oriant, king of the island of Lillefort, marries Beatrix, and during his absence, she gives birth to one daughter and 6 sons. The king's mother, Matabrun,
hates Beatrix and makes arrangements for the children to be murdered in the forest. The servant, deputed to the task, has compassion and merely abandons the young creatures, who are found and brought up by a hermit. Matabrun learns of their survival and sends a more trusty messenger to seize the silver chains from the children's necks. With the loss of these talismans, they are transformed into swans. But Helios, the eldest boy, is absent at the time and so escapes. After many years, Matabrun so contrives that Beatrix is falsely accused of a crime and condemned to death. Helios arrives to champion her cause, and with him 6 swans appear on the water beside the castle. He is able to restore the silver chains, and with them mortal shape to all but Esmeralda, whose chain had been melted down by the king's goldsmith to form a cup. Having saved his mother, Helios departs in a boat drawn by the swan Esmeralda. See Account of Wagner Nights by Ernest Newman. There is an obvious confusion here between the ark chest and the Grail vessel, or bowl mirror, within the ark. But the story shows that the ancient memories could never entirely dissociate the swan ship from the Grail, for Lohengrin was also a knight of the Grail. It is fitting here to pay tribute to the genius of Wagner, whose poetic intuition was unerring. The prelude to his opera, Lohengrin, is to my mind a finer explanation of the mysterious operation of the Holy Grail than any mere words can give. Le Bel Inconnu, the light of God, whose name many may ask, proceeds forth from the Grail within its swan-like shrine into the hearts of men, demanding only faith. And the music tells us of the abiding wonder of man at the beauty and condescension of God. Yet Wagner's intuition also led him to have glimpses of Hades. He had been somewhat criticized for his concentration on the pagan mythologies of the Ring, and wishing to attempt a purely Christian setting, he chose with an unconscious irony the subject of Persephone in the quest for the Holy Grail. There are moments when the music arouses all men's inexpressible longing for the Holy Spirit. But equally there are passages in the procession and choruses of the knights, grouped round the maimed king, when, to my mind, the harmonies are crooked with black magic, and when the knights are crying out like wolves, not for a sight of the Grail, but for the head of Hades. The ritual has gone all wrong, and only the Christian Persephone has power to put it right again. The skill with which Wagner weaves together the various myths from the Eddas, Volsunga Saga and Nibelungenlied, so as to arrive at the heart of the matter in The Ring, is yet another example of his genius. In the Volsunga Saga, the golden treasure of the Rhine was originally possessed by a fish, the pike Andvari, but Wagner gives it to the triple goddess, the 3 Rhine maidens, to whom there is but a passing allusion in the Nibelungenlied. The gold, which in the Volsunga Saga is stolen in order to pile it round Fafnir's brother Otter, in payment for Odin, Loki and Hoenir having unwittingly slain Otter, is in Wagner's opera piled by Fafnir, the serpent dragon, round the apple goddess. There is no time to give all the other numerous examples of his poetic insight, but the reader will find them for himself in all the 4 operas of The Ring. If the ritual of the Grail was so widespread in the West, one would suppose that it spread equally far to the East. There is a big field of research in the Far East, but I am not qualified to undertake, but which is waiting for an authority on Chinese and Japanese myths. The phoenix, the crystal, and the dragons who fan the tinder into flame are frequently portrayed in Chinese art. I have seen in Windsor Castle the giant 6-inch diameter ball of pure rock crystal, which was presented by the Japanese Son of Heaven to our royal family in the last century. It would be interesting to know what led him to choose such a gift. The tale from the Arabian Nights of Aladdin and his wonderful lamp is one of those which has suffered least damage in the course of transmission, and which gives almost pure rendering of the ritual. Aladdin, a young and simple lad, is led by a magician to a rocky valley, wherein is a cave. The magician gives the boy a magic ring, the regalia of the divine youth, and the youth enters and gathers the fruit of the jeweled trees in the cave. He comes out with the magic lamp and the fruit, or jewels. He sees the sultan's daughter on the way to her bath, and falls in love with her. By the power of the magic ring, he miraculously transports her bed to his house, and because he can produce unlimited gold, the sultan agrees to the match. Aladdin thereupon builds for the princess a fitting palace, reminiscent in its splendor of Solomon's temple. Its 23 windows were latticed and set with precious gems, but the 24th remains unfinished. In compliment to the sultan, who is given the chance to expend his wealth in beautifying it, but all the sultan's wealth cannot fill this window. Aladdin, knowing the sovereign's task to be vain, then commands the genie of the lamp to accomplish the task, which he does with ease. The window is the Grail, and only the light of the sun god can fill it. But alas, the magician takes the lamp away from Aladdin. "New lamps for old," he cries to the princess, who is at her window. As soon as the evil magician has obtained the lamp, extinguished the torch, he carries the princess away to a desolate place. The wrathful sultan blames Aladdin and wishes to behead him, but the people demur. Aladdin therefore retains the magic ring of his regalia, and with it his life, for the days of human sacrifice are ended. By the power of the ring he enters again the place where the magician has confined the princess. He looks forth from her window. Together they recover the lamp and live happily until the magician takes the shape of the loathly damsel and demands possession of the roc's egg, or egg of the phoenix, at which the genie of the lamp is so exceedingly wrathful, and slays the magician. Today the Parsis and the Brahmins both light their sacred fires by means of the oldest known method, the rubbing of 2 sticks together. But long ago, if we are to believe Apollonius of Tyana, this was not the case. See Philostratus, Life of Apollonius of Tyana, Book 3, 14 and 15. In his travels in the 1st century AD, he journeyed as far as India. He was received by King Phraotes, who dwelt at the foot of the Kashmir Mountains, and was conducted to the hill fortress of the sages, who dwelt between the Sutlej and the Ganges. These mystics bore a ring and wand, which had a virtue of great force. On the summit of the hill they were accustomed to worship fire extracted from the sun's rays, probably by a burning glass. These sages were able to speak the Greek language. In the great Indian epic, the Mahabharata, there are suggestions that in the age of mythical heroes, similar methods of bringing down fire from heaven may have been employed. The epic concerns 5 brother princes and their adventures. Yudhishthira, one of the brethren, whose prayer to the sun has been given on page 63, was promptly answered by the deity, for Surya, the sun god, there and then presented to his worshipper a copper bowl, which was an inexhaustible source of food. Arjuna, the greatest of the 5 heroes, was a son of the sky god in his stormy aspect of Indra. Now, the curious thing about the whole epic is that its chief concern is the wooing of a certain maiden named Draupadi. Arjuna wins her, but thereafter she is held in common by all 5 brothers. Polyandry, or the sharing of one woman between several husbands, is quite unknown amongst the Hindus and their early Aryan ancestors. It is a custom utterly alien and repugnant to their most ancient traditions, and yet in the case of these half-mythical heroes of the Mahabharata, the situation has been accepted, and the epic treasured as holy writ. Indeed, the passage wherein Krishna urges Arjuna to do battle, in a long philosophical argument, forms the basis of Hindu beliefs. What then was the history of this maiden whose personal life outrages the Hindu idea of wifely purity, while her story forms one of the established bases of their religion? Draupadi and her brother were not born as other mortals are born, but their parents being barren, she and her brother sprang fully grown from the ashes of the sacred fire. Her royal father then invited all the neighboring princes and nobles to compete for her hand at a tournament. Arjuna was the only hero able to accomplish the task devised by the king, namely to shoot an arrow through a revolving wheel and to strike and bring down the golden fish which was the target beyond. In the subsequent misfortunes which befell the 5 brothers, they took to gambling, and Draupadi was pledged as a stake and lost to another prince. To her horror, she was dragged through the streets, and her new masters stripped her naked in the sight of the princess and nobles. To expunge the insult, the neighboring countries were thrown into war. See Indian Myth and Legend by D.A. Mackenzie and R.C. Dutt's translation of the Mahabharata. If I am right, at least 3 wars, which were immortalized in epic lays, were fought for possession of a grail. The Trojan War, where Helen Dendritus, the goddess bound to the tree, was the prize. The Bharata Wars fought for Draupadi, and the wars fought in Ireland for Deirdre. When a certain nobleman's wife gave birth to Deirdre, Connor, king of Ulster, was informed by the Druids that the child would bring ruin to the land by reason of her beauty. Rather than do away with the babe, he decided to wed her himself. She was confined with her nurse to a strong dun in the solitude of a wood, and was allowed to set eyes on no man until she could be of age to wed Connor. Nevertheless, when she was ripe for love, she contrived to meet Nicey, son of Usna, a champion of the Red Branch, and persuaded him to elope with her and his 2 brothers to Scotland. There the king of the Picts caught sight of Deirdre and coveted her, so that she and her companions were obliged to withdraw into the wild coastland of Glen Etive. A few miles from Oban are the Vitreous forts in which the fugitives are said to have lived. The question of Vitreous forts is an interesting one, but there is not time to discuss it here, other than to say that these early fortifications are supposed to have been built of stones and sand, and that brushwood was piled over the walls and set alight, so as to fuse sand and stones into a mass not unlike volcanic glass, and very much stronger than mortar-built walls. If this is indeed how such forts were made, it shows an intimate acquaintance with the properties of vitreous matter. After some years, Connor sent word to pardon the sons of Usna, and bade them return under the safe conduct of Fergus, son of Roy. The brothers and Deirdre were then lodged at the house of the Red Branch, and the old nurse assured Connor that Deirdre was no longer beautiful, but weathered and worn by her adventures. The king sent a messenger, Trendorn, to find out the truth of this statement. Trendorn climbed up and spied through the window of the hall, and there saw the most beautiful and fairest of women, seated and playing chess with Nicey. Nicey, glancing up and beholding the spy, hurled a chess piece, which struck Trendorn in the eye and blinded him. War thereupon broke out. Nicey and his brothers were beheaded by Connor, and the widowed Deirdre was handed over as a chattel to the pleasure of a nobleman, Owen. He took her up into his chariot to drive her to his dun, but, mocked by the king, she threw herself to the ground, and was dashed to death beneath the wheels and the hooves of the horses. There is no need to disenchant an already sadly prosaic world, or to rob it of romance by supposing that Deirdre and Helen and Draupadi were not the beautiful women that legend has painted for us. The Grail Stone had always an attendant Vestal, and no doubt Nicey and Paris and Arjuna were as desirous to possess the lady as to acquire the talisman. I have the strong impression, strange as it may sound, that I have held the very crystal of Deirdre in my hand. In the vicinity of Loch Etive, or Etive, where she is said to have lived, is the castle of Dunolly, seat of the hereditary chiefs of Clan MacDougall. I have had the privilege to stand in the sunshine below the old ruin, while the late Dunolly himself entrusted to my hands the spherical rock crystal, which has been the talisman of his clan for longer than memory can record. It is a beautifully polished stone, rather smaller than a cricket ball. It is not, of course, enclosed in any setting, because being a sphere it would require to be laid directly on the tinder. At one time in its history, but when is not recorded, it was dashed to the ground, and received a flaw, which glints within the heart of it. One cannot help wondering whether the Pictish king coveted Deirdre so much that he seized the talisman, leaving Nicey possession of the vestal attendant only. If it be argued that men would never have gone to war for the sake of a crystal, even though they believed it to be holy, quite the contrary can be shown in the history of the Lothar crystal, for possession of which, although it was not then deemed sacred, the Cathedral of Rheims was once burnt down. This stone can be seen in the British Museum. It is a thin circular disc of about 6.5 inches in diameter, very beautifully engraved with, appropriately enough, the story of Susanna and the elders. It is supposed to have been made for Lothar, king of the Franks in the 9th century. Thereafter it belonged to the Count Florenz, who pledged it with a canon of Rheims for a fine horse which had taken his fancy. As soon as he was able, he went to Rheims to redeem the pledge, but the canon disclaimed all knowledge of the crystal, and took refuge in the cathedral, whereupon the count and his retainers set fire to the building and drove him forth. The last of the legends in this chapter is that of Peronique l'Idiot. It was this Breton lay which first led M. Potvin and other French authorities to realize that the story of the quest for the Holy Grail had a Celtic and pre-Christian origin, for there is too great a similarity for it to be accidental. One should realize that Peronique is not an idiot in our sense of the word. He is the simple lad of all folk tales, who is stupid only insofar as he cannot learn what fear is. There is also, I think, a deeper meaning in the fact that all Grail heroes are young and simple at the outset of their adventures. They are the neophytes who have not yet been initiated or reborn. Hence, the one unforgivable sin in a Grail hero is failure to ask concerning the mysteries. Not to have an inquiring mind, not to seek, not to ask, is the very antithesis of Christ's example, when, as a lad of 12 years, he sat in the temple amidst the doctors, both hearing and asking them questions. The actual Jewish ritual which demanded the asking of a question will be dealt with in the proper chapter. Meanwhile, we can say that Peronique, that though simple and fearless, he did not suffer from indifference. At the castle of Curdless, a magician named Rogier had charge of the golden basin and the lance of diamond. The basin could bring forth at the instant all the food and riches desired. Those who drank from it were healed of any sickness, and if it touched the lips of the dead, they rose again. The point of the lance destroyed all that came in contact with it. The magician rode every day through the forest at Pimpont on his black mare, with a foal following behind it. None dared to attack him because of the lance. But once within the castle of Curdless, Rogier was forbidden by God's ordinance to use the talismans. As soon as he arrived there, they were placed in a dark underground pit, which no key could open. To reach the castle it was necessary to go by way of the Wood of Deception, then to take an apple from a tree guarded by a dwarf with a fiery sword, next to pick the flower called the Flower Which Laughs, guarded by a lion whose mane was formed of vipers, afterwards to pass the Lake of Dragons and to fight the Black Man, who was armed with a ball of iron, finally to enter the Valley of Pleasures without succumbing to temptation. Beyond the valley was a river with one ford only. There sat a woman clothed in black, who would tell the hero what to do in order to reach the castle. So much Puranic had learnt from an errant knight. Daily the lad watched the course of the magician, who rode through the forest, the basin of gold slung round his neck, and in his hand the lance of diamond which shone like a flame. On one such occasion of Puranic's vigil, he met an old man with a white beard, Bryak, who said that he himself was no seeker after the castle Kurdless, being none other than the elder brother of the magician. Puranic observed carefully the manner in which Bryak called up the foal, and thus the lad understood that only by means of the foal could he find his way through the wood of deception. On the next day the boy imitated Bryak, captured and mounted the foal, and allowed it to take its way. The enchantments of the wood so terrified Puranic that he pulled his cap over his eyes so as not to see. When they came to the great plain, the enchantments ceased. He pushed up his cap and saw a place more arid and desolate than a cemetery. Far and wide were seen the skeletons of the knights who had gone seeking the castle of Kurdless. This is probably a description of Karnak with its megalithic stones. He came to the apple tree, and by a ruse succeeded in taking the dwarf in a bird's snare, and was thus able to secure the apple. He entrapped the viper-headed lion by another ruse, and picked the laughing flower. He crossed the dragon lake and found the black man, who was chained by a foot to a rock, and who had 6 eyes in his head. Puranic charmed the giant to sleep, and then passed successfully through the Valley of Temptation, until he came in sight of Kurdless. The foal took him through the river, and on the other side Puranic saw a lady sitting on a rock, dressed in black and very yellow of face. She told him that she had waited for him, and then mounted pillion behind him. Her name was Pestilence, and she would help him to kill the immortal magician. If he could be tempted to eat the apple, which was from the same tree from which Adam and Eve ate, then he would lose his immortality, and Pestilence would be able to kill him. Puranic was successful in persuading the magician to taste the fruit. He died, and Puranic was able to open all the doors in the castle with the laughing flower. He seized the basin of gold and the lance, and at once the ground trembled. There was a thunderous noise, and the castle disappeared. Puranic found himself back in the forest of Pimpont, but he had hold of the 2 talismans. Perhaps the reader is wondering what exactly is the laughing flower, which can unlock the gates of Hades. It is the very flower which the Madonna carries, and which is depicted on the Glastonbury seal. For the fleur de lis was originally spelt fleur de luz, and meant the flower of light. It was the same of Horus rising out of the lily pot or lotus. Just as St. Catherine carries her virgin crystal at the hub of her wheel, so does Our Lady carry the most ancient symbol of the incarnate child, begotten of the Creator God. Thus, in all apocryphal stories of the Virgin, she bears a pot of lilies to a fountain at the moment of Annunciation. According to the Reverend W.H.P. Greswell, in his book Chapters on the Early History of Glastonbury, the monks claimed to have amongst their relics the very vase of lilies which the Virgin held at the moment when the Archangel Gabriel saluted her. I have been unable to check Mr. Greswell's reference, but if the monks did make this claim, it would show that they had inherited a knowledge of the ancient symbolism, and were referring to the crystal which they undoubtedly possessed. Figure 12 shows the old watermarks of the papermakers, who had learned their trade and traditions from the Provençal heretics of the Middle Ages. The flower de luce is depicted both separately and in conjunction with the symbolic rendering of the holy vessel from which it issues. For further discussion of the lotus or lily flower being the red flower, i.e. fire, see A.B. Cook's Zeus, Volume 2, page 771. How did the lily pot of Horus, this crystal grail, come into the possession of the Glastonbury monks? It is time to turn from folk tales back to the main purport of our enquiry, and to sum up what we know of the Grail of Glastonbury, before launching out into the more vital question of its association with the Church. If the reader will glance back to pages 34 through 5, where the essentials of all the legends of the quest for the Holy Grail are briefly summarized, he will find himself able to interpret the meaning of the story. Only one detail is left to explain: the death of Perceval's mother. It must be remembered that these Celtic lays are really a secret lament for a lost ritual. The death of the summer goddess, Perceval's mother, the wound of the Fisher King, and the wasted condition of the land might all be restored by the restitution of the ritual, in which sympathetic magic played a great part. That is the gist of the lament. When we come to examine a possible Jewish origin for the legend, we may find that the wasteland refers particularly to the wasted condition of the land of Israel, and the hope of raising up the former desolations. Amongst the many references to Israel as a wasteland, the following are typical: Isaiah 9:11 and Jeremiah 44:22. It remains to give one or two quotations in proof of my assertions. In the prose Perceval there is a reference to the Grail having been a pre-Christian sacrum. An old priest assures Perceval that he saw the vessel long before the days of Saint Joseph of Arimathea. J'ai vu le Graal fait les mestres avant que les rois péchiers Joseph, qui ses onques fut reculer le sang Jésus-Christ. Christian tells us that the Fisher King had much knowledge of necromancy and could change himself into 100 different shapes. Puis cerquerant par grand vigor le corps auris pesqueur, qui molt savoir de ningrements, quil muast se fois sa semblance. By the time of the coming of Saint Joseph of Arimathea, it seems probable that the ritual had already been disentangled from most of the horrors of Wookiee, and that the Grail remained the sacrum of a mystery cult nearly as pure as that of Orpheus. That the vessel concerned the secrets of initiation, and that the initiates were under vows of silence, is shown in so many verses that I cannot give them all. Here are a few examples. Del Graal dont nous ne doit les secrets d'air ne conter, conte du Graal. Who shall guard our mysteries? Who shall watch o'er the wondrous Grail? W. von Eschenbach. Je ne ose conter ne retrait, ne je ne le pourrais faire, ne sais je faire le voloi, sais je le grand livre na voix, où les estrars sont escrites, par les grands clercs fêtes et dites, là sont les grands secrets escrits, qu'en nommé le Grail est dit. Metrical Joseph. The prose Perceval states that the year began with the service of the Grail. C'est fait-il l'entrée de la terre à riche roi pécheur, et que dedans commence l'an à faire la service du Santisme Graal. It is immaterial to this inquiry whether the Druids lit their fire from heaven for the feast of Beltane or St. John's Eve. The former was the custom in Britain, and the latter more usual on the continent. Beltane and Samhain or Samhain are the older feasts, and Mr. T.D. Kendrick points out, The Druids by T.D. Kendrick, because they were the feasts of the older pastoral folk, celebrating the movements of cattle to summer and winter feeding grounds, whereas the solstitian feasts were introduced by a more cultured people who had begun to calculate the solar year. The appearances of the Grail invariably include the manifestation of descending light. In the prose Perceval, a hermit bids the knight ride on until he finds the holy chapel of the vessel. Là où la flambe del Saint-Esprit descent chacun jour pour les centimes Graal et pour les pointes de la lance quilon insert. In The Quest, when Lancelot approaches the sacred talisman, he sees in the chamber, si tres grand clarté comme celui salaus e fust descendis. E. Saint Graal describes the manifestation thus: and then they saw a ray of the sun shining 100 times brighter than if it had been midday, and everyone's face was brighter through the grace of the Holy Ghost. After a length of time, when they had been like dumb animals, there came in unto them the glorious vessel called the Graal, covered with white samite. In the grand Saint Graal, a ray of fire enters the mouth of the beholder, and this is a further example of man's desire to absorb in himself the essence of the Holy Spirit. Le rais du feu introit, all autre dedans la bouche. Of the sword Excalibur, Mallory says that it was so bright in his enemy's eyes that it gave light like 30 torches. And Christian describes Perceval's sword in these words: Et traist de son sinistre flans, une épée tranchante et belle, dont aussi reluist la lamelle, comme uns brandons de feu esprits. I have shown that the knowledge of how to light a torch from the sun's rays was paraphrastically described as putting or welding together the sword. It was the knowledge of the phenomenon rather than the actual performance of the deed, which was required as a password before a stranger could enter the precincts of Pierre Widrin. The following reference show that the impossibility of being accepted therein without such qualification. In E. Saint Graal, the Fisher King says to Gawain, God repay thee. I knew that it was thou who would bring it here, for neither thou nor another could come here without the sword. In the Conte du Graal, the Fisher King tells Perceval, if he dares attempt the deed, and his attempt succeeding, restores the sword to its former state, each fragment cleaving to the next, so that it becomes whole and integral, then only can ye learn the true meaning of the bier, the grail, and the lance. Christian repeats this with emphasis in another passage. Li remenant si est segroi, que dire ne vos poroi, que ne vais pas l'avoir achevé, ne sudi le frate espé. When we come to the period of King Arthur, I shall be able to show that there is a historical record of the crystal having been handed over to the safekeeping of the monks at Glastonbury. But long before that date, there are good grounds for supposing that the Druids surrendered it into the hands of no less a person than Saint Joseph of Arimathea. For what we are told in the earliest versions of the legend by Christian and the author of the prose Perceval concerning the final resting place of the talismans. In the prose account, Perceval, at the height of his power as king of the Grail Castle, suddenly hears the voice of God, who bids him leave his royal dwelling and take up his abode with a hermit called Josias, in a place where a church had been built amongst islands, and to that humble roof Perceval departed, taking with him the sacra of his cult. Christian describes Perceval's removal to the abode of the hermit in these words: hard by that spot in a sequestered place, a righteous man had sojourned many a day, secluded in his lowly hermitage, content to live his life of solitude, and serve his Lord in all tranquillity. To him came Perceval without delay, and instantly the Grail, the holy lance, and sacred silver bowl sped after him. Now, according to the ancient books of Wales, the arch-druid who was the contemporary of Saint Joseph of Arimathea was a certain Bran, no doubt suitably named after the raven, whose degree of initiation he held. Mr. Alfred Nutt thought that the bronze of Grail legend was identical with Bran. Welsh legend has confused him with the mythical solar hero, who went warring into Ireland after the magic cauldron. But there are very good grounds for supposing that Bran the arch-druid was a separate and historical character. and according to Welsh tradition, he was converted to Christianity. He was supposed to have been taken prisoner with Caractacus and sent as a hostage to Rome. He returned in his old age as a Christian and began to preach the gospel in South Wales, just across the water from Glastonbury. The church knows him as Bran the Blessed, and if I am right, he is none other than Perceval, or rather the last of the Pierce the Veils. It is a beautiful and romantic ending to the story. The great and powerful initiate and priest of the ancient mysteries, his tribulation and imprisonment in Rome, his conversion to Christianity, and his return to Britain, and most touching of all, the account of an old and venerable man surrendering to the first little church in Britain at Glastonbury, his beautiful and beloved crystal, in token of the fact that it had prophesied the incarnation, but was no longer required since prophecy was fulfilled. If Bran the Blessed was indeed the Perceval of our legend, then he died at Glastonbury in the arms of Josias, Saint Joseph of Arimathea. So long had he served God in faith and love, that when his hour was come to quit this life, God claimed for him his own, on him bestowed his grace, and bore him to his rest above. At even ere the feast of Candlemas, died Perceval, that worthy knight, in peace. If we are to understand why the early church accepted and probably sanctified the old sacra, and what was done with the crystal, and what were the secret words of the Grail, we shall have to explore into Jewish history. Part 2 of Persephone, A Study of Two Worlds. Chapter 5. The two worlds present themselves. The discrimination between the two worlds is something really new in the human repertory. People have, of course, always recognized that there was a difference between fact and fancy, but they did not, before the Renaissance, draw many conclusions from the distinction, nor did they accept it as a general guiding principle in the conduct of their lives. Observing the progress of the human mind, we find a gradual development of the sense of inner and outer. The primitive, for instance, makes little distinction between dreaming and waking. His world is peopled indiscriminately by factual and imaginary figures. Not only does he regard the great dreams of his chief as actual events, to be considered and acted upon in exactly the same way as the weather or the depredations of a hostile tribe, but we are told he will assert in all sincerity, and without any sense of the extraordinary, that he has just been conversing with his deceased father in the woods. With civilization, a greater degree of discrimination appears, but the ability to distinguish between the two categories grows only gradually. It is, for instance, very probable that the idea behind the elaborate care devoted by the ancient Egyptians to the sealing off of their tombs was motivated less by the fear that the treasures buried in them might be stolen, than by dread that the departed might return as they do in dreams. Having consideration for the mentality of the time, it is inconceivable that anybody would have been prepared to incur the awful penalties, in this world and the next, associated with interference with the dead, and it is unlikely that this thought was uppermost in the minds of the tomb makers. But the dead were immobilized with bandages and encased in heavy stone sarcophagi. Everything that they might need was placed around them. Even the beasts and the women and slaves of the earlier kings were killed and buried with them. Finally, they were deposited into chambers cut deep into the rock, and the tombs were sealed off with wall after wall of solid masonry. Thus it was made as difficult as possible for the dead to emerge, and it was hoped that, availing themselves of the provision made for them, they would lead a contented life underground, and not be tempted to do so, for their return, like Finnegan's, would have been unwelcome. even that most practical people, the Romans, took auguries before embarking on any important project and allowed their actions to be governed by the conclusions drawn from them, quite irrespective of practical considerations. And finally, even today, many civilized people expect an inner world deity to exert an influence on purely outer world matters, such as the weather. Sometimes such confusions result from a genuine inability to discriminate in the sphere of experience in question. In other cases, like that of the little girl with her doll, they are the consequence of a preference for letting sleeping dogs lie. Yet, although confusions are still common enough, in our scientific methods and our systems of organization and administration based on a careful study of facts, we have advanced considerably further than any previous civilization in the matter of discriminating between the inner and outer worlds. Our attitude, as already suggested, is one-sided, in that we appreciate and value only the outer world, on which we have concentrated our attention sufficiently to understand its fundamental patterns, while we neglect and depreciate the inner, which we do not understand. Nevertheless, we have worked out the differentiation to an advanced stage, even though it be only on one side. Each epoch, perhaps, makes its characteristic contribution to mental development, and if this is so, then our own enduring bequest to humanity may well be this new mental technique. It is likely enough that posterity will not value the systems and technologies which we have developed from it. They may not want such vast and unnecessary material production at the cost of the regimentation of their lives, any more than we ourselves want to build pyramids at the cost of slavery. The organization of slave labor which made the pyramids possible, and they are still the highest stone buildings in the world, was the triumph of ancient Egypt. The organization of wage and salaried labor which makes the production of millions of motor cars and television sets possible is the triumph of ours. Posterity may not want the motor cars and the television sets any more than we want pyramids, yet they will be able to benefit from the differentiation between inner and outer, which made contemporary science, technology, and mass production possible. For it is the mental and the abstract, not the material and the concrete, which endures. Roman roads and aqueducts, and the specific enactments and procedures of Roman law, are no longer of any use to us, but the Roman concept of law in general is an integral part of our civilization. The essential contributions to the human heritage made by the epoch which we call classical antiquity, Toynbee's, see Alfred Toynbee, A Study of History, Toynbee's Greco-Roman Civilization, are to be seen in the development of the aesthetic and ethical senses. The valuation of beauty for its own sake was a Greek discovery. Other civilizations had concentrated on the symbolical or the emotional or feeling significance of form. They had built, carved, or decorated in order to express symbolical truths, or to produce an impression of awe, magnificence, or well-being. And it was the Greeks who we are the first in the Western world to turn their attention to that aspect of form which is pleasing and right, merely as a sensory experience, irrespective of its symbolical and emotional associations. It is the same with the ethical sense, starting with the conception of rightness and wrongness, hardly superior to the taboo system of the primitive. Classical antiquity worked its way towards the differentiation of an intelligible and coherent polarity of good and evil, justice and injustice, honesty and dishonesty. It succeeded, in fact, in building up a pair of complex images by reference to which the ethical value of any action might be assessed. The process is marked by the intellectual struggles of the Stoics to work out a principle of virtue, and of the Epicureans to formulate an ideal of cooperative happiness, as well as by the official Roman insistence that the law was binding on all men. In the book of Job, which possibly illustrates the impact of Greek ideas on Hebrew theology, we are even faced with the drastic question of whether the ideals of equity and fair dealing may not be binding on the deity himself. This is not the place to go further into this question. I wish merely to suggest the nature of possible enduring contributions to the general mental heritage of humanity, and the manner in which they may be made. The parallel in the case of our own civilization is obvious. The only product of our age which is of universal value, and which would be capable of adaptation to the needs of a new civilization adopting a different approach to circumstances differing from those in which our own grew up, is the discrimination which we are learning to make between the inner and outer worlds. Just as classical antiquity failed to find the final and complete answer to the ethical question, so have we failed in the matter of the inner and outer worlds. Nevertheless, just as the classical age discovered that an absolute differentiation between good and evil was potentially possible, and that even a nebulous understanding of it could serve as a universal guide to conduct in all circumstances, so have we discovered the possibility of making a universally valid distinction between inner and outer, and of applying it profitably to at least some of the problems of life. The outer world proof of this lies precisely in that obsession with the pattern of objects in space and time, which threatens to throw us off our balance, and thus to bring about our own self-destruction. For, as we have seen, the essence of that outlook which is epitomized in the scientific attitude, and which has led to such unexampled advances in the material sphere, is the ability to distinguish between those factors of experience which fit into the coherent pattern of material objects in space and time, and those which do not. We have concentrated unduly on the former and neglected the latter, and this short-sightedness is liable to lead to our undoing. Nevertheless, although we have failed to grasp the full significance of the differentiation, we have learnt to make it, and that discovery will not be lost. If humanity survives the downfall of the present system at all, it will in due course achieve a condition of sufficient stability and enlightenment to rediscover its heritage. There will be another Renaissance, once again bringing about a fruitful union of the old and the new. The consequence will not be a reconstruction of the conditions of the present era, any more than the rediscovery of antiquity in the 15th and 16th centuries led to a reconstruction of those of ancient Greece and Rome. An entirely new culture will inevitably be born of the union, embodying those elements of the old and the new patterns which are both reconcilable with another and adaptable to the new circumstances, and among these the differentiation between inner and outer worlds, inner and outer truth, inner and outer existence and reality will certainly find a place. It may be assumed that the inherent tendency of the psyche to seek equilibrium will have brought about impulses, values, and patterns of thought, which will act as a counterpoise to the obsession with the outer world, to which the present age has fallen victim. It will indeed have been precisely these reactions of the psyche which will have brought about the downfall of the present system, and formed the nucleus of the new. It may therefore be conjectured that the new age will not attach the same importance to material production, and to material conditions generally as we do. It will be content with a simpler outer life, and perhaps with more limited numbers, but it will devote more of its energies to the cultivation of those aspects of experience which we neglect. I have no wish to construct a utopia, which would inevitably be no more than the expression of my own views on the good life. Posterity will no more resemble me than contemporary man resembles Plato, whose hopelessly wrong-headed idea of a state ruled by philosophers is, incidentally, a characteristic illustration of an absolute lack of understanding for the nature of the outer world, or of even a suspicion that such a thing exists. Plato's contribution to thought lies in his understanding of the nature of the inner world. The outer he ignored, for what practical man could doubt for a moment that there is nobody less suited than a philosopher to rule the smallest village, let alone the state? The newly formed state of Israel asked Albert Einstein to become its first president, an honor which he very wisely declined on the grounds that he lacked abilities in the sphere of human relationships. If more distinguished people realized their own limitations in this way, the world would be saved of a lot of trouble. Those whose business lies predominantly in the inner world are almost invariably inept in the outer. The practical men of the future will have to find practical solutions to practical problems, and I can have no more idea how they will do it than Plato had of parliamentary democracy. It is, however, fair to conjecture that posterity will not reconstruct our technocratic system, for they will see no value in doing so, any more than we see in the building of pyramids. We have seen how Descartes, having arrived through a flash of intuitive insight at the central point of philosophy, which is the interpretation of experience as a particular mode of the universal relationship of the absolute subject with the absolute object, subsequently abandoned the subjective side of the formula in favor of the objective, on which he based a rational system which claimed to account for the whole of knowledge. In this he was representative of the new thought of his day, which, since the Renaissance, had been concentrating on the discrimination between the two classes of elements which were confused in the amalgam of medieval thought, namely, on the one hand that which was rational and objective, and on the other that which was irrational and subjective. The rigid segregation of these incompatibilities led to the conscious intellectual discrimination between the two worlds, in between inner and outer truth and reality, and hence to revolutionary conclusions strongly at variance with traditional beliefs. This conflict came to light in such dramatic climaxes as the collisions of Galileo with the Inquisition, or of Darwin with the bishops. The nature of the new thought is revealed in that unqualified refusal to accept any standards of truth, except the rational and the sensory objective, which forms the basis of the scientific outlook, and which is epitomized in such extremes as the categorical denial of a Hegel that anything which was not rational could be real. Science, however, was not the cause of the new outlook, but one of its products. The causation is hard to elucidate, and we must be satisfied with noting that the new attitude was a generalized phenomenon which became apparent at the Renaissance. It was by no means confined to philosophy or natural science, for, as Toynbee points out, the modern system of efficient administration made its first appearance in the chanceries of the Italian despots and republics of the Quattrocento. It was there that for the first time in history adequate accounts were kept, returns demanded and analyzed, and statistics compiled. Italy in the 15th century was, of course, the cradle of the Renaissance, which was far more the scholarly and artistic movement which was far more than the scholarly and artistic movement as which it is commonly regarded, Administration based on accounts and statistics is a striking example of the new thought which discriminated so rigidly between facts and pious aspirations. In its subsequent developments, of course, the new administration has grown into a system of incredible complexity in scope, which now permeates and dominates our lives. Its tendency, if left to itself, is to attempt the complete regimentation of the soul. Science and technology, those two lusty children of the new outlook, have in the meanwhile progressed from strength to strength, and in the space of the last 200 years have succeeded in transforming the face of the world. In the outer pattern of the lives of a considerable proportion of its inhabitants, to an extent far greater than was possible in the entire preceding 5 millennia of civilization. Today they enjoy an unassailable authority, for how could anything which has been so successful possibly be wrong? The error will not become apparent until they have broken down the very structure on which they have been built up. The contemporary situation, then, may be seen as the product of a new attitude towards experience in general, or in other words, towards life and thought, which originated at the time of the Renaissance. The attitude is characterized by a growing discrimination between those aspects of experience which may be contrasted under the categories of inner and outer, and by a concentration amounting to an obsession on the latter at the expense of the former. The polarity in question has an archetypal basis. In other words, this manner of classifying experience is based in an inherent pattern of the mind, and consequently we may expect it to present itself to consciousness in a characteristic symbolical form. This archetypal symbol is the picture of the two worlds, and we may now turn to some examples of the way in which it has presented itself through the creative fantasy in the course of history. The picture of the other side has presented itself to humanity ever since man, by concentrating on personal consciousness, has cut himself off as an individual from his generic roots. Thus, in the Babylonian legend of Gilgamesh, which may have originated as early as 2000 BC, we find the hero departing on a long and arduous journey to a remote home of Uta-Napishtim, the prototype of Noah, whence he brings back a miraculous herb, and later we have the Argonauts setting out for distant Colchis in search of the Golden Fleece. This evidently is the quest of the treasure to which reference has already been made, and it is at once apparent that this theme is incalculably older than the situation with which we are momentarily concerned. The image of the other side, in fact, does not correspond exactly with that of the two worlds. It may, and in later examples it often does, embrace the latter, but in itself it represents something more fundamental, or at least something which has represented a pressing problem to humanity for far longer. This consideration leads to the important distinction between the polarities outer-inner and conscious-unconscious. These two may be regarded as the two possible bisections of the sphere of totality, along two different planes which, although divergent, are still close enough to produce two pairs of hemispheres which possess considerable areas in common. Thus, the inner world corresponds to the unconscious, the outer to the personal consciousness in some, but by no means in all respects. The uniqueness and particularity of the individual are largely based on the unique position of his body in time and space, and insofar as personal consciousness is confined to matters immediately pertaining to this point of reference, it corresponds exactly with the outer world. And insofar as personal consciousness is confined to matters immediately pertaining to this point of reference, it corresponds exactly with the outer world. The generic and universal aspects of the mind, the instinctive and archetypal patterns, on the other hand, being entirely independent of the individual and his particular location in space and time, are to some extent incapable of assimilation in the personal consciousness. To this extent they are purely unconscious, and insofar as the contents of the unconscious mind are confined to elements of this nature, it corresponds exactly to the inner world. This is the essence of the distinction between this world and the other side. This world consists of the finite, limited, precisely positioned personal life of the individual, whereas the other side contains all those elements which he shares with all other members of his species, or even in the last resort, with the whole of living creation. Through it, access to the personal experiences of other individuals even becomes possible, for they are all experiences of the same subject. As we have seen, however, individual consciousness is a selective process in which only a proportion of the experience available to the individual, even in his personal, particular capacity, is accepted, the remainder being rejected and thus confined to the unconscious part of the mind. Thus, for instance, any given mental stimulus, whether it be an immediate sensory experience, a conceptual thought, a fancied image emanating from the generic depths of the collective unconscious, or whatever else, may give rise to, say, 5 different associations in some or other of these various mental spheres. If consciousness is to remain clear and coherent, the individual can accept only one of these for consideration, while the remainder must be included, at least temporarily. While the remainder must be excluded, at least temporarily. Theoretically, he is at liberty to choose whichever he pleases, and even having considered it, to pass on to the remainder. In practice, however, the amount of material clamoring for admission at the doors of consciousness is far greater than it can possibly master. One association, moreover, having been admitted, leads to others of its own kind, and already in childhood the intelligent individual discovers that it is only by following such a connected train of conscious contents, whether it be in the sphere of logical thought, feeling, sensory impressions, or whatever else, that he can make sense of life and deal with its problems. In consequence, he invariably tends to concentrate on a single class of content, to the exclusion of all the others, and thus builds up a screening system which automatically carries out the selection of that class of content which he favors. This screening system constitutes the conscious attitude. It is itself largely unconscious, since consciousness confines itself to the consideration of those contents which have been admitted by it, ignoring the existence of what has been excluded, and hence the agency which has excluded it. The conscious mind thus tends to assume that only the class of content which it habitually admitted to it has any existence at all. Everything else is confined to the unconscious part of the mind, and is therefore unknown to it, or in other words, has no existence for it. This matter will be the subject of a more detailed consideration in the next volume. For the present, I wish merely to indicate that the unconscious mind does not only contain those generic patterns which are in no circumstances assimilable to personal consciousness, but also a large body of experience which could perfectly well have been admitted to it, but which has been excluded purely through the prejudice of the conscious attitude. Since the conscious attitude works on different principles, accepting, let us say, contents and associations of the nature of logical thought, while excluding those connected with the feelings, these additional unconscious contents will conform to a definite pattern. In the case suggested, for instance, they will consist predominantly of contents associated with feeling. A number of such different patterns is possible, and various characteristic forms are in fact found among individuals. The nature of the contents of the unconscious mind, or, broadly speaking, the other side, is therefore not invariable. Superimposed, so to speak, on the basic layer of generic or archetypal patterns unassimilable to consciousness, there is a layer of rejected personal experiences which may conform broadly to one or another of several different possible patterns. The nature of the conscious attitude depends in the last resort on the individual. It is he who has built it up and he who is free to change it, although the process is a difficult one. Nevertheless, although an infinite variety of individual conscious attitudes is possible, in practice they all fall roughly into a limited number of types, determined by those structures or patterns of the mind which can be employed as guiding principles in the process of selection. The complexity of civilized life, moreover, is so great that no individual can discover everything for himself. As a child, he instinctively follows the lead of his elders, and at school he is deliberately taught to use his mind in certain ways and to avoid using it in others. Every community possesses a collective conscious attitude, without which its members could never come to terms with one another. And the values, notions, points of view, and guiding principles of that collective attitude are so much in the air that no individual can avoid absorbing them in childhood. Later in life, the individual is generally too deeply absorbed in the struggle to hold his own, and to win and consolidate a position in the community, for it is to be possible for him to spare any thought for the critical consideration of the attitude in which he has been brought up. He accepts what everybody knows as self-evidently true, and values what everybody values as unquestionably good. Only exceptional and basically abnormal individuals question these things and seek to construct an independent system for themselves. Thus, although in theory the possible varieties of conscious attitude are infinite, in practice those of the great majority of individuals in any given community conform very closely to the collective pattern. It follows, therefore, that the contents of their unconscious minds are also similar in nature. The collective conscious attitude of the contemporary civilization in the West is, we have seen, characterized by an obsession with the sensory objective, which is the essence of the outer world, and by the rational. Hence, the collective unconscious of the times is characterized by a predominance of contents of an opposite nature, namely intuitive subjective elements, which constitute the essence of the inner world, and of all that is irrational. It is for this reason only that in our own civilization we find the other side full of inner world irrational elements. The fact is determined solely by the prejudices of the contemporary conscious attitude. In other civilizations, such as those of the ancient East, the collective conscious attitude has been biased in the opposite direction, and with them we find the atmosphere of the other side completely different. It is characterized on the one hand by lucid, crystal-clear symbolical forms, and on the other by a multitude of vexatious but not very formidable dragons, demons, and bogies. The manifold and heterogeneous problems of the outer world which they dismiss, under the contemptuous designation of the 10,000 things, in their preoccupation with the eternal and the infinite, which are not concerned with either mundane or rational considerations. Western fantasy has long ago abjured bogies. It has evolved the far more sinister figure of the Miltonian Lucifer instead. Thus, the polarities inner and outer, and conscious, unconscious, must be distinguished. The bias of our own contemporary collective attitude results in the relegation of the majority of the inner world and irrational elements of experience to the unconscious mind. But this is only a particular case. The two polarities even cut across one another in the contemporary mind. For abstract thinking is the one element of the inner world which we consciously accept and value, whereas we reject and deprecate even the outer world aspect of the irrational, designating it chance, superstition, or coincidence, and refusing to attach any importance to it. Hence our addiction to gambling. Returning to the ancient world, we may note that the two examples quoted do not suggest any considerable tension between the images of the two worlds in the minds of their originators. This is what we should expect, for the ancients lacked our understanding of the laws governing material objects in space and time, and therefore made no such sharp differentiations as we do between what is possible and what is impossible in the outer world sense. They were aware of a somewhere else, of that duality of experience of which the preeminent expression is the contrast between dreaming and waking, but it did not seem to them that there was any intrinsic difference between dream happenings and those of waking life. In the case of dreams, they knew that their bodies did not participate in the experiences of their minds, but that did not seem to them to denote that the dream experiences were any less real than the waking ones. Their minds had simply journeyed into the somewhere else, leaving their bodies behind. As to that somewhere else, its existence need be no less factual than that of any remote land. Only a very small portion of the world was known to them, and what they knew was surrounded by a mysterious darkness, out of which strange and unfamiliar peoples and creatures were liable to emerge. It is hard for us to imagine, but to the ancient Greek, the remote lands of the Scythians and the Nubians must have been exactly equivalent to the lands of dream and fable. Anything might exist, or anything might happen there. Even the meticulous Herodotus, who traveled widely in search of his material and investigated what he could for himself, accepted the most absurd fantasies as outer world truth. The legend of the Trojan War seems to tell another story. It is likely enough that the war was a historical fact, and that the improbable tale of the rape of Helen, which so strongly bears the archetypal stamp, was tacked on to it afterwards. The episode of the Judgment of Paris is in any case a product of fantasy, and it is characteristic of the growth of legends that it is impossible to say where fantasy ends and fact begins. From our present point of view, the question is immaterial, the significant point being that fantasy is to some extent involved, and that certain inner world elements were evoked by and became assimilated to certain significant factual events, thus producing a symbolical whole which has continued to fascinate humanity up to the present day. At all events, the result was a clear picture of the conflict between the two worlds, centered, incidentally, round the forcible removal of the figure of the anima from one to the other. This element provides a parallel with the Persephone myth, which latter reveals a clear perception of the rival claims of the two modes of experience on the individual mind. To the best of my very inadequate knowledge, these two stories stand alone in the classical period in their presentation of the theme of the conflict between the two worlds. It is, however, noteworthy that it was not until the closing period of that epoch that the Persephone myth, in its connection with the Eleusinian mysteries, played such an important role. There are, therefore, some slight grounds for supposing that as the old era drew to its end, a psychic tension of a new and hitherto unknown nature was beginning to make itself felt, and it is significant that this tension, together with the formula of transcending it, is strikingly rendered in the teachings of the Rabbi Jeshu, or Jesus. There are several references to this probably historical personage in the Talmud. He is presented as a heretical rabbi with a public following. He led the people astray, who was put to death for blaspheming. His execution is alternatively stated to have been by hanging or by stoning, both of which were traditional Jewish methods, and certain indications suggest that he may have lived approximately a century before the governorship of Paladi. the identity of the author of many of the gospel doctrines, and particularly perhaps of those sayings quoted above, with the fiery nationalist who appears, by inference from the gospel account, to have occupied Jerusalem by force of arms, and to have been put to death by Pilate, by the Roman method of crucifixion, for raising an insurrection against the Roman overlordship. The King of the Jews appears to me to be open to the gravest doubts, in view of the fact that the earliest of the Gospels, from which the basic material of the others is derived, was not written down until at least 20 and possibly 40 years after the events which it describes, and probably far from the scene. It is not inconceivable that the teachings of the rabbi came to be attributed in all good faith to the leader of the popular rebellion of a century later. Possibly he bore the same name. In this connection, see GRS Med's Did Jesus Live 100 BC? And R for Knows the Other Side of the Story. Such sayings as, "Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's," "My kingdom is not of this world," "The children of this world are in their generation wiser than the sons of light," as well as others which will come to mind, are unmistakable evidence of a clear conscious discrimination between the two worlds. They are, indeed, possibly the earliest recorded formulation of such a differentiation. Such a clear discrimination between inner and outer, however, was far in advance of the times, and Christianity, in order to survive, was compelled to transform itself into an outer world system, which it eventually succeeded in doing by becoming a department of the Roman administrative structure. The Church, as distinct from the basic teachings of Christianity, is a purely Roman institution. By the time we reach our own Middle Ages, the Church was firmly established as an outer world institution, which, in its teachings and in a considerable part of its activity, asserted the paramount importance of the kingdom of heaven, an invisible world, or an afterlife of the soul, over against this world, which it represented as real, but fundamentally worthless and tending towards evil. This produced a sound balance in a society which was painfully climbing from barbarism to civilization, and it resulted in the Church's acquiring a monopoly of the other side, which for many centuries it succeeded in keeping under control, regulating its relationship to this world by means of the profound and vital archetypal symbolism of its ritual and beliefs. This mediating position is symbolized by the two keys of St. Peter, representing the papacy's control of access to both worlds. In the later Middle Ages, however, advanced spirits, in the persons of the troubadours and writers of romances, began to discover another aspect of the other side which was not countenanced by the Church, namely the province of the anima. In their hands, pre-Christian Celtic and Germanic legends and fragments of classical mythology crystallized into romances of a fantastic world centering round profane love. The supreme symbol of this trend was the mountain of Venus, that scene of extravagant and luxurious pleasures which had its historical counterpart in the 11th century in the East in the Mountain of Delights of Hassan el-Sabah, the old man of the mountain and leader of the assassins or hashish eaters. During the same period, the cult of the Virgin attained its highest forms and greatest popularity and influence, but it proved impossible to contain the spiritual forces inherent in the emergent anima pattern within the framework of orthodox doctrine, and when the mountain of Venus inevitably evoked its spiritualized counterpart, the latter escaped the Church, taking the form of the mountain of the Grail. The latter is a highly spiritualized feminine symbol, developed from pre-Christian Celtic legend and very inadequately Christianized. This question will be examined in detail in a later volume. For present purposes, it will suffice to say that the keynote of the period is a battle for the control of access to the other side between ecclesiastical and profane forces. The eventual victor of the latter was expressed in that tremendous upsurge of profane values which is called the Renaissance. Since then, the Church has been fighting a rearguard action. In consequence of the preoccupation with this side of the question, which was concerned mainly with the feeling and the sensory aspects of life, the dawning awareness of a possible differentiation between the two worlds along the intellectual intuitive plane of bisection, which had begun to manifest itself at the close of the classical period, sank out of sight. People were concerned with feelings and aesthetic values, with the conflict between sacred and profane love, and between the sensuous and the austere, to the exclusion of the intellectual differentiation between existent and non-existent. The nominalist-realist controversy around which scholastic thought revolved is, however, fundamentally an attempt to differentiate between inner and outer. They still came and went between the worlds of fact and fancy without much circumstance. Every king claimed descent from Alexander, and thus from Hercules, whom Alexander himself claimed as an ancestor, and they were no doubt as sincerely convinced of the historicity of the claim as of the fact that the kitchen of the Virgin Mary had for some reason been removed bodily from Nazareth by 4 angels and deposited in Loreto. Many of them, paradoxically enough, were eminently hard-headed practical men, but, like the little girl who insists that her doll is a real baby, they felt under no obligation to force their understanding of the outer world onto matters which had no immediate practical concern for them, and might compel them to draw painful conclusions. They had not yet eaten of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of inner and outer. After the Renaissance, a colder wind blows. It is apparent, for instance, in Shakespeare's Tempest. This play will be the subject of a detailed analysis in a later volume, and for the present it will suffice to point out that Prospero's confinement on his island was the penalty for neglecting the outer world in favor of the inner. In the Middle Ages, it is true, Tannhauser had already become entangled with the Lady Venus and had been unable to escape from her mountain for a number of years, and Thomas of Ercildoune, Tom of Reimer, had disappeared from this world for 7 years, which he spent in the service of the Queen of Elfland. These are references to a specific matter, which indeed evidently concerned Shakespeare too, but the spirit in which he tells the story is a very different one. Tannhauser and Thomas had merely succumbed to the beguilements of the other side in a manner which had been well known ever since the companions of Ulysses, in the course of their long voyage, had fallen into the clutches of the Lady Circe. All these men had paid the penalty for an illicit affair with the anima, and had eventually been restored to this world. But Prospero is resentful. He had not been simply self-indulgent. He had been engaged in respectable studies of the liberal arts, and was dedicated to the bettering of his mind. And while thus preoccupied, he had been basely usurped by his brother, to whom he had confided the practical government of his dukedom, and who understood the business as he did not. Here, for the first time in the new era, we find the theme of the irreconcilability of the rival and the equally valid claims placed on the individual by the two worlds, and the resentment and self-pity of the man suffering from their collision. My ignorance of the literature of the 18th century prevents me from offering more than one example from that period. It is provided by Goethe, who succeeded in understanding the problem intellectually, and presents it in expository rather than symbolical form. He was one of the few creative artists of the first rank who have occupied a responsible worldly position, and although his ministerial duties at the tiny court of Weimar probably demanded no more statesmanlike qualities and were no more onerous than those of a contemporary county councillor, His experience sufficed to reveal him to the essential difference between the two worlds. There can be little doubt that he found his position a strain, as was inevitable in any man who owed allegiance to the inner world, but he held out for 11 years, his 24th to 25th, at the end of which he obtained leave to depart on his famous journey to Italy. On his return to Weimar, he did not resume his state duties. A few years later, in the drama Torquato Tasso, he produced a lucid and remarkably objective exposition of the irreconcilability of the two worlds of artistic creativeness and mundane affairs. He holds no brief for either, but presents a strikingly fair-minded picture of the complementary virtues and weaknesses of the two mental attitudes which Jung, 150 years later, was to elucidate as extroversion and introversion. In my view, the subject was unsuited to the medium, and would have been better presented as an essay. Nevertheless, Tasso provides what is possibly the first clearly understood exposition of the theme of the contrasting, irreconcilable, opposed and yet complementary natures of the two worlds. Goethe was one of the few who have understood and mastered both, differentiated them fully, and reconciled the irreconcilables in one of the fullest creative lives recorded in history. Perhaps Napoleon's famous comment on meeting him, "Voilà un homme," was not merely flattery, nor the echo of contemporary adulation, for Goethe was in fact a complete man. In the 19th century, the examples, as we should expect, come thick and fast. Towards the middle of the century, we have Dickens' Tale of Two Cities and Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights, in both of which the picture is very marked. Both of these works will be the subject of detailed analysis in a later volume, and here it must suffice to say that in both of them the tension between the two worlds is extreme. The striking point about them both is that here, for the first time, the division is not that between this world, the scene of prosaic workday life, and the other side, the world of wonders and delights, but between two scenes of equal status, the inhabitants of which intermingle freely and even intermarry, thus bringing in the theme of the dynastic union, yet of opposing and irreconcilable natures, the collision of which brings about the conflict. In no orchids we have met with these two themes combined. There is the dichotomy between this world and the other side, and the conflict, within the other side, between the factions of John Blandish and Ma Grisson. The conflict, we noted, does not become apparent until penetration into the other side has been effected. This is the full statement of the theme, for the conflict is inherent in the one-sidedness and intolerance of the conscious attitude. It is the arrogance and high-handedness of John Blandish which evokes the rebellion of Ma Grisson and her faction, and until the figure of the former, i.e. the nature of the conscious attitude, has been brought to consciousness, the ego or conscious subject is not aware of the existence of a conflict. The matter is brought to consciousness in the first place by the rape of Miss Blandish, Persephone, Helen, and by the devitalization of this world which ensues on her disappearance. This theme is again very clearly rendered in Wagner's Rheingold, which will be analyzed in a future volume. It is this which compels the subject to undertake the quest of the treasure, entailing penetration into the other side. When this has been effected, the differentiating function of consciousness reveals the nature of the conflict in symbolical form. In other words, it becomes actual and real to the conscious mind. This has the result of intensifying it and drawing the personal subject into participation in it. But it is only by this means that reconciliation becomes possible for those who succeed in rising above it. The same picture is presented by Rider Haggard in his Fantasies. He divided his works into two classes, novels and fantasies. The former deal with present-day life and actual places, although they invariably include supernatural, e.g. spiritualistic, themes, and thus show his constant preoccupation with the other side. The latter are set in imaginary places or deal with historical times. The novels are without exception bad. It was only when he allowed his creative fantasy free rein to evoke symbolical forms, without the restraint of outer world plausibility, that Haggard was great. The emphasis here is on the gulf which separates the two worlds, for again and again he describes the arduous journeys of his intrepid explorers in search of the lost kingdom in the African interior. Then, when they have penetrated into the other side, just as in No Orchids, the battle begins. His first fantasy, King Solomon's Mines, was written in emulation of Stevenson's Treasure Island, in which we find the same combination. Haggard's works, moreover, and particularly She, evidently provided the inspiration for a 20th century variant in Pierre Benoit's La Atlantide, which contains the lost kingdom but lacks the battle. This theme of the arduous nature of the way which leads to the other side, familiar from ancient and medieval legend, it also occurs constantly in the Arabian Nights, notably in the extraordinary tale of the City of Brass, and of the strange, contradictory world which it contains, is once again to be found in Samuel Butler's Erewhon. Here there is no reason to suspect inspiration by Haggard, for none of the latter's characteristic images appear. Erewhon, however, is distinguished from Butler's other works by the earlier passages describing the journey to the other side. These latter, and in particular the description of the passage of the tremendous gorge or chasm which separates the two worlds, represent a vivid symbolical experience, which stands out impressively in contrast to the rather bloodless intellectual atmosphere of the latter part of the work, and of Butler's other novels. The chasm, of course, is a variant of the image of the barrier. It is magnificently portrayed in the terrific passage in Haggard's She, in which the travelers, led by She herself, traverse the bottomless pit in the interior of the mountain of Venus again, on their way to the cavern of the magical fire of eternal youth. The symbolism of this variant image of the barrier will be discussed in a later volume. At present, we are only concerned with noting the symbolical rendering of the theme of the separation between the two worlds. The same picture of the remote, contradictory world is to be found in Alfred Cuban's Die andere Seite, from which, following Meyrink, I have taken the designation the other side. In this work, the Traumerreich dream world is situated in the interior of China, and is surrounded by a great wall. The same locality is chosen for his Shangri-La by James Hilton in Lost Horizon, obviously another version of the same theme. In neither of the latter does the theme of the conflict appear in a marked form, although there are hostile elements which lead to the disintegration of the system of the other side, to the departure from it of the principal character, or to both. The dream world of Die andere Seite is eventually destroyed by the appearance of an American businessman, evidently representing outer world values, while the conventional-minded and extroverted young vice-consul in Lost Horizon destroys the eternal youth of Shangri-La in the person of his princess. Yet in neither of these works, nor in Erewhon, does the conflict appear in the straightforward, violent form which it assumes in the other works under consideration. In these three, on the other hand, great emphasis is laid on the fundamental contrast between the values and general attitude to life obtaining in the other side in the conventional approach to this world. To this point we shall return. Die andere Seite derives additional importance from its influence on Kafka, whose Trial is one of the most striking of all the variants of the theme. This work will also be examined in detail in a later volume, and it will suffice for the moment to point out that nowhere are the two worlds seen in closer contact. They actually, in a mysterious way, interpenetrate. It is perhaps also worth noting that the awareness of the somewhere else is rendered by Kafka in the same symbolical way as by Hadley Chase, by means of the telephone. The central theme of the book is the painful situation of the man who is condemned to share his life between the two worlds, and to suffer the collisions of their conflicting claims in full consciousness. It is seen as a tragedy for men of the caliber of a Goethe, who succeed in coming to terms with both worlds in full consciousness, are rare indeed. Today, perhaps they are even rarer than in Goethe's time, since when the conflict in the collective mind is sharpened appreciably. Another very striking example is provided by the two Alice books, the theme on which is obviously the other side, and both of which characteristically are presented as accounts of dreams. In Wonderland, Alice penetrates to the other side by falling down a deep shaft, an obvious symbol of the descent into the underworld, while in Through the Looking Glass, she enters it by passing through a mirror. This last is a powerful and apposite symbol, with which we shall be concerned later in this study. There is altogether a great deal of symbolism in Alice's adventures, and we shall examine this in its place. The main attraction of the books, however, and that which has won them their universal popularity, is the rendering of the paradoxical nature of the unconscious part of the inner world. Although written for children, they can, of course, only be fully appreciated by a mature intelligence, and anybody with a developed sense of inner and outer can rely on finding more in them at every rereading. This insistence on the paradoxical, even nonsensical, nature of the other side is important. In addition to the Alice books, it is strongly marked in Erewhon, The Trial, and Die an der Seite, and it is apparent, though less insistently, in Lost Horizon. We have noted that in all of these stories, the theme of the warring factions which characterizes No Orchids, All Haggardsworts, A Tale of Two Cities, and others which we shall consider in later volumes, is absent. In all of them, on the other hand, except the Alice stories, and most markedly The Trial, the conflicting claims of the two worlds on the central character is strongly brought about. The inference is evidently that in the one category the conflict has been recognized, i.e. at least partially understood by the conscious mind, whereas in the outer it remains unconscious, or appears in consciousness only in the form of symbolism which is not understood. By accepting and valuing the paradoxical and nonsensical elements in experience, the writers of the former category have eliminated the bitter war between the rational and irrational principles in the unconscious mind, and are thus in command at least of that aspect of the situation. They see themselves clearly as Persephone, subject to the claims upon them of two irreconcilable modes of experience, and are thus able to make some sort of compromise between the two in the conduct of their lives. Insofar as they remain, as Kafka in particular remained, tormented and unhappy, it is because other elements generally associated with feeling have not been accepted. We shall find yet further examples of the theme of the two worlds in fiction when we come in later volumes to examine Graham Greene's The Third Man, Rose Macaulay's The World My Wilderness, Dickens' Great Expectations, Meyrink's Walpurgisnacht, and several works by Helen Simpson. It would be easy to adduce more. The examples given above suggest that in modern times the age-old picture of the remote land of wonders has given place to something different. Formerly, the other side was simply a place which had to be visited in order to obtain or to recover the treasure which had vanished into it. It was inhabited solely by non-human or superhuman figures, and the visitor to it was beset by every kind of danger. Once the task was accomplished, it was a place from which to return with all haste, not a place to live in. But in many modern examples it is perfectly possible to live there. The two worlds exist side by side, and people constantly come and go between them. In Kafka, they even interpenetrate, although each retains its own marked individuality. And secondly, there is either a bitter conflict going on in the other world in which the visitor is involved, or else its whole nature is seen as paradoxically, even nonsensically opposed to that of this world, of which it might be described as the inversion or looking-glass image. These features obviously symbolize the sharpening awareness of the two opposing modes of experience, or systems of interpretation of experience, between which our lives must be shared. Ever since the Renaissance, when the differentiation of the outer world began to be systematically undertaken, this awareness has been intensifying. And as a result of the fact that we have concentrated to an ever-increasing extent on the one world at the expense of the other, the principle of equal and opposite reactions has brought about a building up, in the unconscious mind, of countervailing tendencies of an inner world, and specifically an irrational inner world nature. Hence, a state of conflict and tension has arisen between the collective conscious attitude and the collective unconscious of the times. The increasing prevalence of the image of the two worlds at war in fiction is the reflection of this situation, and the growing tendency to neuroses and functional complaints represents its repercussion on the individual. Finally, the glaring paradox of our international relations, characterized as they are by sincere professions of friendliness and pacific intentions on the one hand, and by a simultaneous cantankerousness, suspiciousness, and destructiveness on the other, reveals the acute dichotomy of the collective mind. Contemporary nations are perfect examples of the Jekyll and Hyde theme. At this stage, the transcendental function in the collective psyche has given evidence of its efficacy by producing what was at first a medical interpretation of the image of the two worlds, namely the theory of the unconscious mind. This important development amounts in effect to the claim that one and the same subject has two separate sets of experiences, the one in the normal waking life which we call consciousness, the other being revealed in the contents of dreams, delusions, hallucinations, and in a variety of oddities of behavior, the motivation of which is otherwise inexplicable. The subject must experience these themes in some form or other, since otherwise it would not be related to them, strictly speaking. Therefore, the term unconsciousness is a misnomer, for we are dealing with two different grades or levels of consciousness which are normally segregated from one another. It is the case of Chuang Tzu and the butterfly. It is merely a question of the use of words. Are we to describe all forms of awareness, including that of the lower animals, as inferior grades of consciousness? Or are we to confine them solely to that form of awareness which is characteristic of the waking life of human beings above the age of 4 or 5? This consideration leads to some interesting points which will be discussed in the next volume. For the present, we may adopt the arbitrary use of the term consciousness in the second sense described above, designating all other forms of experience as awareness. It must, however, be borne in mind that consciousness is no more than a special form of awareness, which latter exists in an infinite number of gradations. The same obviously applies even to consciousness in this limited sense, for there is a greater difference between the intense, razor-sharp mental activity of, say, a mathematician engaged on an abstruse problem, and that of the tired laborer musing over his beer, than there is between the latter and the mental activity which takes place in a vivid dream or possibly even in the mind of an intelligent and alert dog. Consciousness, in this limited sense, is undoubtedly the highest and most differentiated form of awareness, but the difference is one of degree only, not of kind. The relationship of what is commonly called consciousness to the continuity of the ego is a question into which it is impossible to go at this stage. It will be considered in a later volume. If, therefore, it can be demonstrated, and medical psychology undoubtedly has demonstrated it, that the type of awareness revealed by dreams, etc., persists during waking life, concurrently with consciousness but independently of it, and separated from it, we are forced to the conclusion that the same individual subject normally experiences at least two entirely separate and, in many senses, incompatible modes of awareness at the same time, or, in the terminology adopted in this study, that he lives simultaneously in two worlds. In order to accept this fact, we have only to break the normal identification with the personal self. We have to discard the ordinary, superficial notion, I am Walter Mitty, a prosaic and ineffectual man with a nagging wife, who occasionally imagines that he is a hero living in a more exciting world, and substitute the formula, this Walter Mitty, with his unsatisfactory life, is only one of the forms in which I, the impersonal and transcendent subject, experience. He, Mitty, not I, and his world represent something to which I am indissolubly bound for the term of his earthly life, during which I can never completely escape from it. Nevertheless, I have alternative modes of experience, most of which are unknown to Walter Mitty. Occasionally, when he becomes faintly and indistinctly aware of one or another of them, he remembers it as a dream, or he may translate it into terms of his own life, which means that he indulges in fantasies of self-glorification. From this position, the next step leads to Chuang Tzu's realization of his fundamental identity with the butterfly. In other words, that the subject is the same in all living individuals, whatever their degree. With this matter, however, we need not concern ourselves for the moment. It is sufficient if we can persuade ourselves, as Descartes did, of the fact that there are no grounds for inferring reality in one of those modes of experience which are known to us, while denying it in another. Consequently, there are no grounds for supposing that our waking experiences represent a real universal world, by which they are caused, whereas our dream experiences represent nothing except possibly distorted representations of that same waking world. This latter hypothesis might be accepted if it were not for the fact that there are elements in the dream mode of experience which occur spontaneously and universally in a large number of individual cases, and which cannot be satisfactorily accounted for as distorted representations of elements in individual life. The only way in which they can be so accounted for is by adopting such hypotheses as those characteristic of the systems of Freud and Adler, e.g. those of the Oedipus or inferiority complexes, which are claimed as universal in humanity. There are a number of objections to both of these theories, which will be examined in a later volume. These are the archetypal forms. They presuppose inherent universal contents or patterns of the mind, exactly equivalent to those which we recognize as constituting the hypothetical world behind waking experience, but in many ways fundamentally different from them. In other words, a universal inner world content, such, for instance, as that which Jung has designated the anima, is exactly equivalent to and no more and no less real than such outer world contents as mass, energy, income tax, or even the sun. All of them are mental patterns according to which experience may be classified and understood, and in consequence they are seen as independent factors which affect our lives. It is on this fact that the whole thesis of the existence of the two worlds hinges. The discovery that many cases of mental and even physical sickness could be traced back to the existence of irreconcilability and conflict between the contents of the conscious and unconscious parts of the mind, and could be cured or at least alleviated by bringing those of the unconscious into consciousness, naturally led to an intensive concentration on the nature of the unconscious and its contents. This was what contemporary humanity required, for it represented a serious and earnest diversion of attention towards those inherent universal contents of the totality of the mind or psyche which, through our obsession with the prevalent conscious attitude, had been overlaid, obscured, and consequently denied their inalienable right to self-expression. Here the doctors succeeded where the philosophers and the storytellers had failed, not because they necessarily saw more clearly, but because they treated the problem as real, i.e. as an intimate and important concern of individual life, individual happiness, and individual success. Furthermore, by applying the scientific methods developed by the conscious attitude in its concentration on the outer world to the study of the inner, they constructed a bridge over the chasm that had grown between the two. Among the pioneers in this new development, the two who made the most important contributions were Freud and Jung. Although Freud did not discover the unconscious mind, for precursors had already conclusively demonstrated its existence and the effects of its working, he did lead the way not only in evolving a technique, psychoanalysis, for bringing its contents to consciousness, but also in making the first important attempt to formulate a systematic theory of its nature and the laws which governed its functioning. Unfortunately, he was a superficial and extroverted thinker who allowed himself to be deflected from the line of thought demanded by his times, which was the recognition of the equal validity of the two modes of experience, drifting instead into the line followed by Descartes 3 centuries earlier. He overvalued the conscious, the rational, and the objective at the expense of the unconscious, the irrational, and the subjective. In Descartes' day, this line proved fruitful since no sufficiently systematic thought had yet been developed to the rational aspect of the outer world and to the laws of conscious thinking. But in Freud's day it was retrogressive, since humanity already knew far too much about the rational objective world of consciousness, and was in need of turning its attention in the opposite direction. For Freud, therefore, the property of reality always remained inseverably attached to the personal outer world life, and to the hypothetical objective world which it appears to represent. Since he undervalued the subject or virtually ignored its existence, he failed to appreciate the equivalence of all modes of experience. For him, the ego's experience and consciousness were equivalent to reality. They were self-evidently true and constituted the only possible truth. The alternative mode of experience of the individual subject, therefore, that represented by the activities of the unconscious mind, must be false, or at best a useless and distorted representation of reality. This is the basis of his whole system, and of his method of cure. Mental conflicts, he maintains, arise because the unconscious mind, in its inferiority, necessarily makes mistaken interpretations of the truth which is represented by the conscious view of life, and they can be cured simply by revealing these nonsensical ideas to the ego, and demonstrating how absurd they are. It is true that he admits that the original fault may lie in certain concrete details of the communal conscious attitude, such as moral taboos which inhibit the direct satisfaction of instinctual drives, but he never visualizes the possibility of radical errors and shortcomings in the universally accepted conscious view of the world, or of the rebellious manifestations of the unconscious being determined by a purposeful reaction against them. He never, in fact, admits the possibility that the butterfly, seeing the totality of life from a different viewpoint, may discern errors in the basic attitude of Chuang-Tzu, which are necessarily concealed not only from him personally, but from all his fellow philosophers also, by virtue of the fact that they are all unconsciously identified with the principles which determine their thought. For Freud, the outer world is always right, the inner always wrong. It was left to Jung to discover the right path. Insisting on the independent existence and the priority of the unconscious mind, from which higher consciousness is evolved, he demonstrated that in cases of conflict it is invariably the unconscious mind which is right and the conscious wrong. The trouble, he maintains, has been brought about by the one-sided development of a conscious attitude which overvalues certain aspects of life and certain functions of the mind at the expense of others. whereupon the unconscious, stimulated by the danger of disequilibrating the totality of the psyche which is inherent in the one-sided attitude, reacts in the opposite direction. The situation is similar to that of an enthusiastic young man who has embraced some extremist theory and attempts to base his whole life upon it, contemptuously dismissing the protests and warnings of his parents, whose wider and longer experience of life enables them to appreciate the importance of the factors which the headstrong youth is defying in his obsession with the unique importance and rightness of his theory. Cure, Jung maintains, can only be effected by convincing, not the parents but the young man of his error. The parents, it is true, may not be capable of fully understanding the nature and importance of their son's theory, but they do know that intolerant and extremist behavior invariably leads to trouble. When the trouble comes, the young man should not abandon his theory completely. If it contains valuable elements, he should continue to work at it, but he has to learn to admit that it is not the only thing in life. He must learn to find a compromise between the two factors involved. Thus, Jung claims that such disorders as neuroses are purposeful and basically constructive. They represent the protests of the parents who foresee disaster for their son and would have him abandon his theory completely. In their ignorance, they fail to appreciate the value of the theory, and in view of his particular circumstances of which they are not aware, the course of action they propose may be impossible for the son to adopt. Nevertheless, he must be brought to realize that their protests are by no means unfounded, and in any case they have the power to enforce them, founded or unfounded. The only possibility of a successful outcome, therefore, lies in the adoption by the son of an attitude of realistic compromise. The essence of all this is that Jung admits the equal reality and validity of the two worlds, but at the same time he draws attention to the differences between them. This differentiation is embodied in his best-known conception, namely the theory of the opposed attitudes of extroversion and introversion. Here again he insists that there is no single standard. Neither attitude is intrinsically truer or better than the other, although the standards and values of the two are radically opposed. But it is characteristic of the pattern of contemporary prejudice that even among psychologists, extroversion is coming to be regarded as normal, proper, and wholesome, while introversion is seen almost in the light of an abnormality or failing. The theory in its full development is little known, and where it is known, widely misunderstood. But it is impossible to devote more space to it here, and it will be considered in greater detail in the next volume of this study. Briefly, however, it may be said that Jung defines the two attitudes as the orientation of consciousness towards the outer and the inner world respectively, and in the course of his analysis of the various psychological types which arise from the combination of these two attitudes, with each of the mental functions he goes some way towards sketching in the outlines of a picture of the characteristics of these two worlds. To the best of my knowledge, however, he nowhere attempts a final and comprehensive definition. Lastly, many years later, he formulated the distinction between factual and psychological truth to which I have drawn attention in the introduction. Here again, the image of the two worlds lies behind the idea. Truth, Jung says, is a relative concept like any other. As seen from one point of view, something may be true, although from another it is false, and he draws attention to the one particular polarity in which truth appears in entirely contrasting forms. Something may be accepted as true psychologically on the grounds that it has been accepted by a large number of people over a long period and in different places. That can only be because it corresponds to some universal pattern of the mind, since if it did not, it would have been forgotten or changed into some more acceptable form. Thus, for instance, every widespread rumor must be psychologically true, since if it were not, people would not trouble to pass it on and would not have believed if they did. It is also a matter of common knowledge that rumors develop as they are passed from mouth to mouth, and if the forms which they take on in the process are examined, it will be found that they are not indiscriminate, but tend to bring out definite images which are, of course, of an archetypal nature. It is in this way that the great historical myths and legends develop. When looked at from this point of view, it will be seen that the factual truth or untruth of a story is completely without significance. For when we are considering it from this, the inner world point of view, we are interested only in its significance in terms of the mind, not in acquiring additional information about the outer world. I have asserted that the outer world is also a pattern of the mind, but in the present context I am using the terms for convenience in their colloquial sense. This attitude is a powerful stimulus of interest, as may be seen from the characteristics of the popular press and of fiction. People are interested in reading about incidents, real or imaginary, which conform to certain simple dramatic types, far more than in acquiring factual information, which they reject as dull. This is because a factual truth may be psychologically meaningless, in which case it has no news value and takes no root in the mind. Its proper place is in the reference library, where it can be looked up when required for practical purposes. It is of course obvious that a statement may be both factually and psychologically true, or both factually and psychologically false, as well as true in one sense and false in the other. But in our consideration of it, we must adopt one point of view or the other and assess its value accordingly. We may adopt each point of view in turn, as when a news editor considers a story first from the point of view of its news value, and then from that of its factual veracity. But we must not confuse the two. The popular appeal of the story is entirely independent of its factual truth or untruth, and the editor is only compelled to consider it from a factual point of view because his paper also prints items of a purely factual interest, and he cannot therefore risk bringing its factual accuracy into discredit in any instance. It thus becomes apparent that Jung's thought is in many essential respects an intellectual and scientific formulation of a basic theme, which, in its symbolical form, has been preoccupying creative writers of the most varied types to an ever-increasing extent in modern times, namely the existence of two separate modes of experience in the psyche or mind, of widely divergent and often contrasting natures, but of equal validity and reality. The increasing tension between these two systems constitutes the fundamental problem of our time. The increasing tension between these two systems constitutes the fundamental problem of our times.